Now, today, we're going to see what if Harry Potter enhanced the extraordinary mental manipulation. Join Patreon for early access of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. A thick, gray sky pressed down on the trees and forks, feeling depressing and endless. Rain pelted against the windshield, making the forest blur into shadows. Most would hate this place, this solemn corner where the sun never touched. But something pulled at me, murmuring to the part that preferred darkness. Remember who you are, the rain seemed to whisper. Remember what you've seen, 2.5 millennia. The thought made my hands clench the steering wheel tighter. Witnessing the rise and fall of countless empires, like sandcastles succumbing to the waves, they waded through the centuries. The town felt like a place where time itself was holding its breath, unsure of whether to move forward or stay frozen in the past. Memories of kings I had known and queens I had watched die swirled in my mind. Their names had faded into oblivion, like forgotten words in unread books. Teaching history, I almost laughed out loud, the sound catching in my throat. They wanted experience if they only knew. My eyes gleamed as I thought of all the secrets I could tell, all the truths hidden behind the sanitized words in their textbooks. The rain came harder now, drumming against the car like angry fists. Something about this place felt different, electric. My skin tingled with it. Maybe here, in this rain-soaked nowhere, I could finally stop running. Maybe here, I pulled up to the small house. Nothing special with its worn walls and crooked steps. Perfect. My keen ears picked up heartbeats in the woods, deer, rabbits, the pulse of life that never stopped calling. I tensed, pushing back the familiar burn in my throat. Not now. Not here. Tomorrow, I'd become Mr. Potter, the quiet history teacher who never spoke of his past. But tonight was mine. I slipped into the forest like smoke, moving through shadows that welcomed me like old friends. The thirst whispered at the back of my throat, an old song I knew too well. My hands brushed wet leaves as I walked, remembering touches from centuries past. Soon, I whispered to myself, soon this will feel like home. Dawn crept in, the light touching the clouds. I'd spent the night still as stone, watching stars hide behind the gray. Now I moved through human motions, making the bed, straightening things that didn't need it. Minor lies I told myself about belonging. Debussy floated through the quiet ghosts of Paris dancing in my head. The window let in cool air, thick with pine and rain. I made tea I wouldn't drink, going through the motions like a dance I'd learned too well. My reflection caught my eye, face too young for the years I claimed, but something in my features made people look away before they asked too many questions. As six femmes fur, ik grap my bon lille bit, fingers tracing familiar creases. Inside were just props, notebooks, pens, lesson plans burned in a perfect memory. I moved through the house, each step measured, practiced. The moment I stepped into the school, every muscle tensed. Under the usual smells, floor wax, chalk, human sweat, something else hit me. Something cold, electric, familiar. Vampires had been here. My feet made deliberate noise against the floor as I walked, keeping up the human charade while my mind raced. Friends? Enemies? The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, casting strange shadows that seemed to watch me pass. The front office appeared, marked by dying plants drooping in artificial light. An aging man looked up as I entered, his smile automatic, but his eyes curious. I saw the moment of hesitation, that split second where humans sensed something different about me, but couldn't name it. Mr. Potter, right? His hand reached out, warm with life. Welcome to Forks High. I took his hand, making sure my grip wasn't too firm, my skin not too cold. Just another teacher starting another job. But my mind kept circling back to those other scents, that other presence. For the first time in centuries, I wasn't the only immortal hiding in plain sight. My lips twitched into a smile as I entered the hallway. Maybe this wouldn't be so boring after all. The sun was just peeking through the windows when the man who called himself Mr. Green led me into his office. He smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. like he'd practiced this greeting 100 times before. I settled into the worn leather chair across from him, trying to look interested as he droned on about the school's values and expectations. But his words just washed over me. I'd heard this speech so many times, it had lost all meaning. "Well, let's go introduce you to the other teachers before the students arrive," he said, glancing at his watch like he had somewhere more important to be. "It's a small group, but they're welcoming enough." I followed him down the narrow hallway. The school was just coming to life around us, distant voices and footsteps echoing off the walls, the fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. He paused at a door marked faculty room and held it open for me with a brief nod. Inside, 3 teachers looked up from their steaming coffee mugs, their expressions a mix of curiosity and something else I couldn't quite read. The first teacher, Miss Cope, had a kind face and warm eyes, but she gazed at me a little too long, as if she were surprised by my youth. Mr. Thatcher, an older man with a patient sort of look about him, just gave me a nod and a small smile. And then there was Mrs. Jennings, the youngest of the bunch. She shook my hand and smiled, but it disappeared as quick as it came, like she wasn't sure what to make of me. They asked me the usual questions: where I was from, what brought me to Forks. I gave them the answers I'd prepared, the truth but not the whole truth, just enough to satisfy their curiosity. I could tell they wanted to know more, but they didn't push it, just accepted what I told them and left it at that. Before long, they were back to talking among themselves, gossiping about this and that. I just faded into the background, watching and listening. Those strange scents from earlier were still there, faint but impossible to ignore, threading through the entire building like a whisper of something not quite right. I knew I'd have to deal with it eventually, but for now, I had a part to play. The bell rang, sharp and loud, breaking me out of my thoughts. The other teachers left, but I hung back for a moment, steeling myself. Then I stepped out into the hallway, ready to take my place among the people of Forks, hiding in plain sight. The students trickled into the classroom, their whispered conversations buzzing around me like static. I could smell their blood pulsing just beneath the surface. It was a familiar scent, one I'd learned to tune out a long time ago. But something about it now, mixed with the adrenaline of a new place and a new start, it made everything feel sharper somehow, more real. I walked to the front of the room, and the chatter died down. I could feel their eyes on me, questioning, appraising. I kept my movement slow, and even as I set my bag down on the desk, the picture of calm, even though my mind was racing. Just another unremarkable teacher. That's what they needed to see. And so the game began. "Morning, everyone," I said, my voice filling the room without me even trying. I let my eyes wander over the kids' faces, watching as they stopped talking and turned to me, like I was the only thing in the world that mattered. Some girls were staring holes into me, whispering to each other, and I could almost hear what they were thinking. "I'm Mr. Potter," I told them, trying to sound warm and friendly. "I'll be teaching you history this year." I let that sink in, watching as they got more and more curious. I could feel it coming off them in waves, and I couldn't help but smile, the smile that just comes instinctively after so many years. "I'm new to Forks too," I added, letting them see a little of the real me. "I've been traveling for a long time, learning, studying. I just love history, you know? The way people change but also stay the same, no matter where or when they are." I looked around the room, my eyes landing on the ones who seemed most interested, letting them see that there was more to me than met the eye. You could almost hear a pin drop. They were hanging on my every word, and I knew I had them, hook, line, and sinker. Then this girl in the front row puts her hand up, looking at me like she's trying to figure me out. "Isn't Forks kind of dull compared to everywhere else?" The other kids laughed, but I just looked right back at her, letting her see the humor in my eyes. "You'd be astonished," I said, smooth as silk. "Every town has its stories, Forks included." I paused for a second and let the possibility hang heavy in the air. "And those stories," I went on, looking around at all of them, "are there for the finding if you know where to look." The silence was back, but it was different now, full of something, like they were hungry for more, leaning towards me without even knowing they were doing it. I leaned back in my chair, giving them a little smile. "Don't worry, I'm not going to put you to sleep with boring lectures." Some of them relaxed a bit at that, even smiling back. History is like a conversation between the past and the present. What we learn in here, it's going to change the way we look at the world out there. So let's keep that conversation going, yeah? You might be amazed by how interesting this conversation can become. While I was talking, I could hear the girls in the front whispering, still looking at me like I was something special. There's just something about him. One of them said, blushing a little, maybe this class will be okay. I heard a boy mutter. I got up and started handing out the syllabus, walking around the room, catching little bits of what they were saying to each other. And it was like a little rush each time, knowing the effect I was having on them without them even realizing it. He can't be that much older than us. I heard one girl whisper, too young to be a teacher. When I got back to the front, I started telling them a story about this ancient civilization, painting a picture with my words, so real they could almost reach out and touch it. And they were perfectly focused, hanging on every word. The room so quiet, it was like we were the only ones in the world, but it was more than that, more than just paying attention. It was like they were in awe, fascinated by me in a way that went beyond the surface, something I'd gotten good at bringing out in people over the years. The bell rang, breaking the spell, and they started getting their stuff together, not wanting to, looking back at me like they weren't ready for it to be over. I just stood there, watching them leave, feeling pretty damn good about myself, knowing that a part of me would be stuck in their heads long after they left. Blending in, it's an art form, one I've gotten damn good at over the years. And yet, standing there in the empty classroom, I could feel something stirring, a feeling that Forks might have more surprises in store for me than I thought, and I was looking forward to uncovering them one by one. The whispers echoed through Forks High like a sweet poison. My presence left a trail of curiosity that burned through the halls, making my throat tighten with each passing student. Their scents, some floral, others honey-sweet, drifted past me as I moved with careful grace. My soul is different now. The thought came unbidden, making my dead heart ache with memories of warmth. The fluorescent lights cast shadows across youthful faces that turned to watch me, their eyes lingering a heartbeat too long. Some brave souls held their stares, trying to piece together what made their new history teacher so different. The vibrant pulse of blood, a tempting melody I'd long ago learned to silence, surrounded me. The faculty lounge provided a brief respite, its corner table becoming my haven of peace amidst the constant Forks rain, its silver streaks tracing down the windows. Remember who you are, a voice whispered in my head, ancient and familiar. My fingers traced the edges of my props. The brown paper bag creased, the apple red as fresh blood, the sandwich I'd never taste. All part of this careful dance of humanity. Ms. Cope's voice carried across the room like honey dripping from a spoon. The students. She leaned close to Mrs. Jennings, wonder threading through her words. They're spellbound. Like he's weaving magic instead of teaching history. A flash of gold caught my eye as Mrs. Jennings studied me, curiosity burning behind her professional mask. There's something about him, the way he makes the past feel. She hesitated, searching for words that wouldn't come. I allowed myself the smallest of smiles, each movement calculated with decades of practice. The charm had to be subtle, a warm current beneath still waters, drawing them in while their minds scrambled to explain away the impossible that stood before them. The bell shattered my careful composure like crystal. Rising with fluid grace, I straightened my sleeves when electricity shot through my dead veins. A presence wound through the hallways ahead, distinct as a fingerprint, yet familiar as an old wound. Earth and frost mixed with raw power, contained but unmistakable. Another vampire. Here, my muscles coiled tight beneath my pressed shirt, ready to spring. The scent grew stronger with each step. Pine needle and winter storms wrapped around a core of power that set my teeth on edge. Recognition clawed at my mind, memories trying to surface through decades of careful restraint. Fire danced in my chest where my heart once beat. Students parted before me like water, unaware of the predators walking among them. For now, I was still their mysterious new teacher, my cold skin and strange eyes masked by generations of practice at this masquerade. The scent sparked something deep inside, sending my thoughts into a hazy descent of possibilities. The air crackled with tension as I followed that presence, each step bringing me closer to a confrontation that would shatter my constructed world. My hand trembled as I reached for the classroom door, knowing that on the other side, destiny waited with teeth bared, an ancient power stirring. The silence before the storm stretched thin as paper, ready to tear at the slightest touch. There he was, still as death in the back of my classroom. His eyes burned into me, dark with hunger and curiosity. The other students shuffled and whispered, their warm blood singing to me, but my attention stayed fixed on him. He sat almost too, but his eyes gave him away, sharp, predatory, watching my every move. "Good afternoon." I kept my voice steady, though power thrummed between us like electricity. I met his gaze for just a heartbeat longer than necessary. "Show no fear. Show no recognition." Then it came, the subtle brush against my mind like smoke trying to slip through cracks. "Mind reader." My shield snapped up, an instinct as natural as breathing. I'd faced his kind before, vampires who thought they could slip into others' thoughts like thieves in the night. But my gift was older, stronger, a wall of pure silence that could turn their powers back on them. The presence withdrew as quickly as it came. I arranged my materials with careful precision, every movement measured while my senses stayed alert to his presence. The surrounding humans did not know they sat between two predators. No clue about the silent battle of wills taking place. Well, I thought as I began the lesson, keeping my face neutral, Forks just got much more interesting. The name matching the seat on my roster, Edward Cullen, meant nothing to me. I'd learned long ago to let such things slide past like water. If he suspected anything, he would find only what I showed, a constructed image of unremarkable humanity. Every heartbeat in the room sang to me, a symphony I'd learned to conduct rather than consume. Control the thirst first, my mind calculated as I taught. Regulate breathing. 1 inhales every 43 seconds, keeping the burn manageable. Jessica's perfume mixed with Mike's anxiety sweat made my throat flame, but I'd mastered this dance centuries ago. A familiar voice whispered in my head, "You still have a soul." I pushed it away, focusing on the precise movements that kept my predator nature hidden. Blood type analysis. 2A positive in the front row, B negative by the window. Adjust standing position 3 degrees to minimize scent exposure. I pitched my voice at a calculated 47 decibel, making it sound human and warm enough to draw listeners in, but not so captivating that they'd be enthralled. I began monitoring my voice. "The ancient world," I said, observing Edward's presence. I controlled every movement, even as my vampire senses tracked the 15 heartbeats, 12 blood types, and 94 fidgets of my students to appear human. The burn in my throat pulsed with each heartbeat, but I'd learned to weave it into my performance. Let the thirst sharpen my focus. Use the predator's instincts to read micro-expressions and adjust my teaching. Anna's confusion registered in her elevated pulse. Shift teaching approach 2.3 degrees toward visual demonstration. Tyler's challenge came with a spike of adrenaline that made his blood sing. The monster in me calculated the 0.4 seconds it would take to silence that challenge forever, even as the teacher in me prepared the mediocre response. Centuries of practice kept both impulses locked behind careful walls of control. Historical analysis, I replied, stumbling over analysis while tracking Edward's subtle mental probe. I crafted my shields to be more than barriers, turning them into mirrors that reflected manufactured thoughts, layered with just enough truth to seem real. Concern about lesson plans, coffee cravings, human worries, all calculated for the microsecond. The thirst burned deeper as the afternoon heat raised their temperatures by 0.3 degrees. Adjust ventilation pattern. Recalculate scent dispersal. Maintain 1.87 seconds eye contact to avoid triggering predator responses. My hands moved with precise human clumsiness, dropping a paper every 7.4 minutes, fidgeting with my tie when their attention wavered. But beneath the calculations, beneath the perfect predator's camouflage, an ache lingered no amount of practice could suppress. Centuries of playing human left marks even on a vampire's soul. Sometimes, in moments between the careful measurements and precise pretense, I felt the weight of all the connections I could never make. Monitor rising blood pressure in row 3. Adjust tone to reduce stress response. Maintain non-threatening posture. The checklist continued. Each item honed by years of hunting turned to pedagogy. I'd learned to use my predator's instincts differently, tracking engagement instead of prey, hunting for understanding instead of blood. Edward's presence hummed at the edge of my awareness, but I kept my thoughts focused on the mundane. Let him see the careful fabrication of an ordinary life. Coffee cups, grating worries, wrinkled shirts. I chose each detail to construct the perfect camouflage of unremarkable humanity. The monster in me tracked every racing pulse, every quickened breath, even as the teacher guided them through measured mediocrity. This was my true hunt now, the perfect balance of engaging enough to teach, but forgettable enough to survive. You never see the perfect predator, I thought as I wrote on the board with imperfect handwriting, because they've learned to hunt for something more than blood. The loneliness echoed beneath every calculation, a quiet ache behind the careful facade. But I'd learned long ago, survival meant being the teacher they'd remember with vague fondness, not the vampire they'd never fear. A soul for a soul, whispered the familiar voice as I slipped through my human interactions. The thirst clawed at my throat, 1,000 years of hunger held in perfect check while Edward's presence stirred memories of darker times. A young immortal, still wearing his power like new armor, unaware that something far more dangerous taught his history class. My dead heart ached with the weight of centuries as Jessica's pulse fluttered beneath delicate skin. Every instinct screamed to hunt, to claim, to rule this territory as vampires once did. Instead, I let my hands tremble, a masterpiece of deception, crafted from millennia of studying prey. Remember your purpose. The ancient voice steadied me as Edward's mind brushed against my shields. I fed him constructed thoughts, layered like silk over steel, lesson plans, coffee cravings, the mild anxieties of a new teacher trying to connect with his students. Behind those gentle deceptions, the predator in me calculated every heartbeat, every warm breath that filled my classroom. Blood sang through young veins all around us, but I wore my mask of humanity like a second skin. Each imperfect gesture calculated, every minor stumble a work of art. I'd spent centuries perfecting this performance, not just hiding my immortal nature, but making it impossible to imagine I'd ever been anything but human. Share your stories. I kept my voice warm but weak, stripped of the command that once made armies kneel. Power thrummed beneath my skin, begging to be unleashed, to show this young one what true immortal strength felt like. Instead, I fumbled with my papers, letting Edward see the fabricated tremors of human fatigue. Loneliness pierced through my perfect control for just a heartbeat. How long since I'd spoken with another of our kind? How many centuries of hiding, of crafting masks so perfect they became prisons? But survival meant solitude. The ancient ones had learned that lesson in blood and fire. Their mortal voices washed over me like echoes of countless pasts, each fragile life burning bright against my endless night. Stay in control, my instincts urged as I gathered their stories, measuring heartbeats against centuries of hidden knowledge. 15 young pulses, each one carrying dreams that sparkled against the vast darkness of time. Jessica's blood painted her cheeks rose pink as she spoke of leaving Forks, her pulse quickening with nervous hope. I maintained my mask of gentle interest while the predator in me tracked every flutter of her heart. Behind walls built from millennia of deception, I'd heard thousands of such dreams, all faded now, like photographs left in sunlight. The weight of ages pressed against my dead heart as I crafted each response with perfect imperfection. Edward remained oblivious to his corner, still searching for prey when an ancient hunter stood before him. Such beautiful irony. The young immortal studying the very predator he sought to detect. Their whispered hopes painted portraits of mortal desires, delicate as morning frost, precious as spilled wine. I collected each confession, wrapping them in layers of fabricated emotion that could deceive even vampire senses. The monster in me savored this sophisticated hunt, not for blood, but for trust given. Philosophy interests me, Edward offered, his tone careful, but carrying that edge of immortal grace he hadn't yet learned to mask. I responded with just the right amount of academic enthusiasm, while the ancient predator in me purred at how completely my deception fooled him. We are the oldest hunters, My instincts whispered as I maintained my gentle teacher's smile. We learned to hide among our prey. So well we became their protectors, their guides, their trusted friends. The perfect hunt wasn't for blood anymore. It was this endless dance of appearing an unremarkable human. Behind my walls of careful thoughts and fabricated memories, the weight of ages pressed against my dead heart. The loneliness of perfect deception, the bitter triumph of fooling even my kind, the endless vigilance that kept me alive while so many ancient ones had fallen to pride or carelessness. Thank you for sharing. My voice carried crafted warmth, each word stripped of the power that once bent kingdoms. Let Edward sense only human authority, never glimpsing the weight of centuries beneath. History lives in moments like these. In all the moments I can never share, all the lives I've watched fade into shadow. The perfect predator, I reminded myself as he entered with his human smile, survives by becoming what no one remembers to fear. The patient teacher, the quiet guide, the keeper of other people's stories. And in this elegant deception, I had found a different immortality. The fire in my throat blazed as Tyler's adrenaline spiked the air. I watched Edward fight his thirst, sympathy warring with ancient amusement. So young, I thought behind my walls of deception, still believing control means constant struggle. The real art was in making the struggle itself invisible, turning predatory grace into mortal clumsiness, so convincing it fooled even our own kind. Edward's presence stirred something deeper than thirst, a hunger for recognition, for someone to see past the lies. But that way led to death. I'd watch covens fall, watch proud immortals burn, because they forgot the primary law of survival. The perfect predator is the one no one believes exists. The afternoon light painted shadows I failed to avoid, each human imperfection another thread in my tapestry of deception. My throat burned as the classroom heat raised the temperature of 15 young pulses by precious degrees. The bell rang as silence settled over the room like twilight. Loneliness clawed at my perfect control, the ache of endless years spent watching, forever apart, always hidden behind masks so flawless they became chains. Perhaps here, but experience crushed hope before it could bloom. Survival demanded solitude. I remained at my desk, a predator playing a scholarly distraction. Every secret they'd shared filed away with immortal precision, each nuance preserved in perfect clarity. These fragments of humanity, I hoarded them like precious gems, holding them against the hollow echo of endless existence. The borrowed glasses weighed heavy as I adjusted them, another thread in my tapestry of lies. My fingers moved with calculated clumsiness, masking the liquid grace that could betray me too. Immortal eyes. Decades of practice had deceived instinctive. Survival meant never revealing the shadow beneath the smile. Mr. Green's approaching heartbeat broke through my contemplation. I arranged my features into a mild welcome, letting him see nothing but a thoughtful teacher lost in lesson plans. His aging blood called, but centuries had taught me to hunger for different prizes, knowledge, connection, the brief light of understanding in inexperienced eyes. Mr. Green's heartbeat filled the quiet room, steady and unsuspecting, as he smiled at me. Every movement I made was a careful calculation, the slight tilt of my head, the measured warmth. In my return smile, the way I let weariness ghost across my features. Not overwhelming, I kept my voice soft, human gentle. Years of practice deceived effortless, each gesture imperfect. Smelling his aging blood carried traces of coffee and concern, but centuries had dulled such temptations to background noise. His pulse quickened with pride as he spoke of my impact. You've made quite the impression. I tracked the minute changes in his scent, his posture, while maintaining my mask of mild pleasure at the praise. The monster in me purred at how completely my camouflage had worked, not just fooling students, but deceiving even those tasked with watching over them. Different, I echoed, tasting lies and truth together on my tongue. History lived differently when you'd walk through its ages, but that wasn't something I could share. Instead, I crafted a response that felt genuine while revealing nothing. It's about making connections. Twilight painted shadows through the windows, and I felt the familiar shift in my predator's senses as day bled into dusk. Hunting time, my body whispered, but I remained still, playing the role of tired teacher with meticulous care. These moments matter. I spoke with calculated passion, adjusting my unnecessary glasses. The weight of centuries pressed against my dead heart as I thought of all the moments I'd witnessed, all the lives I'd watched unfold and fade. If they carry just one thing forward, Mr. Green's expression softened, his guard dropping. The perfect predator's greatest triumph, when prey offers trust. You'll be valuable to us, he said, echoing words I'd heard in 1,000 schools across time. The drive home cut through the darkness as my immortal eyes pierced. Rain traced patterns on the windshield while memories traced patterns in my mind. Each curve in the road measured against centuries of similar journeys. Each moment of solitude embraced like an old friend. My house emerged from the shadows, designed to be forgotten as soon as seen. Perfect camouflage wasn't about hiding. It was about being what everyone expected to see. Just a teacher's modest home. Nothing to draw attention or spark memories. Peace whispered through the shadows, offering its familiar temptation. But peace was a luxury an immortal couldn't afford. Better to remain alert, ready, the perfect predator hidden behind the perfect disguise. Yet something about forks pulled at my ancient instincts. Perhaps here, in this rain-soaked corner of the world, I might find. I'll let the thought fade unfinished. Hope was more dangerous than any hunter. The night settled around me, filled with sounds no human ear could catch. In this moment of solitude, I was neither teacher nor predator, but something between, an ancient creature playing at mortal life, finding purpose in the gentle deception. The fabric of my coat whispered against marble skin as I hung it with calculated human clumsiness. Every movement a performance, even in solitude, the slight hesitation before loosening my tie, the measured pace of footsteps that could have crossed the house in milliseconds. My kitchen filled with mortal scents as I prepared a meal I'd never taste. The knife danced through vegetables with precise imperfection, slower than vampire speed would allow. Steam rose like memories of breath, each curl reminding me of warmth I'd lost centuries ago. The ritual calmed a part of me, a remnant of humanity that I was unwilling to relinquish. The sizzle of oil masked the perfect silence of my dead heart. How strange, this comfort in playing human when no audience watched. Yet these minor acts grounded me, kept me tethered to the world of warmth and life I guarded. Hot water cascaded over ice-cold skin, another luxury I maintained for the sake of remembering. Over 1,000 years, and still I found peace in these borrowed moments of mortal comfort. Each drop tracked paths across scars that would never fade. Marks of ages lived in shadow and silence. My study welcomed me with the musty perfume of ancient leather and aging paper. Books lined the walls, not props, but treasures collected across centuries. Some were so old their pages crumbled at mortal touch. Others were bound, but carrying wisdom from ages past. Each one a piece of history I'd witnessed, stories I could never share. The day's work spread before me, assignments crafted with predatory precision. Multiple choice questions layered with subtle traps, designed to hunt for minds sharp enough to see beyond the obvious. My fingers traced the papers, each one carrying faint traces of human sense, fear, confidence, confusion. Then his paper caught my attention. Edward Cullen. The young vampire's answers carried a different weight, each word chosen with immortal care. He saw through my laid traps, his mind moving with the grace of our kind, even on paper. But why? Why would one of us choose this path? Surrounded by warm blood and beating hearts, playing at being prey. Memories stirred of others I'd known, vampires who tried to walk among humans. Most had failed, their nature betraying them in moments of weakness. Some had burned for their mistakes. Others had disappeared into legend and nightmare. The question nagged at my predator's instincts. Was this a self-imposed challenge? Some private penance? Or did darker purpose lurk beneath his careful performance of humanity? I'd watched too many of our kind destroy themselves with such games. My reflection ghosted in the window glass, the perfect mask of humanity, hiding centuries of careful hunting. Perhaps that's what drew my attention to young Edward. In him, I saw a shadow of my own dangerous dance, another immortal trying to find meaning beyond the endless thirst. But youth made for careless hunters, and mistakes in our world carried prices and paid in death. Something about the new teacher made my skin prickle with unnatural awareness. His thoughts remained blank when I reached for them. Not the usual chaotic stream of human consciousness, but perfect stillness. Like touching smoke, the burn in my throat flared as Jessica's blood perfumed the air with desire, her thoughts a whirlwind of attraction toward Mr. Potter. But my attention stayed fixed on his two perfect movements. Something's wrong, my predator instincts whispered. Even among humans who resisted my gift, I never encountered a mind perfect. My fingers gripped the desk edge as I watched him write on the board. Each gesture calculated, precise, yet somehow wrong. Like looking at a reflection that didn't quite match its source. The monster in me tensed, recognizing something it couldn't quite name. Smelling 15 warm pulses filled the room, mixing with the dry chalk, dust, and paper. But under it all, something was missing. Mr. Potter had no scent at all. My dead heart would have raced if it could. In a century of walking among humans, I'd never encountered this absence. Edward Cullen. He called my name with perfect inflection, his dark eyes meeting mine across the classroom. For a heartbeat that never came, power crackled between us like lightning before a storm. I reached for his thoughts again, pressing harder this time, but found only constructed walls. Blood sang in the veins around us as students shifted in their seats. Their thoughts washed over me in familiar waves. Mike's jealousy, Jessica's infatuation, Angela's quiet curiosity. But the space where his mind only showed basic thoughts. His voice carried strange undertones as he spoke of ancient history, like he was holding back something vast and terrible. Each word seemed chosen within human care, yet he played his role flawlessly. Too flawlessly. The predator in me recognized a more sophisticated hunter, though I couldn't understand how. Philosophy interests me, I answered his question, watching for any reaction. A faint smile touched his lips, gone too quick for human eyes to catch. Was that amusement? Recognition? The afternoon light shifted through windows, but he moved through the sunbeams with practiced ease, never quite letting them touch his skin, yet making it seem natural. My enhanced vision caught the fluid grace he almost hid. What was he? I would have recognized one of my kind, yet something ancient lurked behind those mild eyes. Something that knew how to hide in plain sight. The monster in me coiled tight, ready for threat or flight. But he continued teaching, his performance so perfect it had to be false. He's hunting something, I realized with growing unease. But what? As class ended, his gaze met mine once more. In that moment, I felt the weight of ages press against my mind. Then nothing but those constructed thoughts. He was more than he seemed, this strange creature playing at humanity. And for the first time in decades, I felt like prey. The drive home filled with Alice's troubled thoughts as they merged with my unease. Her mind kept flickering back to fragmented visions of Mr. Potter, each one showing him watching her, as if he knew when she was looking. Edward, Alice's voice trembled. Every time I try to see him, he's already seeing me, just standing there, waiting like he knows. Her hands twisted in her lap, a human gesture she'd never quite lost. I've never had my visions respond like this. Show me, I whispered, letting her thoughts flood into mine. The images sent chills down my spine. Mr. Potter in his classroom, looking at future Alice's viewpoint with calm, knowing eyes. Another vision, him grading papers, glancing up when she tried to see. Each glimpse felt deliberate, choreographed. Emmett caught our exchange in the rearview mirror. You two look like you've seen a ghost. His attempt at humor fell flat against the weight of our shared disquiet. My mind circled back to history class, to that arranged surface of thoughts he presented. Too neat, too organized, like a stage set for my benefit. And now Alice's vision showed him expecting her gift, responding before she even looked. The Cullen house emerged through the mist, but its familiar comfort felt hollow against this new threat. A creature that could manipulate both our gifts, making us see what he wanted us to see. The predator in me recognized a superior hunter, though I couldn't understand how. "He's playing with us," Alice murmured as we parked. Her next vision hit us both. Mr. Potter in tomorrow's class, a faint smile touching his lips as he glanced toward where she would try to watch. But why? What does he want? Esme's concerned thoughts reached us before we entered. I forced a calm expression, but Alice's mind raced with new attempts to see our strange teacher. Each time, he acknowledged her presence with that same knowing look. "How was school?" she asked, but I could focus on crafting a normal response. The sense of falling into that crafted mind still clung to me like a cold mist. The laptop offered no answers, just that perfect background. My fingers hovered over the keys as Alice perched nearby. Both of us caught in the unsettling knowledge that somewhere in Forks, Mr. Potter knew what we were doing. "Carlisle needs to know," Alice whispered. "Whatever he is, he's been expecting us." The truth of her words settled like ice in my veins. Every normal interaction now felt like moves in a game we didn't know we were playing. Facing an opponent who was prepared for us before we were even aware of their presence. The piano keys felt cold under my fingers as I tried to lose myself in music, but even Esme's favorite melody couldn't drown out my racing thoughts. Below, my family's minds hummed with their usual evening activities, none sharing my growing unease. "You're overthinking this." Rosalie's thoughts cut through my brooding. Her perfect features arranged in familiar annoyance as she filed her nails. "He's just another boring human teacher." "God, Edward, not everyone's out to get us." But Alice's eyes met mine across the living room, her vision still showing that same unnerving scene. Mr. Potter pausing mid-lecture, looking at her future sight with knowing eyes. Everything too precise, too calculated. "Perhaps you're just unused to not hearing someone," Esme's gentle mental voice suggested as she arranged flowers none of us needed. Her motherly concern wrapped around me like a warm blanket, but even that couldn't ease the cold certainty in my dead heart. "Look, bro." Emmett dropped onto the couch, making the frame creak. "So what if he thinks about coffee and lesson plans?" Sounds like what a teacher should think about. His thoughts painted simple pictures. Just another human, nothing special. I wanted to explain how those thoughts felt constructed, arranged like furniture in a show home. How Alice's visions caught him watching her through time itself. But my family's minds reflected only mild concern for my paranoia. "Carlisle." I tried when he returned from the hospital, his thoughts still lingering on patients and procedures. The new history teacher at school dash. New teacher? Carlisle's mind shifted with genuine interest. "I haven't had the pleasure yet." Though the hospital staff mentioned Forks, I hired someone impressive for the history department. His thoughts drifted to scheduling a proper introduction, always mindful of maintaining our careful social connections. "He's different." I struggled to find words that wouldn't sound paranoid. "There's something about the way his mind works. Perhaps it's good for you to encounter minds that challenge your gift," Carlisle mused, his thoughts radiating gentle reassurance. "Not everyone's mind works the same way, son. We've discussed this before." The frustration choked me. They couldn't see it. How his perfection circled past normal into wrong. How those arranged thoughts felt like breadcrumbs laid out to lead me somewhere. "Maybe you should hunt," Rosalie suggested, her mental tone dripping with disdain. "You're getting weird about this." Only Alice remained troubled, her visions continuing their strange dance with our too-perfect teacher. Each glimpse showing him aware, waiting, watching her watch him. But even her gift couldn't convince the others something was wrong. Then another vision hit Alice, her hand clutching my arm with crushing force. Through her mind, I watched the scene unfold with growing unease. Mr. Potter stood at his desk after class tomorrow, writing in what appeared to be a lesson planner. His movements were too precise, too deliberate. Then he paused, looked up into Alice's viewpoint, and smiled. The pen continued moving across the paper, but now he angled it just enough to let future Alice read. "Curiosity is natural for your kind, Alice and Edward. But some predators are best left undiscovered." The vision shattered like glass, leaving Alice trembling beside me. Edward, her thoughts screamed in panic. He knew. He knew I would look. He knew you would see it through me. Impossible, I thought, though the monster in me recognized the elegant threat beneath those chosen words. No one could manipulate Alice's visions like that. Write messages through time itself. What did you see? Jasper asked, feeling Alice's fear spike. He moved toward us, concern radiating from his thoughts. But how could we explain? That our human teacher had just written a warning through Alice's gift? That he'd addressed us both, knowing I would watch through her mind? Nothing clear. Alice lied, but her thoughts raced with implications. He's playing with us, Edward, showing us what he wants us to see. Even my visions, they're just another path for his messages. My dead heart would have raced if it could. The predator in me recognized the elegant sophistication of his move, using Alice's own gift to deliver his warning, proving his power while maintaining perfect deniability. Just a headache, Alice assured Jasper with a weak smile. But her mind replayed those written words over and over. Some predators are best left undiscovered. We sat in shared silence while our family's thoughts swirled with mild concern for us. Both of us knowing that somewhere in Forks, Mr. Potter had just changed the rules of a game we hadn't known we were playing, and he was winning. I retreated to my room, the sounds of my family's unconcerned thoughts following me up the stairs. They saw only what they expected to see, a normal human teacher going about his normal human life. But I'd felt that power humming beneath his constructed surface. Their eyes, wells of sorrow, reflected the weight of centuries, leaving me feeling insignificant. Whatever Mr. Potter was, normal had nothing to do with it. Now I just had to prove it. Their voices echoed in my consciousness, each worried whisper about me stirring memories I'd rather forget. Young Edward's gift, so similar to the first vampire mind I'd encountered centuries ago. That one hadn't survived our meeting, his power becoming mine in a way that still haunted my dreams, if vampires could dream. My fingers traced the ancient scars hidden beneath my sleeve, each mark a reminder of powers taken, abilities absorbed through blood and death. The ability to sense conversations about myself had come from a vampire in Salem, her last curse becoming my eternal blessing. The power to craft perfect illusions, stolen from an ancient vampire in Venice who trusted me too much. Alice's gift reached out again, and I let her see what I wished. Her visions reminded me of a small vampire in Paris, 1742, whose ability to see the future had fascinated me. She'd begged at the end, understanding too late what I was. That guilt still burned, even after all these years. Something ancient watches us. Her words drifted to me, making my dead heart ache with bitter truth. If only they knew how ancient, how many lives I'd ended to become what I am. Each power taken had seemed necessary at the time. Survival in a world where vampires hunted their own kind. The monster in me purred at their confusion, but the man I'd become whispered its regrets. I remember each face, each gift that became mine through blood and betrayal. The weight of centuries pressed down as their voices filled my study. Young immortals who did not know the price of true power. Tomorrow I would continue my careful dance of revelation and concealment. Let them see just enough to fear, not enough to run. Perhaps this time could be different. Perhaps these young ones could learn with no death, without adding their gifts to my collection through violence. My reflection ghosted in the window, a face unchanged since my first death, though the eyes held the weight of 1,000 stolen powers. Each ability I'd taken had seemed justified when I took it. Protection, survival, power. The excuses rang hollow now. Edward's determination to uncover my nature tugged at old memories. Another mind reader, another time, another death I'd justified as necessary. The taste of gifted blood still haunted me, sweeter, more potent, filled with power that became mine even as I damned myself further. Their voices faded as the night deepened, but the connection remained. Every mention of my name was another thread connecting me to their lives, their fears. I'd grown too powerful, acquired too many abilities to ever hide. Now I could only hope to guide these young ones away from the fatal curiosity that had led so many others to their deaths. Let this time be different, I thought as their whispers painted pictures of tomorrow's plans. Let me be teacher rather than executioner, guide rather than destroyer. The predator in me hungered for their gifts. Edward's mind reading would complement my own stolen abilities, Alice's visions would add new depths to my power. But I'd grown weary of taking life, of adding new regrets to my ancient burden. The perfect predator, I whispered to the shadows, is the one who learns to resist the hunt. Yet their voices pulled at my consciousness, sweet with possibility. Every power I'd stolen had made the next one easier to take, more tempting to add to my collection. Fighting that urge had become its own kind of eternal struggle. My fingers traced the spines of books older than their entire bloodline, each one containing secrets of abilities long lost to time. Would these young vampires be students or victims? Could I teach them to fear enough to survive without being forced to take their gifts for my own? The night pressed close as I listened to their plans, hoping they would prove wise enough to heed my warnings. For their sake, and for what remained of my damned soul. Chapter 2. The bell's ring carried whispers of my name as students filtered in, Mr. Potter's class, creating delicate threads of awareness in my mind. Each mention strengthened my connection, letting me taste their thoughts, their expectations. Rosalie Cullen entered like winter sunlight, beautiful, cold, dangerous. Her thoughts reached me through Edward's previous mental touches, siblings' connections intertwining. Her carefully constructed disdain masked keen observation as she settled into her seat. Just another human teacher, her thoughts whispered to me, even as her predator's instincts studied my movements. Emmett followed, power contained in carefully measured steps. His mental voice boomed clearer than the others. Eddie's getting worked up over nothing. Every dismissive thought about me created new strands in my web of awareness. Their very certainty of my humanity made them careless with their scrutiny. I felt Alice's gift brush against the moment, trying to pierce the future's veil. With delicate precision, I adjusted what she would see, letting her glimpse me writing on the board, perfectly still, yet flowing with impossible grace. Let her share that vision with her siblings, plant seeds of doubt in their certainty. Today, we'll discuss choices. I kept my voice precisely modulated, each word carrying weight accumulated through centuries. How they echo through time. The irony of teaching immortals about history's weight almost made me smile. Rosalie's perfect eyebrow arched. At least he's not as dull as the last one. Her thoughts drifted to me, carried on the connection her siblings' constant focus had created. Emmett's mental laughter followed, though his eyes held predatory assessment beneath their warmth. I moved with deliberate human imperfection, each gesture calculated to appear natural while hiding ancient grace. Let them watch. Let them search for flaws in my performance. Every suspicious thought, every whispered observation between them, only made their voices clearer in my mind. Rosalie examined her perfect nails, radiating boredom. Yet I noticed how her attention never fully left me, her immortal instincts warring with her conscious dismissal. I shuffled my papers again, adjusted my unnecessary glasses, played up the scholarly awkwardness that would make her categorize me as harmless. In 1789, the French Revolution began with small choices. I continued, deliberately turning my back to them, a move no predator would make if they sensed danger. Individual moments that grew into something world-changing. I watched Emmett relax further in his seat, my apparent vulnerability putting him at ease. Every gesture I made was a careful calculation. The slight tremor in my hand as I wrote on the board, the quiet clearing of my throat, the way I seemed to startle at sudden noises. Each imperfection designed to convince these young immortals that I was exactly what I appeared to be, a mundane teacher, unremarkable and ordinary. Rosalie's perfect features arranged themselves in a practiced disinterest, but I caught the moment her guard lowered completely. My performance had convinced even her careful paranoia. Beside her, Emmett had stopped his subtle monitoring entirely, my apparent frailty removing me from his list of potential threats. The French Revolution wasn't just about starving peasants. I let passion seep into my voice, carefully measured to catch their interest without triggering suspicion. It was about power. Who held it, who wanted it, who would kill to keep it. Rosalie's perfect eyebrow arched slightly, her eternal boredom cracking as I moved into darker territory. I had centuries of experience teaching immortals disguised as humans. They all shared a fascination with power dynamics, with tales of blood and ambition. Marie Antoinette. I continued, letting my voice drop lower, more intimate, didn't just lose her head. She lost a game she didn't know she was playing until it was too late. I fumbled with my chalk again, the deliberate clumsiness making my words seem more potent in contrast. Emmett leaned forward slightly in his seat, his casual sprawl tightening with interest. I had him now, the eternal teenager drawn to stories of violence and strategy. The mob didn't just want bread, I added, watching his eyes light up. They wanted to tear down gods. My hand shook slightly as I wrote on the board, another calculated display of human weakness, while describing the brutal efficiency of the guillotine. Rosalie's perfect features couldn't quite mask her growing engagement. Even immortals loved a good execution story, especially when delivered by someone who appeared so harmlessly academic. Imagine. I adjusted my glasses nervously, playing up the contrast between my seemingly timid demeanor and the bloody history I described, being so powerful one day, untouchable, divine, and the next, watching everything crumble. My voice cracked perfectly on crumble, a masterpiece of apparent human emotion. Rosalie and Emmett exchanged glances, their instinctive dismissal of the boring human teacher warring with their fascination for the subject matter. I had crafted this lesson specifically for immortal sensibilities, tales of power lost and gained, of hubris and fall, all while maintaining my facade of scholarly anxiety. Next class, I nearly dropped my textbook for effect. We'll discuss how the survivors adapted, how they learned to hide in plain sight, to become invisible not through absence. I paused, adjusting my tie with trembling fingers, but through perfect performance of normalcy. The bell rang and they gathered their things. But I noted how they moved slower than usual, their eternal grace momentarily forgotten in their engagement. I had done what no human teacher had managed, made immortals forget their boredom without making them question why. As they left, I heard Emmett mutter to Rosalie, "Okay, maybe Edward's wrong about him being suspicious, but he's definitely not boring." Rosalie's small nod of agreement told me my performance had hit its mark perfectly. After all, the most effective predator wasn't the one who appeared dangerous. It was the one who made even immortals lower their guard while feeding them lessons about their own vulnerability. The Cullens discussion drifted to me as clearly as wind chimes in a storm, their cafeteria table far from human ears, but not from my awareness. He's just a history teacher with a flair for the dramatic. Rosalie's voice carried her typical disdain. Though I'll admit his take on the French Revolution was interesting. The way he described Marie Antoinette's fall from power. "Dude knows his executions," Emmett chuckled, but Edward cut him off sharply. "Didn't you notice how perfectly he fumbled with everything? How his hands shook at exactly the right moments to seem human?" Edward's frustration painted his words. Each movement calculated, like he's performing humanity rather than living it. "You're being paranoid," Rosalie snapped, but I caught the slight hesitation in her voice. Though there was something about the way he talked about hiding in plain sight. The survivors learning to become invisible. Emmett quoted, his usual playfulness dimming slightly. "Kinda hit close to home, didn't it?" Alice's soft voice joined in. He looked right at me in my vision when he said that, like he was teaching us specifically, not the class. "See?" Edward pressed. "Everything's too perfect, his clumsy moments, his nervous adjustments, even how he makes history fascinating enough to keep immortals interested. When was the last time any of you actually paid attention in class?" Silence fell over their table as my careful performance began unraveling in their minds. How delicious to hear them piecing together the puzzle while still missing the larger picture. The way he turned his back to us, Rosalie mused slowly. "No human does that instinctively around our kind. They usually keep us in their sight, even if they don't know why. All things that can be fabricated." Edward's voice carried triumph at finally getting through to them. "The question is, what is he? And why is he here?" I smiled in my empty classroom, savoring their growing unease. Let them debate my nature. Let them search for cracks in my performance. Their very discussion made them easier to monitor, their suspicions becoming my window into their thoughts. The game was evolving beautifully. Now to see how young immortals handled the dawning realization that they might not be the most dangerous creatures stalking the halls of Forks High. Their lunchtime debate about my nature drifted to my consciousness, amusing me as I sat in my classroom grading papers. Perhaps I'd been a touch too theatrical with the French Revolution lesson. A simple adjustment would be required. Tomorrow I'd display different weaknesses, a slight cough perhaps, some subtle signs of aging that young immortals, forever frozen in youth, often forgot to look for. The art was in the inconsistency of the performance. Humans weren't perfectly imperfect every moment, after all. The way he turned his back to us, Rosalie's growing suspicion made me smile. Time to give her something else to focus on. Perhaps I'd show signs of noticing her beauty, then awkwardly avoid eye contact. Play the role of a middle-aged teacher uncomfortable with his own fleeting attraction to a student. She'd find that so tediously human, it would override her other concerns. Edward's certainty about my performance being too perfect gave me pause. He was sharper than I'd anticipated. I need to make more natural mistakes, drop things at irregular intervals rather than calculated moments, show genuine frustration when technology failed rather than scholarly fumbling. What is he? Alice wondered aloud to her siblings. An excellent question, one I'd ensure they never answer correctly. Next class I'd arrive slightly disheveled, as if I'd rushed from home, forgotten a crucial paper on my desk. Humans lived lives of constant small chaos, something eternally young vampires often forgot. I began planning next week's lessons, weaving in subtle messages that would appeal to their immortal perspective while appearing completely innocent to human ears. Tales of people throughout history who'd hidden in plain sight, yes, but mixed with enough mundane historical facts to blur the implications. The real art would be in making them doubt their current doubts. Perhaps a moment of genuine clumsiness, a paper cut that would test their control. Let them smell real blood, see real weakness. Sometimes the truth made the best camouflage. The Cullen's golden eyes stirred memories I'd buried beneath centuries of careful glamours. My fingers traced the invisible scar across my throat, a reminder of trust betrayed, of love turned to ash. The memory burned worse than transformation. He stood before my throne, my first creation, my most beloved. I'd given him immortality, taught him to hunt, to rule. His red eyes once looked at me with devotion. Now they held only cold ambition. You've grown weak. His voice carried through marble halls where we'd once laughed together. Protecti numans. Showing mercy? This isn't what you taught me. Behind him, the others gathered. Each one I'd turned personally. Each one I'd trusted with pieces of my heart. Vampires I'd made into a family now turned to enemies. They'd learned my lessons about power too well. Father, he used the old title like a weapon. It's time for a stronger king. I saw it in their eyes. The betrayal planned for centuries while I believed their lies of loyalty. My children, my chosen ones, now bearing fangs at their creator. The guard I'd trained stood with them, turned against me by promises of power and freedom. The crown grew heavy as they approached. I could have fought, could have torn them apart with abilities gathered through ages. But looking into eyes I'd once seen change from human to immortal, I felt my dead heart shatter. You taught us to take what we want. My firstborn smiled with familiar cruelty. My own teaching turned back on me. Consider this your final lesson. Their combined attack nearly destroyed me. As venom-coated blades pierced my flesh, as fire threatened to end my existence, I saw my mistake. I taught them to hunger for power, but never showed them mercy. I'd created perfect predators without teaching them to love. The glamour rippled with phantom pain. I steadied it with practiced ease, letting crushed herbs and ancient words hide the scars no one could see. The young ones hunting my secrets would never guess their teacher once created an army of monsters who'd learned his lessons too well. Better now to teach with wisdom than power. Better to show these golden-eyed vampires that mercy wasn't weakness, that restraint could be stronger than ability. Let them keep their gentle hearts, I thought, adjusting my tie with trembling fingers. Let them never know how it feels to be torn apart by those you gave eternal life. Some betrayals cut deeper than venom. Some lessons were written in the ashes of everything you loved. The bell rang with perfect timing as Alice and Jasper entered my classroom. her steps faltering slightly, no doubt seeing visions of what I planned to do. But plans could change as easily as autumn leaves turned in wind. I deliberately stumbled over my own feet, catching myself on the desk. "Excuse me," I muttered, adjusting my glasses with trembling fingers. Jasper's gift pushed waves of calm toward me, trying to steady what he perceived as human nervousness. If only he knew how easy emotions were to fabricate. "Today we're discussing the Civil War," I announced, watching Jasper's spine stiffen imperceptibly. I felt his interest spark despite himself. His own war, his own time. Just as I'd planned, Alice's eyes went distant, a vision showing me walking to the right side of the classroom. Instead, I moved left, watching confusion flicker across her perfect features. Her gift showed her possibilities, but I'd learned long ago how to dance between the moments she could see. The soldiers faced horrors beyond imagination. I let my voice quaver perfectly, while manufacturing the exact emotional cocktail that would intrigue Jasper's empathic senses. Deep pain tinged with personal knowledge, carefully crafted to feel genuine. The nights were the worst, they say, when you couldn't see what was coming. Alice's hand gripped her desk as another vision hit her. She saw me picking up the chalk, but instead I reached for a book, then changed course mid-motion to grab a paper instead. Each tiny deviation from her visions made her doubt her gift more. "Fear," I continued, letting false emotion color my words while watching Jasper try to read me. "Fear of the darkness, of what waited in the shadows. Some say soldiers face things that weren't entirely human." My hands shook as I wrote on the board, a perfect display of unconscious anxiety. Jasper leaned forward slightly, his gift probing the artificial emotions I projected. Fascination warred with his suspicion as I layered my performance. Scholarly enthusiasm barely masking deeper currents of understanding that no human teacher should possess. Alice's frustration grew with each moment I defied her visions. "Reach for the chalk, grab a book instead. Walk to the window, turn to the map instead. Drop my papers, catch them at the last second." Like a dance between moments, always one step ahead of what she saw. The history books tell us one story. I fumbled with my glasses again, playing the passionate but awkward teacher to perfection. But imagine what other secrets those battlefields might have held. Jasper's gift pushed harder, trying to understand the complex emotions I manufactured. Let him sense the edge of something deeper, something his power couldn't quite grasp. Like catching a shadow's movement from the corner of your eye. The lesson continued, a masterpiece of misdirection. Every time Alice's gift reached for the future, I shifted in the present. Each time Jasper's ability touched my emotional state, I gave him something new to puzzle over. Young immortals, thinking their gifts made them powerful. They never considered that some predators learned to hunt between the moments that could be seen, to craft emotions that felt real while being false as morning mist. Under it all, I maintained my human facade, nervous adjustments, slight tremors, the occasional stumble. Let them think their gifts almost caught something strange. The art was in the almost, in the doubt that bloomed like night flowers in their immortal minds. The final bell rang as I wrapped up my lecture, carefully dropping chalk for the third time. "Remember your essays on." I patted my pockets with increasing anxiety, the perfect picture of a scattered professor. "Oh dear, where did I put that assignment sheet?" Students filed out, some hiding smiles at their teacher's apparent chaos. I could feel Jasper's gift testing my manufactured emotions. Genuine frustration layered with embarrassment, all fabricated as carefully as my fumbling movements. "Professor Potter?" A female student lingered, her crush evident in her flushed cheeks. "Do you need help finding Dash?" No. I waved her off, managing to knock over a stack of papers in the process. "I'm sure it's here it is." I pulled the crumpled sheet from my back pocket, projecting the perfect mix of relief and self-deprecation that made humans see nothing but endearing humanity. The Cullens were last to leave, Alice's eyes distant as she tried to see my next movements. I gave her plenty to work with. In her visions, I would carefully stack my papers. Instead, I dropped them, smoothly packed my briefcase, fumbled with the clasp until it broke, walked confidently to my car, stumbled over nothing at all. "Tomorrow's assignment," I called after them, my voice cracking slightly as I grabbed for scattered papers. Don't forget the oh. My glasses clattered to the floor as I bent down, and I made a show of squinting helplessly without them. In the parking lot, I took my performance to new heights. The wind caught my papers, carefully loosened beforehand, sending them dancing across the wet pavement. I chased them with the slightly stiff movements of a middle-aged man who sat too long at his desk, each stumble and grasp perfectly timed. "Oh no, no, no," I muttered, loud enough for vampire hearing as one paper sailed under Emmett's Jeep. My keys slipped through trembling fingers as I tried to juggle my briefcase, scattered papers, and half-open umbrella. Rosalie's perfect lips twitched as I nearly face-planted reaching for a gradebook. Jasper felt nothing but genuine human distress and embarrassment rolling off me in waves. Edward's suspicious frown wavered as he watched me drop my umbrella for the third time. Just one moment. I called to no one in particular, my voice carrying that edge of desperate cheerfulness humans get when everything's going wrong. The rain picked up. Perfect timing, soaking my papers and making my fingers slip on everything they touched. Finally, I managed to get into my car, after 3 attempts to put my key in upside down. The engine coughed, a carefully maintained problem I created just for such moments, and I pulled out with the slightly jerky movements of someone who learned to drive later in life. The living room felt suffocating despite not needing to breathe. I paced while my siblings lounged, their thoughts a chorus of dismissal and amusement at my paranoia. Edward, seriously. Rosalie examined her perfect nails, her mind radiating irritation. The man nearly fell over his own briefcase. 3 times. He's just a clumsy human teacher who makes history. Interesting, but I couldn't shake the wrongness of it all. Every movement Mr. Potter made felt calculated, like watching a dance where each stumble was choreographed, each fumble precisely timed. His thoughts, too, so perfectly organized, so neatly arranged. Humans' minds were chaos, a jumble of desires and fears. His mind was like a library where every book sat exactly where it should. "You should have felt his emotions," Jasper drawled from the couch. Nothing but genuine human anxiety, scholarly passion, and that particular brand of embarrassment humans get when they're naturally clumsy. But something in his tone held a question, a tiny seed of doubt he wouldn't acknowledge. "Did you see him with that umbrella, though?" Emmett's booming laugh filled the room. Pure comedy gold. No one could fake being that hopeless. My dead heart would have raced with frustration if it could. How could they not see it? The way he moved between moments of perfect grace and calculated clumsiness. The too convenient timing of every dropped paper, every stumbled step. But Alice's visions. I started, only to have Rosalie cut me off. Alice has been wrong before. Maybe she's just having an off day. But Alice sat silent in the corner, her normally dancing thoughts troubled and still. I caught fragments of her attempts to see our teacher, each vision shattering like glass the moment it formed. No one's future changed that perfectly, that consistently. His mind. I tried again. It's too ordered, too dash. "Not everyone's brain is a mess like yours, Edward," Rosalie snapped. "Some humans actually have their lives together." I caught my reflection in the window. Had I become paranoid? Was I seeing threats where there were none? But then I remembered how Mr. Potter's thoughts aligned too perfectly whenever I reached for them. How his clumsiness only happened when vampires were watching. "The way he teaches history," I said softly. "Like he lived it." "He's passionate about his subject," Jasper replied, but I caught the slight hesitation in his thoughts. "Though the Civil War lecture today, see." I seized on his doubt. "Something's not dash enough." Rosalie stood in one fluid motion. "Not every mystery needs solving, Edward. Sometimes a human is just a human." But Alice's troubled eyes met mine across the room. Her visions never failed this consistently, this specifically, and no human mind arranged itself as perfectly as a stage set for viewing. I subsided into silence, letting my siblings believe they'd won. But I couldn't shake the feeling that we were all playing parts in someone else's performance, and our teacher was the only one who knew the full script. His footsteps, I muttered, pacing our living room while my siblings' thoughts radiated increasing annoyance. They're too measured when he thinks no one's watching. Then the moment vampire eyes are on him, instant chaos. "Oh my God!" Rosalie threw a cushion at my head with perfect aim. He's just human. Your obsession is getting ridiculous. But I'd been cataloging everything. The way his thoughts arranged themselves too perfectly whenever I reached for them. How his clumsiness had a rhythm to it, like music played at exactly the right moments. Tomorrow, I turned to Alice, ignoring Rosalie's dramatic sigh. We'll watch him before class starts. When he thinks he's alone, dash. No, Jasper cut in, waves of calm, trying to smother my determination. You're not dragging Alice into your paranoid surveillance. Her gift's been giving her headaches all day. Alice sat curled in her corner, her thoughts a jumbled mess of shattered visions. Every time she tried to see Mr. Potter, reality shifted just enough to break the future she glimpsed. No human could do that. Listen to yourself. Rosalie stood, her thoughts sharp with genuine concern now. You sound insane. A human teacher orchestrating his thoughts? Planning his clumsy moments? The front door opened, saving me from response. Carlyle's familiar mind approached, already concerned by the tension he sensed. Edward's losing it. Rosalie thought directly at me. He needs help. Just looking out for him. Emmett's thoughts were gentler. He's not been himself lately. What's happening? Carlyle asked, though his thoughts told me he'd already heard most of it from the hospital staff. Whispers about the brilliant new history teacher, the one who made even difficult students engage. Edward thinks Mr. Potter is some kind of threat, Jasper explained, still trying to calm the room. Despite the fact that I can feel only human emotions from him, that he trips over his own feet, that he's exactly what he appears to be, a passionate teacher who makes history interesting. His thoughts line up too perfectly. I insisted, hearing how it sounded even as I said it. And Alice's visions dash. Have been wrong before, Rosalie cut in. Tell him, Carlyle. Tell him he's being paranoid. Carlyle's mind was a quiet pool of concern as he studied me. Edward, let's talk in my study. I followed him upstairs, catching my siblings' thoughts. Finally, someone will talk sense into him. Rosalie, this isn't like Edward. Emmett's emotions are scattered, unfocused. Jasper and Alice, her mental voice barely a whisper. But I saw him look right at me through my vision. Carlyle's study wrapped around us like a cocoon of calm. He sat behind his desk, his thoughts carefully ordered. Tell me everything you've observed. Not what you suspect. What you've actually seen. His thoughts. I began, then stopped. How could I explain the wrongness of a mind that felt like a carefully arranged display? When I reach for them, they're too neat. Humans' thoughts scatter, jump between topics. His line up like books on a shelf, each one perfectly placed for me to find. And you believe he's doing this intentionally? Carlyle's tone held no judgment, but his thoughts whispered of concern for my stability. You don't understand. Frustration made my voice crack. It's like watching someone perform humanity instead of living it. Every movement calculated, every thought arranged, every clumsy moment timed perfectly for vampire eyes. Edward. Carlyle leaned forward, his compassion wrapping around me like a blanket. Sometimes we start seeing threats where none exist. It's a natural response to our eternal vigilance. Perhaps this isn't paranoia. But even as I said it, doubt crept in. Was I imagining it all? Had decades of reading minds made me see patterns that weren't there? Take a few days off school, Carlyle suggested gently. Hunt, clear your mind. Mr. Potter will still be there when you return. If he's really a threat, his thoughts added kindly, time will reveal it. We don't need to solve every mystery immediately. I wanted to argue more, but what proof did I have? A two-order mind? Clumsiness that seemed staged? Alice's confused visions that could be explained by any number of things? Carlyle's hand on my shoulder felt like an anchor in my storm of suspicions. His thoughts radiated paternal concern rather than the dismissal I'd faced from my siblings. Son, his voice gentle but firm, will it help if I look into his medical history, where we can fully stamp this out and maybe help you? Understand, I almost refused, knowing it would lead nowhere. Someone capable of orchestrating their thoughts so perfectly would have an impeccable paper trail. Yet Carlyle's desire to help, to take my concerns seriously even while doubting them. He'll have records, I said slowly, voicing my real fear. Perfect ones. Too perfect like everything else about him. But yes, please look. Carlyle's mind showed me his planned approach. Careful inquiries at the hospital, discreet background checks through his medical connections. No stone left unturned, if only to give me peace of mind. Thank you. I managed, though frustration still clawed at my throat, for not just dismissing this like the others. Edward. Carlyle's thoughts matched his gentle tone. I've known you for over a century. You don't fixate without reason. While I may not see what you see, I trust your instincts enough to investigate. From downstairs, Rosalie's thoughts cut sharp with disapproval. Great. Enable his paranoia, why don't you? But beneath her mental sarcasm, I caught a flicker of genuine worry. Promise me something, though, Carlyle continued, his mind showing concern for my growing isolation from the family. While I look into this, try to step back. Observe without obsessing. If Mr. Potter is something other than what he appears, rushing to expose him won't help us understand what. I nodded, though we both knew it was a half-truth. How could I step back when every interaction with our history teacher felt like watching a master actor perform? When his thoughts arranged themselves too perfectly every time I reached for them. And Edward, Carlyle added as I turned to leave, whatever we find or don't find, you're not alone in this. Even if the others don't understand yet. His sincerity wrapped around me like a blanket, but couldn't quite warm the cold certainty in my dead heart. Because I knew what we'd find in Mr. Potter's records, a life documented with the same perfect precision as his thoughts, each detail crafted to withstand exactly this kind of scrutiny. The question wasn't what we'd find in his past. It was why someone would need to construct such a flawless facade in the first place. Their voices reached me in my quiet study, each mention of Mr. Potter bringing their conversation into crystal clarity. Edward's frustrated accusations, Rosalie's sharp dismissal, Carlyle's gentle intervention, all of it flowed into my consciousness like water seeking lowest ground. Son, will it help if I look into his medical history? My fingers traced the rim of my teacup, an old habit from when drinks actually provided comfort. Poor Edward. His gift made him both more perceptive and more isolated. He sensed the wrongness in my perfectly arranged thoughts but couldn't prove what his instincts screamed at him. I'd crafted those medical records centuries ago, updating them with meticulous care through the decades. Every vaccination, every routine checkup, even a carefully documented case of childhood chickenpox, all fabricated with the precision that only time and experience could perfect. Let Carlyle search. He'd find exactly what any respectable teacher should have. You don't fixate without reason. Carlyle's faith in his son pulled at something ancient in my dead heart. For a moment, I almost wanted to leave a crack in my facade, give Edward something concrete to grasp, a small validation of his suspicions. But I crushed that dangerous impulse before it fully formed. The last time I'd shown mercy revealed too much. The memory threatened to surface. Marble Hall's betrayal flames, but I pushed it down with centuries of practice. No, better they think Edward paranoid than start pulling at threads that could unravel so much more than my carefully constructed identity. Whatever we find, or don't find, you're not alone in this. My hands trembled slightly, the teacup clinking against its saucer. Carlyle's paternal devotion reminded me too much of, but no. That way lay memories best left buried in marble and ancient regrets. I set about grading papers, letting the mundane task ground me in my role. Let Edward suspicious. Let Carlyle search. My past was a masterpiece of careful documentation, each detail crafted to withstand immortal scrutiny. Some facades were too vital to risk, some secrets too dangerous to share, even if it meant watching a young vampire doubt his own mind. Forgive me, Edward, I thought, knowing he couldn't hear. But some mysteries are best left unsolved, some predators best left undiscovered. For everyone's sake, the meeting droned on, humans discussing locks and cameras while true predators walked among them. Charlie's concerns about the security system sparked another memory. Marble halls, red eyes watching through hidden passages. Some lessons from the old guard remained useful, even after abandoning their violent ways. The gymnasium's fluorescent lights hummed above like dying insects, casting shadows that made humans instinctively uneasy. I sat perfectly still, not vampire still, but human still with carefully timed shifts and fidgets. Around me, parents and teachers radiated anxiety beneath their casual facades. Charlie Swan drew my attention immediately. His posture spoke of predator awareness, though he'd never know why his instincts marked me as something to watch. Centuries of hunting had taught me to recognize those rare humans whose inner alarm bells rang true, even if their conscious minds dismissed the warning. Security measures? His voice carried authority earned through years of protecting his territory. In another life, he might have made an impressive immortal. But some humans served better purposes alive, especially ones who kept their towns quiet and uncomplicated. Mrs. Mallory's words about nearby towns made my dead heart stir with interest. I've been tracking those incidents. Vampires growing careless, leaving traces that made humans nervous. Young ones probably drunk on power and ignorant of the attention they drew. Forks is quiet, Charlie insisted, and I caught the edge in his voice that matched my own desires. Yes, Forks needed to stay quiet. Too much attention might draw the wrong kind of visitors, the ones I'd spent centuries avoiding. The mention of La Push made me adjust my glasses unnecessarily. The wolves hadn't stirred in years, but if vampires were hunting nearby, I pushed the thought away. That was a complication I couldn't afford, not with the Cullens already making things delicate. A break-in at the edge of town, someone added, and I cataloged the information carefully. Not vampires, they didn't need to break in, but humans growing nervous, starting to notice things they shouldn't that could become problematic. I manufactured a concerned frown, adding just enough tension to my shoulders to match the room's mood. Perhaps, I spoke up, letting my voice waver slightly with professorial uncertainty. We could consider subtle measures, something that wouldn't alarm the students unnecessarily. Charlie's eyes flickered to me, his instincts prompting another unconscious assessment. I gave him exactly what he expected to see, a slightly nervous teacher, caring but ultimately harmless. The art was in being forgettable even while speaking. Let them discuss their security measures. Let them install cameras and add patrols. It would make them feel safer while actually making them easier to monitor. Sometimes the best way to hide wasn't in shadows, but in helping humans build their illusions of safety. Motion sensors might help, a parent suggested, making me hide a smile behind my hand, as if technology could catch creatures who moved faster than human eyes could track. Still, I noted Charlie's thoughtful nod, the way his instincts made him focus on darker corners even in this well-lit gym. The school's perimeter needs better lighting, Charlie added, and I caught that edge in his voice again. Pure predator awareness wrapped in human authority. His kind had always fascinated me, these mortals born with hunters' instincts. In the old days, they'd been recruited, turned, their natural gifts enhanced by venom. But those practices led to complications. I adjusted my glasses, deliberately catching the fluorescent glare. What about the woods behind the football field? My voice carried just enough tremor to sound concerned rather than calculating. Students often cut through there after late practices. Charlie's sharp gaze swept to me, his primitive warning system prickling again. I met his eyes with the perfect mix of nervous respect and academic worry, letting him see exactly what he expected. Just another teacher concerned for his students. Good point, Mr. Potter, he nodded, already planning patrol routes in his head. Perfect. More police presence meant regular patterns I could track, blind spots I could exploit. We should extend the lighting there first. The mention of the woods sparked murmurs about the animal attacks in nearby towns. If they only knew those weren't animal teeth leaving marks, or that their new history teacher could name the exact vampires responsible by the killing patterns alone. Perhaps we could form a volunteer committee? I suggested, manufacturing a slight flush of embarrassment when heads turned my way. To help coordinate these changes, I'd be happy to assist with organizing. Charlie seemed to approve, though his hand unconsciously moved closer to his weapon when I spoke. Fascinating how his body recognized the threat his mind couldn't comprehend. In my younger days, I might have tested those instincts, pushed to see how far that awareness extended. But age had taught me the value of being overlooked. The meeting shifted to budget concerns, but my mind raced with possibilities. Camera blind spots would need to be memorized, patrol patterns logged. A proper security system, carefully monitored, could actually help mask supernatural activity. After all, humans trusted technology. If their cameras showed nothing unusual, they'd doubt their own eyes when they glimpsed something too fast to follow. I think this is a step in the right direction. I offered into a quiet moment, every word calculated to reinforce my harmless facade. The student's safety should be our priority. Charlie's eyes met mine again, that flicker of unease passing through them. Poor man, fighting instincts he couldn't understand. But he'd serve my purposes better uncertain than aware. Sometimes the most effective guardian was one who didn't know what they were truly guarding against. The gym lights flickered, making humans shift uneasily in their seats. Such fragile creatures, trying to protect themselves with plastic cameras and artificial light. Still, their efforts would make my job easier, monitoring the town's supernatural elements while maintaining my cover. The meeting dispersed into Fork's eternal mist, humans scattering like leaves in wind. My dead heart hummed with satisfaction, another thread woven perfectly into my tapestry of belonging. But Charlie Swan, his presence demanded more careful attention. I approached with calculated casualness, each movement designed to trigger neither his predatory instincts nor his police training. Good to finally meet you, Chief Swan, letting warmth color my voice while keeping my handshake deliberately weak. Just another soft-handed academic. I've heard much about your work protecting our community. His grip held that unconscious testing strength all natural hunters possessed. Over centuries, I'd learned to recognize his type. Humans whose inner alarms rang true even if their minds couldn't comprehend why. In the old days, they'd made the most dangerous vampire hunters. Mr. Potter, right? His eyes held that keen edge that had probably saved his life more than once. Or, do you prefer Harry? Harry's fine, I replied, manufacturing the perfect blend of friendly professionalism. Let him see what he expected. Just another teacher, perhaps a bit more observant than most, but ultimately harmless. The art lay in being memorable enough to trust, forgettable enough to overlook. Our discussion of Port Angelus's strange incidents made my predator instincts stir. Young vampires leaving traces, drawing attention. Sloppy. In my darker days, such carelessness would have earned swift correction. Always best to err on the side of caution, I agreed, watching how his hand unconsciously moved closer to his weapon when I spoke. Fascinating how deeply those protective instincts ran. Places like this, they have their own rhythm. The mention of his daughter coming to Forks caught my interest. Another piece moving into play, another variable to consider. I need to adjust my performance accordingly. Perhaps show extra attention to helping her settle in, reinforce my role as the caring teacher. I'll keep an eye out for her, I promised, letting concern color my tone while suppressing a smile at the irony. If he only knew what kind of eyes would be watching. We parted with carefully crafted warmth, but my mind raced with implications. Charlie's instincts made him dangerous, but also useful. Better to have him trust Harry Potter completely, see me as an ally in protecting his precious town. Sometimes the best camouflage was helping guard the very things you hunted. The weekend settled over Forks like a funeral shroud, while I tracked the Cullens' hunting patterns with ancient patience. Their careful routines, their disciplined feeding schedule, so different from the chaos I'd once been tasked with controlling. Young Edward's suspicions might complicate things, but Charlie's trust would help balance that scale. Chapter 3. One evening as I walked through the misty streets, I caught something that stopped me in my tracks. The scent struck like winter lightning, ancient, controlled, powerful. Another immortal had crossed into my territory, their passage deliberately subtle. No Cullen carried this weight of ages. My dead heart would have raced if it could. Finally, prey worthy of the hunt. Every sense heightened as I tracked through mist-laden streets. The scent told stories to those who knew how to read them. Over 5 centuries old, by the crystalline undertone that only came with age. Moving with purpose, not fear. Each step placed with predatory precision, barely disturbing the air around them. The monster in me stirred fully awake. This wasn't some newborn to be easily dispatched. This was an equal, perhaps even a superior hunter. Their trail was masterful, almost invisible to anything less than my centuries of experience. Where young ones left obvious paths, This one moved like thought through shadow. I slipped into hunting mode, calling on skills honed in darker times. Track the spaces between scents. Watch for the two perfect areas where someone deliberately left no trace. The oldest ones didn't flee messily. They crafted their trails like artists, each false lead a brushstroke in a larger design. The forest welcomed two apex predators to its shadows. I caught the pattern now. They'd walked one path while their scent suggested another. Classic misdirection, beautifully executed. But I'd invented some of these techniques they employed. Kneeling, I read deeper stories. Weight perfectly distributed. No favored side to suggest fighting style. No broken twigs or disturbed leaves. They moved above ground level, using trees to split their trail. Clever. Most trackers would lose them here, but the moisture in the air held secrets they couldn't hide. Minute differences in the fog's pattern showed their true path. Heading not east as the false trail suggested, but north, probably counting on the Cullen's territory to discourage pursuit. This was no frightened, immortal fleeing persecution. This was a deliberate incursion, a testing of boundaries. The precision of their movements, the elegant deception in their trail, they were hunting something. Or someone. My own predator instinct sang with recognition. Here was a game worth playing, an opponent worth stalking. Young vampires could be dispatched easily enough, but this would require all my accumulated skill. I stood, letting centuries of experience map their true course. They'd circle back, expecting pursuit to follow their false trails. Would probably observe their hunter from shadows, assess their opponent's skill. Standard tactics for our kind's elite. Perfect. Let them think they watched an ordinary tracker following obvious trails. The best predator was the one your prey never recognized as a threat until it was far too late. The night deepened around me as I began my true hunt. Sometimes the oldest game was still the most dangerous and the most thrilling. Tracking. The thought clicked into place as I analyzed their path's precise patterns. The ability to consciously manipulate their own trail, craft false leads that could fool even the most experienced hunters. I'd encountered one before, centuries ago, no, lock that memory away. Focus on the hunt. Their technique was exquisite. Where normal vampires left psychic impressions in their wake, this one could weave false emotions into their trail. A touch of fear here, suggesting they'd fled east. Confidence there, hinting at a northern route. But the actual path. I closed my eyes, letting older instincts surface. The air molecules told the truth their gift tried to hide. Vampire passage affected atmospheric pressure in microscopic ways, something their ability couldn't fully mask. I tracked these subtle changes, building a map in my mind. They were moving in a complex spiral, each loop designed to confuse pursuit. I noted their tactical choices with professional appreciation. They'd used rain-heavy branches to wash away physical traces, crossed their own path at precise angles to blur their timeline. Even laid false scents using collected vegetation. Beautiful work. Almost perfect. Almost. But they didn't know what they hunted. Couldn't know that I'd spent centuries developing counters to every vampire gift imaginable. Their evasion ability might fool traditional tracking, but I'd learned to hunt using dozens of methods simultaneously. Electromagnetic disturbance patterns in the air. Subtle variations in wildlife behavior. The minute crystallization of dew, where vampire passage had briefly altered air temperature. They could mask their trail, but not the cascade of environmental changes their presence triggered. I began laying my own counters, careful not to reveal too much skill. Let them think their gift was working. First, follow one of their obvious false trails, but alter my pursuit pattern to suggest experience but not ancient tracking ability. Make them believe they'd correctly identified their hunter's capabilities. Their spiral pattern suggested they were mapping the area, probably gathering intelligence on the Cullen territory. Not an immediate threat, but one that required handling. I could end the hunt quickly, but that might draw attention. No, better to play this game with precise restraint. I laid my own false trails, using techniques that would appear clever, but not impossible for a younger vampire to know. Every move calculated to paint a picture of a competent, but not extraordinary hunter. Let them think they faced a simple territorial challenger rather than something far older. The night air carried traces of their passage north, their actual path, not the false trails. They'd double back soon, expecting to observe their pursuer following dead ends. Instead, they'd find carefully crafted evidence of a frustrated tracker losing their trail. The tracker's patterns had grown quiet these past days. Either they'd withdrawn to observe or shifted territory entirely. No matter. I had other prey to toy with, and Edward Cullen's growing paranoia provided perfect entertainment for a midweek morning. I arranged the test papers with deliberate human clumsiness, letting my fingers tremble slightly when placing Edward's version on top. His questionnaire was a masterpiece of subtle provocation, each question crafted from historical knowledge no ordinary teacher should possess. Details about ancient Rome that only someone who'd walked those streets could know. Little traces of truth hidden in seemingly academic queries. Let's see how deep your suspicions run, young one, I thought while manufacturing surface concerns about coffee and grading deadlines. The art was in the balance, making the questions just unusual enough to trigger his instincts, but not so obviously supernatural that his family would believe him. The bell rang, sending human hearts fluttering with test anxiety. Their blood perfumed the air with stress-sweetened notes that I'd learned to ignore centuries ago. Edward entered last, his predator's grace barely contained beneath his human facade. His gift reached automatically for my thoughts, finding exactly what I'd arranged for him to see. Today, I kept my voice professionally steady while letting just a hint of ancient knowledge color the words. We're exploring history's deeper mysteries. I met Edward's suspicious gaze for precisely 1.87 seconds, long enough to trigger his instincts, not long enough to seem unnatural to human observers. The questions I crafted would torment him beautifully. How could a simple teacher know the exact shade of marble used in forgotten Roman temples? The precise words carved above doors long turned to dust? Let him wonder. Let him doubt. Let him try to convince his dismissive family that his paranoia had merit. Sometimes the most effective hunt, I thought while distributing papers with careful human slowness, is the one that makes your prey question their own mind. Even now, I kept part of my awareness extended for the tracker's return. But this game with Edward provided its own kind of satisfaction, a different sort of predatory pleasure, more subtle but no less thrilling than physical pursuit. After all, the perfect predator knew how to hunt on multiple levels simultaneously. The bell scattered human students, but Edward Cullen remained, a predator trying to hide behind prey's clothing. I caught the micro expressions even his vampire control couldn't fully mask. Frustration in the set of his jaw, determination in his too-perfect posture. How interesting. He'd abandoned observation for direct confrontation, a tactical error born of desperation. Mr. Potter. His voice carried layers of challenge beneath careful politeness. My test was different. Let's see how deep this game goes. I thought while maintaining a surface stream of mundane teacher concerns for his gift to catch. The art of mental warfare wasn't just about hiding thoughts. It was about making the obvious seem suspicious and the suspicious seem obvious. Different. I let my hands tremble slightly while arranging papers. Every movement calculated to appear uncalculated. Are you suggesting I've singled you out? A perfect blend of academic concern and subtle defensiveness. Exactly what a human teacher would feel if falsely accused. His gift pushed harder against my thoughts, searching for cracks. I gave him exactly what would torment him most. Genuine confusion on the surface, textbook anxiety beneath that, and just a whisper of something ancient buried so deep he'd question if he'd sensed it at all. The question seemed intended to test knowledge that's hardly taught here. His control slipped fractionally, voice too smooth, posture too still. He was used to being the superior predator in any room. The uncertainty was eating at him. I layered my response carefully. I tried to challenge students according to their capabilities. Truth made the perfect camouflage for lies. Let him dissect that sentence for hours, wondering if it held deeper meaning or if his paranoia was making him see shadows in sunlight. The psychological battle intensified with each exchange. I kept my thoughts rigidly organized, lesson plans at the surface, grading concerns beneath, then a carefully crafted layer of mild anxiety about this confrontation. But beneath that, just a hint of something vast and dark, like catching movement in deep water. Enough to make him doubt. not enough to confirm. His frustration leaked through in tells only another immortal would recognize. The fractionally too long pauses, the way his fingers wanted to curl in a fist but didn't. He'd come seeking confirmation of his suspicions and found only masterfully crafted uncertainty. For my next move, I'd let him catch me in what appeared to be a historical mistake. Something subtle, a date slightly wrong, a name seemingly confused. He'd research it, find I was actually correct, and spend hours wondering if it was intentional. The best psychological warfare was the kind your opponent inflicted on themselves. "Thank you for clarifying," he finally said, retreating with perfect politeness that barely masked his inner turmoil. I watched him leave while planning the next phase of our mental chess match. Tomorrow, I'd appear slightly distracted. Let him catch glimpses of thoughts that seemed too ordered for a human mind. Plant seeds of doubt that would flower into beautiful paranoia. After Edward's departure, Jessica Stanley's racing heartbeat drew my attention. She lingered outside my door, her blood sweetened with attraction and anxiety. Young love, so predictable, so potentially problematic. I carefully adjusted my demeanor, shifting from the intense, focused Edward required to a more approachable, slightly awkward teacher persona. "Mr. Potter?" Her voice quivered slightly as she entered. I kept my movements deliberately human slow, maintaining extra distance. Centuries had taught me how to handle human infatuation without encouraging it. About the questionnaire, I manufactured a small stumble as I gathered papers, using clumsiness to break any romantic tension. "Ah, yes. Did you find it challenging?" I avoided direct eye contact. Vampire charm could be dangerous with susceptible humans, even when carefully controlled. Her pulse quickened as she moved closer. Poor child, I thought while projecting careful professional distance. She had no idea she was batting her eyelashes at something that could drain her life in seconds. Not that I'd left such base hungers behind ages ago. Still, her instincts should have warned her better. She twisted her hair nervously. I wanted to make sure my answers weren't too basic. My attention briefly shifted to Angela Weber. Now, there was a truly interesting mind. She caught subtle references I'd buried in the today's lessons questions. Made connections even Edward might miss. Her quiet intelligence reminded me of another student, centuries ago, in Oxford. "No. Focus on the present. Everyone approaches history differently, Jessica." I kept my voice gentle but firmly teacherly. "The important thing is engaging with the material." A slight frown, a glance at my watch, subtle signs that this meeting should wrap up. I'd need to praise Angela's work tomorrow, but carefully. Drawing too much attention to any student could be dangerous with young vampires watching. Perhaps work it naturally into the lecture, make it seem spontaneous rather than planned. Jessica finally left, disappointment warring with embarrassment in her scent. I felt a flicker of ancient sympathy. Youth was always difficult, but at least her problems would pass with time. Unlike some of us, Angela's notes caught my eye again. Such clear reasoning, such subtle understanding. In another era, she might have been selected for greater things. But those days were long past, and I had sworn certain oaths about recruiting. Still, a good teacher could nurture minds without ulterior motives, even if said teacher was playing a far more dangerous game with immortal students. The weekend rain washed forks in shades of gray, perfect weather for creatures who preferred to move unseen. I let the grocery basket hang from precisely bent fingers, eggs, bread, fruit arranged in. Careful human disorder. Props in my endless performance. Though sometimes I wondered if I maintained these charades more for myself than any watchers. The diner's warmth hit with a wave of scents that centuries hadn't dulled. Coffee, grease, human life pulsing with quiet Saturday contentment. I slipped into my chosen booth with predator's grace, carefully masked as human weariness. The menu provided perfect cover for observation, though I'd memorized its contents decades before most of the staff were born. Then I caught Charlie Swan's heartbeat at the counter, accompanied by a newer rhythm, his daughter. Interesting. I'd researched her arrival. Of course, new variables in small towns required careful attention. But watching them now stirred something ancient in my dead heart. She carried herself differently than the usual small-town prey. A quietness that spoke of deeper waters, of someone who watched shadows without knowing why they drew her attention. In another time, She might have been marked for turning. Those with natural awareness often made the most interesting immortals. Stop that thought. I'd sworn certain oaths about recruiting. Still, professional assessment was hard to break after centuries of choosing potential children of night. The way she held herself, how her eyes caught light, she would have made a fascinating addition to the coven I'd once. No, those memories led to marble halls and betrayal. Focus on the present, on maintaining cover, on the perfect performance of humanity that had kept me safe through ages. Charlie's protective instincts radiated from him in waves, unconscious predator awareness wrapped in fatherly concern. His daughter responded with careful distance, like a wild thing accustomed to its own company. Their interaction fascinated my ancient senses, the dance of two souls trying to bridge gaps they couldn't name. I wrapped my hands around tea I wouldn't drink, letting warmth seep into cold flesh. Such a human gesture, one I'd practiced until it became almost genuine. Like the grocery basket, like the menu, like all the careful props that made up this particular masquerade. A laugh from Bella caught my attention, bright, unexpected. Something in her eyes triggered memories best left buried in Italian shadows. Another young one who saw too much, who carried old souls in young bodies. That one had ended in flames and regret. I kept my presence carefully unremarkable while cataloging every detail. The way Charlie's hand twitched toward his weapon whenever the door opened. How Bella's gaze drifted to windows, to exits, to shadows. Prey instincts, though she'd never know to name them that. The scent hit between one human heartbeat and the next. Ancient stone and frozen power, cutting through coffee-scented air like a blade through silk. Every predatory instinct I'd carefully buried beneath my teacher's facade roared awake. I maintained my position, letting my hands continue their gentle curve around the teacup while my immortal senses mapped the tracker's path through town. They'd been here recently, very recently. Their scent wound through the diner like smoke, lingering near windows, testing sight lines. Professional interest stirred. Their technique was excellent, almost as good as mine. I left the diner with perfectly human clumsiness, dropping my keys once, fumbling with my umbrella. Let them see what they expect to see. The tracker's scent led toward the forest edge. Amateur move if they truly knew what they hunted. In my time wearing the crown, such obvious trails would have earned swift correction. My grocery bag swung with calculated randomness as I took the long way home, making a show of dodging puddles, checking my watch with mild concern. Every movement designed to scream, ordinary immortal trying to maintain human facade. The kind of performance that would convince most hunters they had the upper hand. Their scent grew stronger near the tree line. Young enough to think forest coverage provided advantage, old enough to lay their trail with precise care. Interesting combination. In 8 centuries, only 3 hunters had possessed that particular mix of skills. One I'd executed personally, one had fled to South America, and the third, focus. The game required delicate balance. Appear unaware while tracking their every move, maintain human pretense while ready for violence. I'd played this dance before in Prague and Madrid, in countless cities now turned to dust. Always the same steps. Let them think they chose the battlefield, then show them why the oldest predators were the most feared. I checked my phone, frowning at it with human concern, while my true senses mapped the tracker's pattern. They'd circle back twice, watching my response, testing whether I'd break character at the first hint of pursuit. Clever. But I'd invented most of these techniques they employed. The rain provided perfect cover for my deliberate wandering. I made sure to pass shops with reflective windows, catching glimpses of my stalker's shadow. Height, build, the way they moved, something nagged at ancient memory. Someone trained in the old ways, when hunting was an art form taught in marble halls. I headed toward the old logging road, far enough from forks to avoid collateral damage if this turned violent. My steps faltered slightly on wet pavement, a masterpiece of elderly human uncertainty. Let them think they herded helpless prey into isolation. Let them believe their hunt proceeded exactly as planned. The abandoned house's shadow passed over me, and something ancient stirred in my dead veins. Enough games. My human mask shattered like glass as I let centuries of power flood through long, dormant muscles. The grocery bag hit mud as I exploded into motion, immortal grace unleashed like a coiled serpent. The tracker's sense spiked with sudden fear. They'd realized their mistake too late. Their prey had become the hunter. I crossed the distance between us in heartbeats, moving with speed that made young vampires look like statues. The tracker tried to pivot, their technique perfect, their reaction time excellent. But I'd been hunting their kind when their maker's maker was still human. Surprise! I purred, my voice carrying harmonics that made lesser immortals tremble. Their eyes widened as they finally sensed what they'd been stalking, power that felt like staring into an abyss. Ancient, hungry, crowned, they launched themselves backward, their movements betraying excellent training. But I'd invented most of those escape techniques in marble halls now lost to time. My hand caught their throat mid-leap, fingers curling with precision that spoke of countless similar captures. Who sent you? I let my true nature bleed through, dropping all pretense of the mild teacher they'd thought to hunt. Power rolled off me in waves that made the rain steam where it touched my skin. The tracker's face shifted from fear to something worse, recognition. It's true, they choked out. You still exist, Dash. I slammed them against a tree hard enough to splinter ancient wood. Wrong answer. My grip tightened with centuries of practice. Let's try again. Who dared send a child to hunt something like me? Their next escape attempt was beautiful, a complex twist combining 3 different fighting styles. I let them think it worked for exactly 1 second before materializing in their path. My smile, carrying memories of judgment past in darker halls. Running suggests you fear. What follows capture more than you fear me. I moved with liquid grace that made their vampire speed look clumsy. That would be a mistake. The forest grew unnaturally still around us as I let more of my power surface. This far from town, I could stop playing entirely. Show this young hunter exactly what kind of shadow they'd thought to track. Old instincts surfaced like blood in water. My hand tightened around the tracker's throat as memories of marble halls and screaming prisoners flooded back. Let me show you how we conducted interrogations when I wore the crown. Their body arched as I unleashed a fraction of my true power, the kind that had made immortals beg for mercy in darker times. I can make every nerve ending in your body feel like it's being dipped in molten silver. My voice carried harmonics that made lesser vampires' venom freeze. Shall we begin? The tracker tried another escape, a complex series of moves that would have impressed me in my teaching days. I let them think they'd broken free for exactly 3 seconds before materializing above them, driving them into the earth hard enough to create a crater. Amateur technique. I moved like liquid shadow, each gesture carrying the weight of millennia. Your maker taught you the forms, but not the function. Another blow, precisely placed to shatter their shoulder. Let me educate you properly. Recognition horror bloomed in their eyes as I began demonstrating what true immortal combat looked like. My movements blurred past vampire speed into something older, darker. Each strike calculated to cause maximum pain while preventing unconsciousness. The throne room had special chambers. I whispered, letting ancient cruelty color my tone. Places where screams echoed for centuries. My fingers found pressure points that made them convulse. Shall I recreate one for you? They tried to speak, but terror stole their voice. I saw it in their eyes, the moment they realized they'd been sent to hunt something from vampire mythology. A creature their kind whispered about in darkness. Your fighting style? I analyzed while casually stopping another escape attempt. Northern European influences, circa 1740s. Mixed with, I caught their kick and used it to shatter their knee. Yes, the Roman school of combat. I remember teaching those techniques myself. Blood tears streaked their face as recognition completed. The ancient one, they choked out. They said you were destroyed in the Great Fire Dash. I smiled, letting them see the monster that had once ruled their kind. Legends often contain truth. My hand moved with surgical precision, finding nerves that made them scream. Now, about who sent you. The forest trembled around us as I stopped restraining my aura. Let them feel what true power tastes like. Let them understand exactly what kind of nightmare they'd been sent to hunt. Please, They begged as I began demonstrating torture techniques I'd perfected before their maker drew first breath. I'll tell you everything. Your masters grow bold. I kept my voice silken while my mind raced through implications. The elite tracker's presence meant others knew of my existence. Complicated. Tell me what whispers reached their ears. Stories. They gasped as my grip tightened precisely. Rumors of something ancient hiding in shadows. A power that made even the masters nervous. Their eyes held that particular fear unique to hunters who'd become prey. They said you could alter minds, steal abilities dash. I moved faster than their legendary reflexes could track, slamming them into earth hard enough to leave impression. Delicate situation. Kill them, and the masters would send others. Let them live, risk exposure. The perfect solution required finesse. What else? I let power thrum through my voice, the kind that made lesser immortals' venom freeze. How much do they suspect? Only fragments. Venom tears stained their face as terror overcame centuries of training. They know something walks among humans, something that feeds differently, something that they choked on fear, something that hunts our kind. My hand found pressure points that made them convulse. The elite tracker's reputation for resilience was well earned. They'd survived encounters that destroyed lesser immortals. But everyone broke eventually. They sent their best hunter. I mused while casually preventing another escape attempt. Their tracker, who never loses prey. My smile carried darkness that made them whimper. Yet here you are, caught like a fledgling. The masters, they try to steady their voice, failed. They'll know if you kill me. They'll send dash. Others, I finished, letting ancient amusement color my tone. Let them. But first, my fingers found clusters of nerves that made them scream. Let's discuss exactly what details you'll be sharing about our encounter. The forest grew preternaturally still as I contemplated options. I needed information, needed to know how much the master suspected. But I also needed to ensure their perfect hunter returned with precisely the right message. The tracker's venom tears painted their face as I considered outcomes. Such an elegant tool they'd gifted me. The perfect vessel to carry precisely the message I desired back to their masters. Listen carefully. I purred, letting ancient power roll through my words. You're going to return with a very specific report. My fingers found nerve clusters that made them writhe. About a rather unremarkable vampire hiding among humans. Gifted, yes, but ultimately forgettable. Their eyes widened with understanding. Even through terror, their hunter's mind grasped implications. You want me to mislead dash? No. I moved faster than their enhanced senses could track, materializing inches from their face. I want you to tell the absolute truth about what you found. A careful immortal playing teacher in a small town. Nothing more. My smile carried shadows that made them tremble. After all, that's exactly what you'll remember. Horror bloomed as they realized my intent. Their reputation spoke of immunity to mental manipulation, but some powers transcended usual limitations. The masters will know, they gasped, struggling against my grip. They'll sense tampering dash. Will they? I let them feel just a fraction of my true nature. Power that made their legendary strength feel like a candle before a supernova. Or will they find your mind pristine, untouched, just with slightly adjusted perspectives? The forest fell silent as I began my work. Not crude memory alteration, that would be detected. Instead, the subtle art of shifting perspective, of painting reality in exactly the shades I desired. A talent refined through ages of practice. When you return, my voice carried harmonics that reshaped truth itself. You'll report finding a cautious vampire. Talented at hiding, yes. Worthy of observation, perhaps. But ultimately, unexceptional. My power wove through the tracker's mind like silk through shadow, reshaping reality with surgical precision. Not erasing. That would be detected, but subtly altering the lens through which memories were viewed. Their legendary resistance crumbled before techniques perfected when their masters were young. You found a careful vampire, I whispered, voice carrying harmonics that restructured truth. Talented at blending with humans. Perhaps worth noting, but ultimately, A careful twist of perspective here, a subtle shift there. Not what you were sent to find. Their struggles weakened as new truths settled like frost over old memories. I layered in carefully crafted details. Mild frustration at wasted effort. Slight embarrassment at overestimating a target. The precise shade of disappointment that would make their masters lose interest. Almost done. I purred to my captive, voice steady while my mind raced through implications. Had the master sent backup? Or was this something else entirely? Just a few more details to adjust. I completed my work with deliberate thoroughness, ensuring the tracker's new memories would hold under even their master's scrutiny. There, I whispered to the tracker, maintaining my performance while analyzing escape routes. Return to your masters. Tell them exactly what you remember. The tracker slumped unconscious. They'd wake with perfectly altered memories, a masterpiece of mental manipulation. The hunt still sang in my dead veins as I walked back to Fork's quiet streets, careful to maintain human pace while my predator instincts screamed for more violence. The tracker's fierce scent still clung to my fingers, making restraint difficult. Then I caught their heartbeats, Mike Newton and Jessica Stanley, emerging from the diner. Young blood, sweet with adolescent hormones. Jessica's pulse jumped the moment she saw me, her scent flowering with attraction that made the monster in me purr. So easy. The thought slipped through before I could cage it. The haunt had loosened controls I'd maintained for centuries. I could taste her fascination on the air. One look, one smile, and she'd follow me anywhere. No need for crude physical violence when careful manipulation could. Stop. I forced my hands to tremble slightly, manufactured a teacher's awkward wave. But Jessica's eyes had already locked onto mine, her pupils dilating as ancient predator charisma leaked through my careful facade. Mr. Potter, her voice carried that particular breathless quality that spoke to instincts older than time. Are you shopping too? She drifted closer, ignoring Mike's obvious discomfort. Poor boy. His primitive brain recognized the predator in his midst, even if he couldn't understand why. I could show her things no human had seen in centuries. Let her glimpse the sublime horror that lurked beneath mundane reality. She'd welcome it, embrace the darkness if I offered it with the right smile, the right touch. Young minds were so beautifully malleable, just running errands. I kept my voice mild through sheer force of will. The tracker's blood venom had awakened appetites best left sleeping. Jessica stepped closer, drawn by vampire allure I was struggling to fully contain. Her heat radiated against my cold skin as she invented reasons to prolong our encounter. So trusting, so eager to be led astray. One whispered suggestion and she'd dismiss Mike. Follow me into shadows. Offer herself to whatever fate I designed. Remember your purpose. But the thought rang hollow against hunting instincts still running hot. I'd already altered one mind today. What was one more? She'd enjoy it, treasure whatever dark gifts I chose to bestow. Humans craved transcendence, even when it destroyed them. While Jessica swooned in my presence, Mike Newton's heartbeat told a different story. Through my hunt-heightened senses, I caught his micro-expressions, the slight narrowing of eyes, the unconscious step backward. Prey recognizing predator, even if his conscious mind couldn't process why. But I'd missed something in my venom-drunk state. Behind his typical teenage jealousy, Mike's gaze held calculation. He was watching my movements with unexpected intensity, noting details a human shouldn't notice. How Jessica's breath fogged the air while mine didn't. Interesting. Had I grown so careless after the hunt? Or was young Mr. Newton more observant than I'd given him credit for? In my focus on Jessica's obvious attraction, I dismissed her companion as irrelevant. A potentially costly mistake. Your hair isn't wet, Mike said suddenly, his voice carrying forced casualness. Even though it's raining, a better predator would have manufactured some moisture immediately. But the hunt still sang in my veins, making such subtle deceptions feel beneath me. Umbrella, I replied mildly, though I'd been carrying it closed. His eyes flickered to my completely dry clothes, then back to my face. Every prey instinct told him to retreat, yet curiosity held him in place. Dangerous combination. The last human who'd noticed so much had ended up But no, those days were supposedly behind me. "We should go." Mike tugged Jessica's arm, trying to break the thrall I'd accidentally woven. "It's getting dark, smart boy." His primitive brain screamed warnings his modern mind couldn't comprehend. Under different circumstances, such perception might have made him an interesting candidate for recruitment. But those impulses belonged to darker times, didn't they? Jessica resisted his pull, still lost in whatever dark fantasies my presence inspired. But Mike's observant gaze never wavered. He'd cataloged this encounter, added to other details that didn't quite align. A problem for another day, perhaps. I let them leave, maintaining my mild teacher smile while calculating implications. Edward's suspicions were manageable, but a human who noticed too much? That required consideration. I stalked through my front door, disgust replacing the hunt fury that had clouded my judgment. Contemplating the deaths of teenagers? How pedestrian. The very thought made me curl my lip in distaste. I had just systematically dismantled the memories of one of the Volturi's finest trackers, a psychological chess match requiring finesse that would have broken lesser minds. And here I was, entertaining fantasies like some newborn vampire drunk on their first kill. The leather-bound volumes lining my study walls seemed to mock my momentary lapse in sophistication. Manuscripts I'd collected across millennia, each one a testament to patience, to the art of subtle manipulation. I traced one ancient spine with a finger that still tingled from reshaping the tracker's neural pathways. That had been worthy prey, a predator who'd hunted me across continents, through the shadows of civilization itself. The elegant dance of hunter and hunted, each move calculated across decades, ending not in death, but in something far more artistic. I sank into my reading chair, letting my senses expand through the house. A habit born of paranoia older than most nations. No heartbeats, no lingering scents beyond the usual forest musk that permeated everything in Forks. The silence helped clear the last vestiges of psychic feedback from my mind. Memory manipulation always left such interesting aftereffects. Focus. The tracker still lived, but with carefully crafted memories that would serve my purposes far better than his death. Still, such extensive mental alterations would draw attention despite my surgical precision. The Cullens' vegetarian lifestyle marked this as their territory to the vampire world. My presence here required delicate maneuvering, especially with Edward's growing suspicions. I couldn't afford to indulge in amateur impulses that would draw more scrutiny. A wry smile crossed my lips as I recalled Mike Newton's surprising observance. At least the boy's survival instincts had provided a needed wake-up call. Perhaps I'd grown too comfortable in this small-town facade, letting the psychic resonance from the tracker's mental reconstruction bleed through my carefully constructed veneer. A potentially fatal mistake for one of my specialties. The grandfather clock in my study chimed midnight, its mechanism precise as ever. I'd maintained it personally since its crafting in 1742. Its steady rhythm helped center my thoughts, restore the patience of centuries. I had greater concerns than hormone-addled teenagers or small-town dynamics. The tracker would soon awaken with new purpose, carrying altered memories that would ripple through vampire society in exactly the patterns I'd designed. My fingers traced the grading sheets laid out on my desk. The mundane task of teaching history I'd personally witnessed felt almost comical after the night's events. Yet it was precisely this kind of cover that had kept me hidden for centuries. The tracker's final conscious expression flashed through my memory. That beautiful moment of confusion before I'd begun restructuring the very foundations of his mind. That was the game worthy of my attention, not some trivial dalliance with students who would be dust before another decade marked the earth. Time to refocus. To remember why I'd chosen this particular place and time. The Cullens were simply one piece on a much larger board, and I'd been playing this game since before their patriarch took his first human breath. I wouldn't let one successful mental reconstruction, no matter how satisfying, disrupt plans centuries in the making. Besides, I had essays to grade. The irony of maintaining such mortal pretense almost made up for the tedium of correcting teenage interpretations of events I'd witnessed firsthand. Almost. Though perhaps I should be grateful for the mundane task. It would help ground me after the intoxicating experience of rewriting a vampire's consciousness. Such delicate work always left one hungry for more. The morning sun hadn't yet breached the Olympic Peninsula's eternal cloud cover as I arranged the desks with mechanical precision. Today's lesson would cover the Tudor dynasty, though I'd have to be careful not to let slip any first-hand observations about Elizabeth I's peculiar dining habits. A tentative knock drew my attention. The door creaked open to reveal a pale face framed by dark hair. Isabella Swan, Chief Swan's prodigal daughter. I'd been expecting this introduction, though not quite so early. Mr. Potter? Her voice carried an old-soul quality that made my ancient predator stir with academic interest. I'm new, and I was hoping to— Of course, Miss Swan. I gestured to the empty classroom. You're quite early. Eager to begin your academic journey? She moved with a curious mix of hesitation and grace, like a Renaissance courtier trapped in a teenager's uncertain frame. How fascinating. While her blood sang with the usual human vitality, it held no particular appeal beyond academic observation. My preferences had always run toward more sophisticated prey. I prefer to be prepared, she replied, unconsciously falling into almost Shakespearean cadence. Better to brave new worlds early than late, I suppose. I nearly smiled at her unconscious quotation. The Tempest. How appropriate for this rain-soaked corner of the world. She settled into a desk near the front, her movements suggesting someone far older than her 17 years. A kindred spirit, perhaps, though trapped in the eternal present rather than stretched across centuries. You'll find Forks High School quite different from Phoenix, I observed, noting how she squared her shoulders at the challenge. Though perhaps not in ways you might expect. Students began filtering in, their mundane chatter washing against my consciousness like background static. I watched Isabella from my peripheral vision, cataloging her micro-expressions as she observed her new peers. Such old eyes in such a young face. No wonder she caught certain attention. Then he entered, and I almost laughed aloud at the delicious irony. Edward Cullen froze in the doorway, his nostrils flaring as Isabella's scent hit him like a physical blow. Oh, this is perfect. The mighty vegetarian vampire, undone by a slip of a girl whose blood held all the appeal of tepid tea to my ancient palate. I could taste his struggle on the air, the desperate battle between predator and pretense. Poor Edward, so young despite his century, still believing that animal blood could fully tame the monster within. He fled to the furthest desk, his rigid posture screaming danger to any who knew how to read it. Isabella noticed, of course. That old soul perception couldn't miss his violent reaction. I watched the fascinating interplay, her confusion, his desperate restraint, the spark of something that could either end in death or something far more interesting. I began the lesson on Tudor England, though my attention never truly left the fascinating tableau unfolding before me. Edward Cullen, the mind reader who fancied himself civilized, was coming undone by the mere proximity of a human girl. How very quaint. Isabella Swan, her every movement a study in contradictions. Clumsy yet graceful, modern yet ancient, fragile yet harboring a strength she hadn't discovered. Just like Meyer's heroine, she kept sneaking glances at Edward through the curtain of her dark hair, drawn to the danger she subconsciously recognized. Her heartbeat fluttered like a trapped bird each time their eyes met. Edward's rigid posture and clenched fists amused me. Such dramatic restraint, such noble suffering. He'd stopped breathing entirely, a novice's mistake that only drew more attention. I could practically taste his self-loathing on the air as he wrestled with his bloodlust. Poor boy still believed denial was the path to redemption. If he only knew what true monsters looked like. We didn't fight our nature, we transcended it. But that lesson would come later, when all the pieces were in place. When the carefully laid foundations of civilization finally revealed their true fragility. The Tudor dynasty, I continued teaching, transformed England through subtle manipulation of existing power structures, just as the structures of the modern world could be transformed. Sometimes the greatest revolutions begin not with violence, but with the right idea planted in the right mind. I watched Isabella absorb every word, her dark eyes sharp with intelligence. She didn't just listen, she understood, even if she didn't know what she was understanding. Edward, meanwhile, had progressed to grinding his teeth, the sound imperceptible to human ears but singing through my enhanced senses like the prelude to a symphony I'd been composing for centuries. Consider, I addressed the class while making subtle eye contact with Edward. How a single change in the established order can ripple outward, transforming everything it touches. His eyes narrowed fractionally. He'd caught something in my surface thoughts, just enough to make him uncomfortable, not enough to reveal anything of substance. Bella's scent continued to torment him, her blood singing a siren song that nearly brought a smile to my lips. Such perfect synchronicity couldn't have been planned better if I'd orchestrated it myself. Though perhaps in ways they'd never comprehend, I had. The bell rang, and Edward bolted from the room with supernatural speed barely disguised as human haste. Bella watched him go, hurt and fascination warring on her expressive face. The other students filed out, but she lingered, gathering her books with deliberate slowness. Soon, the ancient monster whispered behind my teacher's smile. Soon they'll all see what they truly are. What they've always been, beneath the masks they wear. But for now, I simply nodded farewell as she left for her next class, her thoughts undoubtedly full of Edward Cullen's beautiful, tortured face. The cafeteria's fluorescent lights cast their usual sickly glow as I maintained my careful facade of eating. My hearing easily picked up Jessica Stanley's eager gossip from across the room, her voice carrying that particular pitch of calculated social manipulation that hadn't changed since I'd first observed human teenagers in. When was that exactly? The memory felt oddly distant. The Cullens keep to themselves, Jessica was telling Bella, her words dripping with a delicious mix of envy and disdain unique to adolescent humans. Dr. Cullen is like this foster dad/matchmaker. I let my attention drift between their conversation and the Cullens' table, where Edward's conspicuous absence spoke volumes. Weak, something whispered in my mind. We were never so easily undone. In Mr. Potter, Jessica's voice took on that breathless quality that usually heralded another student joining my mental web. He's like impossibly gorgeous and smart. He knows everything about history, like he was actually there. I waited for the familiar spark, that subtle connection that would bloom the moment Bella spoke my name in response. A trivial ability, really, compared to other things I could do in the dark hours I couldn't quite remember. But nothing happened. I frowned, picking at the untouched salad before me. Surely she had said my name in class earlier? But now that I tried to recall the specific moment, had she? My perfect vampire memory seemed oddly clouded on this point. I had been so focused on Edward's dramatic struggle, on the familiar pattern of predator and prey, that I hadn't noticed. She's different, the voice in my head observed. Special. For once, we seemed to be in agreement, though I quickly pushed away the thought of internal dialogue. Some roads were best left unexplored. Mr. Potter's definitely the best teacher here, Jessica continued, unaware of my attention. Though sometimes he gets this look, like he's somewhere else entirely. I caught my reflection in the window, but only my reflection was there, wasn't it? For a moment, I thought I saw, but no. Focus. The girl's immunity to my passive ability was far more interesting than shadows and mirrors. Isabella Swan. First Edward Singer. Now this peculiar resistance to my own subtle gift. What made her so different? In all my years of walking among humans. How many years exactly? The number seemed to shift when I tried to grasp it. I'd never encountered one whose mind didn't automatically join my web upon speaking my name. We should test her, the darker voice suggested. Push the boundaries. See what else she can resist. No, I whispered, too low for human ears. I had promised to maintain distance. To observe, not interfere. Even if this development was fascinatingly unprecedented. Across the cafeteria, Bella glanced in my direction. For a fraction of a second, our eyes met, and I felt something I hadn't experienced in centuries: uncertainty. There was a knowing in her gaze that went beyond normal human perception, as if she saw both of us. I gathered my untouched lunch with careful human slowness. Sometimes distance was the better part of wisdom, even if other parts of me disagreed. Let Edward and Bella play out their star-crossed romance. Let the Cullens maintain their careful charade of humanity. I had my own role to play, even if sometimes, in moments like these, I wasn't entirely sure who was playing it. The cafeteria door closed behind me, cutting off Jessica's ongoing commentary about my supposed British accent. Had I ever actually told them I was British? In the corridor's polished floor, my reflection walked in perfect sync with my steps. Both of them. The empty hallway echoed with my measured footsteps as I processed this delightful new information. A mental shield. It explained everything. Her immunity to my name binding. Edward's obvious frustration beyond mere bloodlust. The girl was a natural blockade against vampire gifts. In all my centuries, I'd encountered perhaps 3 others with such innate defense. How fascinating that she should appear here, now, in this insignificant corner of the world. That she should be Edward's singer as well. The universe did occasionally provide the most exquisite coincidences. Though, of course, calling anything coincidence at my age was rather naive. Poor Edward must be going mad, unable to read her thoughts while drowning in her scent. No wonder he'd fled like a scorched newborn. All his careful control, his decades of practiced restraint, undone by a girl whose mind was a blank wall. The mighty mind reader, reduced to experiencing life like the rest of us, having to actually ask what someone was thinking. I paused at my classroom door, a slight smile playing at my lips. This development would certainly keep the Olympic coven occupied. Their oldest son tortured by his singer, their precious mind-reading advantage nullified. They'd be far too busy managing Edward's crisis to pay attention to their mysterious new history teacher. Perfect. Let them focus on their soap opera. My presence here required delicate maneuvering, and this distraction was better than anything I could have orchestrated. The Cullens would be consumed with protecting their human pet, maintaining their precarious moral high ground, and preventing Edward from either killing the girl or revealing their nature. It was almost enough to make me feel pity for them. Almost. But they had chosen this path, this strange half-existence between predator and prey. Let them wrestle with its complications. I straightened my already immaculate tie, a habit from centuries of maintaining pristine appearances. The afternoon classes would begin soon. Time to return to my role as the charming, slightly mysterious history teacher. Let the Cullens deal with their star-crossed drama. After all, I had promised not to interfere. The classroom was empty when I entered, but the silence felt anticipatory, as if the very air knew that something fundamental had shifted in Forks today. A new player had entered the game, one whose mere presence would change everything, and I would have the perfect vantage point to watch it all unfold. Chapter 4. The last bell's echo fades as teenagers flood from my classroom. Their mingled scent, sweat, hormones, fear, desire lingering like a complex perfume. I gather my papers with deliberate slowness, maintaining the careful facade of the slightly distracted professor. A small smile plays at my lips as I hear Jessica Stanley's heartbeat hesitate outside my door before hurrying away. Such obvious prey. The parking lot empties gradually, a orchestrated dance of departures I've observed for weeks now. Edward Cullen's silver Volvo lingers longer than necessary, and I let the right thoughts float to the surface lesson plans. A minor concern about next week's quiz, fragments of a Bach cantata. I even allow a touch of genuine satisfaction about today's discussion of the French Revolution to color my thoughts. Let him chase shadows while missing the predator in plain sight. Edward's eyes are not on me anymore. They are on Isabella. Maybe the facade for the Cullens didn't need to be as thorough now. The drive home follows my planned route past the diner where I occasionally force down human food, a brief stop at the grocery store where I select items with careful precision. Everything measured, everything observed. The habits of prey, worn like a second skin. The lights flick on automatically as I enter another careful detail in this elaborate performance. I loosen my tie, letting the mask slip just slightly as I move through the space at my true speed. A blur even vampire eyes would struggle to track. Settling into my study, I review the pieces on my mental chessboard. The Cullens remain divided Edward, and Isabella recent developments on talking terms. How strange talking to one singer. I have to give credit to Edward. Perfect. Chief Swan's growing trust provides useful cover, while his daughter's imminent return adds an intriguing variable. Mike Newton's observations require careful management, but his very suspicions make him useful a known quantity to monitor. I trace one finger along the spines of my history texts, feeling the weight of centuries pressed between their pages. How long to maintain this charade? Teaching provides genuine pleasure, an unexpected gift in this latest identity. The question isn't whether to stay, it's how deeply to embed myself in this small town's fabric. The night deepens outside my windows as I consider my options. I could simply remain the slightly mysterious history teacher, maintaining careful distance while fulfilling my role. But where's the artistry in that? Perhaps a gradual expansion, school board meetings, community events, building a presence just remarkable enough to be unremarkable. I settle at my desk, crafting tomorrow's lesson plans with genuine care, while another part of my mind calculates contingencies. Let the Cullens watch. Let them wonder. Their very presence adds spice to what could have been merely another decade of careful camouflage. The papers before me detail next week's test questions, each one carefully designed to balance academic rigor with my cover. A good teacher challenges his students. A faint smile touches my lips as I consider how many levels of instruction I'm really providing. The Cullens learning about careful observation, Jessica learning about dangerous attraction, Mike learning about trust and doubt. All my students in their own ways. Dawn will arrive soon enough, bringing another day of perfect performance. But these night hours belong to the predator, to the ancient creature wearing tweed and chalk dust like clever camouflage. I close my eyes, letting memories of centuries flow behind my eyelids while my hands continue their human task of grading papers. After all, I muse, marking another essay with precise red ink. What better cover for a monster than a dedicated teacher? We both shape young minds. I simply have more experience at the art. The night wraps around me like a familiar cloak as I continue my preparations, balancing the delicate equations of power and pretense, hunter and educator, ancient and immediate. Somewhere in the forest, another heartbeat catches my attention, and I allow myself a small smile. Tomorrow will bring its own challenges, its own careful deceptions. For now, I savor the perfect tension of my chosen role: the predator who teaches, the monster who grades papers, the ancient being who finds unexpected satisfaction in sharing knowledge, even while hunting among the sheep. Time moves differently for our kind. Each millisecond unfolds like silk through ancient fingers, every detail crystalline in its clarity. I'm arranging my desk, maintaining the tedious charade of human speed, when my senses catch the first whisper of impending chaos. The sound reaches me first, tires fighting for purchase on black ice, rubber molecules surrendering their grip in a microscopic symphony of failure. Tyler Crowley's van begins its fatal arc at precisely 7:53 and 12 seconds a.m. I can hear the boy's heart speed up from 72 to 115 beats per minute as realization hits. The screech of metal reverberates at exactly 2,341 hertz, a pitch that would make even the Cullens wince. Interesting. Isabella Swan stands 27.3 feet from my classroom window. Her scent: lavender soap, strawberry shampoo, the lingering traces of cereal and anxiety hangs in the frigid air. I could cross the distance and move her in exactly 0.06 seconds. But I don't. More fascinating is Edward Cullen's response, already in motion. I track his movement with the practiced eye of a much older predator. For sped-up heartbeats from his initial position by his silver Volvo. His velocity, impressive for one so young, creates minute disturbances in the air currents that ripple through my classroom. The fabric of his designer jacket produces exactly 17 distinct sounds as he moves, each one a potential betrayal of supernatural speed. The van continues its elegant pirouette. Ice crystals, disturbed by its passage, catch the wan morning light like diamond dust. I can see each one, count them if I chose. The human students are only beginning to process danger. Their muscles haven't even begun their fight or flight response. Their collective gasp is still forming in 23 different throats. Edward reaches the girl in 0.42 seconds, sloppy, young one. His impact with her creates a pressure wave that displaces exactly 2.7 cubic feet of air. The sound of his granite skin meeting her fragile human form is distinct. 157 decibels. Barely below human hearing. The bruises will bloom on her skin in approximately 6 hours. The van's trajectory brings its rear quarter panel precisely 2.1 inches from Edward's shoulder blade. His hands leave depressions in the metal, each fingerprint 0.8 millimeters deep. Evidence. The squeal of protesting steel carries notes that no human ear could detect. The song of vampire strength poorly concealed. Isabella Swan's heart stutters. 142 beats per minute, then 156, then 163. The adrenaline flooding her system changes her scent, making it sharper, more potent. I taste copper in the air as someone's nose bleeds from the sudden pressure changes. Every vampire within a mile will smell it. The silence that had stretched into an eternity finally cracked, and the world's heartbeat, once a distant echo, returned with a chilling thud. Screams erupt. Feet pound pavement. The cacophony of panic orchestrates itself in predictable patterns. But I've already cataloged 47 distinct errors in Edward's performance. The speed of his approach. The angle of impact. The depth of his finger marks in American-made steel. The impossible position of his body relative to his starting point. The microsecond delay in fabricating an explanation. The screech of metal against ice had barely faded when I stepped out of my classroom. Each movement precisely calculated to appear rushed yet professional. A teacher's appropriate concern, nothing more. The scent of chaos hung thick in the frigid morning air, fear, sweat, adrenaline. And beneath it all, the sweet copper note of fresh blood. Perfect. Stay back, everyone. I called out, my voice carrying just the right note of authority tinged with worry. Students parted before me, their hearts racing in an erratic symphony. 270, three distinct pulses, each one singing its own song of panic and excitement. Give them room to breathe. The scene before me was an artful disaster. Tyler Crowley's van pressed against the rusty fender of Bella Swan's truck, and between them, our young would-be hero Edward Cullen maintained his position with admirable dedication to his chosen role. I noted with ancient amusement that he still held his hands precisely where they'd stopped 3,000 pounds of moving steel. Amateur, Miss Swan. I knelt beside them, my knees settling into the slush at exactly the angle a concerned human teacher would adopt. Can you hear me? I'm fine, Bella explained, though her heart raced with a different rhythm than mere shock. Thump, thump, thump. The pace of someone seeing behind the curtain for the first time. Her dark eyes kept darting to Edward's hands, to the impossible dents they'd left in Tyler's van. Such an observant little human. Don't move, Edward directed her, his voice carrying that tenor of youth trying to sound ancient. Oh, how I remembered those early centuries, that desperate need to project authority. You struck your head pretty hard. I ran through the expected motions, checking pupils, inquiring about pain, all while cataloging every micro-expression that crossed Bella's face. Unlike the gathering crowd with their phones raised and their gasps of excitement, she was seeing. Truly seeing. Mr. Potter, Edward acknowledged me, finally remembering the role of respectful student. His attention had been so focused on maintaining his hero's facade that he'd nearly forgotten about the suspicious history teacher. Careless, young one. So very careless. That was exceptionally quick thinking, Edward, I added, allowing a slight tremor in my voice. Just enough to suggest adrenaline, concern, the human reactions expected in such moments. You were right beside her? Yes, he pointed out too quickly. I was standing right next to Bella. I caught the slight narrowing of her eyes at his lie. Fascinating creature. In a millennium of watching humans, so few had shown such clarity of perception. The crowd pressed closer, their collective heat and hammering hearts creating a dizzying tapestry of sensation. Everybody back! I raised my voice, channeling decades of teaching authority. Give the EMTs room to work. The sirens were closer now, their piercing wail an irritating footnote to the more interesting symphony of Edward's growing discomfort. The Cullen family maintained their strategic positions around the scene. Alice's face showed frustration, her gift clouded, no doubt. Rosalie's perfect features held barely concealed rage, while Jasper worked his subtle influence on the crowd's emotional state. I helped the EMTs navigate the scene, playing my role with the precision of centuries. Miss Swan fell and hit her head, I clarified, watching Edward's minute flinch at my choice of words. Mr. Cullen was standing next to her and kept her from being crushed. The girl tried to refuse the neck brace, her protests carrying that note of teenage immortality. "I'm fine," she reiterated, but protocol prevailed. I noted how Edward's hands clenched infinitesimally as they strapped her to the board. Concern. Yes, but also fear. Fear of what she'd say, what she'd reveal. "I'll call Chief Swan," I offered, my voice warm with practiced humanity. "And I'll speak with Principal Green about the accident." Report. A subtle reminder of authority and documentation that made Edward's shoulders tense by exactly 2 millimeters. As they loaded Bella into the ambulance, I caught her watching Edward with eyes too shrewd for comfort. His comfort, not mine. She would have questions. He would have lied. And I would have entertainment. "Edward," I called as he prepared to join her in the ambulance. "Well done today." Keen reflexes can make all the difference. I let just enough emphasis color the words to make him pause, to plant that seed of doubt. The ambulance pulled away, its sirens painting the air in shades of urgency. Students began dispersing, their phones already spreading fragments of a story they didn't understand. I turned back toward my classroom, each step measured to show lingering concern. "Mr. Potter?" Mike Newton's voice carried that tremor of someone who has seen too much but can't quite process it. "Is Bella going to be okay?" "I'm sure she'll be fine, Mr. Newton." I smirked, letting him see just the right amount of relief and residual worry. Thanks to Edward's quick judgment, I watched his face as he processed this, noting the slight furrow between his brows. Another observer, though lacking Bella's clarity of perception. The game would become more interesting, with each retelling, each question, each doubt. The bell rang, calling us back to the pretense of normal routine. I straightened my tie, adjusted my glasses, performed all the small human gestures that had become second nature over centuries. After all, I thought as I prepared to teach the French Revolution to minds still buzzing with the morning's excitement. What better cover for a monster than being the voice of calm, reason, and chaos? The day's performance was just beginning. Late afternoon, the scent of chaos still lingered in the parking lot, a fading symphony that made my pen scratch just a touch too harshly against the incident report. Such delicious irony. Young Edward. Your control slips, and I must document your failure. "Just finishing up the paperwork, Mr. Green," I say, letting my voice carry the level of concerned teacher. The fluorescent lights flicker overhead, an irritating drone that meshes poorly with the remembered screech of tires and metal. I craft each word with meticulous care, describing the event exactly as it would appear to human eyes. Tyler's fun. The ice. Isabella Swan's remarkable luck. Charlie Swan sits across from me in the cramped office, his police uniform creased with worry. The father's concern bleeds into the air, mixing with the lingering traces of his daughter's spilled blood. How fascinating that Edward chose this moment to reveal himself. "The girl must be exceptional. She's always been accident-prone," Charlie says, running a hand through his hair. "But this?" I nod sympathetically, letting my hands tremble slightly as I slide the report across the desk. A perfect performance of human anxiety. It was fortuitous that several students were nearby. I observe mildly. "Oh yes, very fortunate indeed. Though perhaps not for you, Edward." The official story takes shape beneath my pen. Simple, clean, believable. No mention of impossible speeds or supernatural strength. Just a lucky girl and a tragic near miss. I wonder how many times this story will be told, each retelling a fresh wound to dear Edward's pride. I can taste the lingering panic in the air, the sweet residue of mortal fear. But beneath it runs a darker current, Isabella's blood, unique and potent enough to shatter decades of careful control. I understand, young one. Some songs are too sweet to resist. Chief Swan, I acknowledge, voice carefully modulated to show concern. Please let us know if Isabella needs any accommodations when she returns to classes. The scratching of my pen provides a steady counterpoint to Charlie's heartbeat. Your little display may have saved her life, Edward, but at what cost? The girl noticed. She'll have questions. And questions, my young friend, are so very dangerous to our kind. Isabella Swan limps into my classroom, the lingering odor of antiseptic and raw flesh announcing her arrival. Her eyes stay fixed on the floor. "How are you holding up, Miss Swan?" I keep my tone mild, professionally concerned. Just another teacher checking on an injured student. Though we both know you're far more interesting than that, don't we? I'm fine, Mr. Potter, thank you. Short. Clipped. Trauma makes humans so delightfully transparent. Edward glides in too smooth, too perfect. Amateur. He takes his seat beside Isabella, and the temperature in the room seems to drop. Isabella offers a quiet hello. Ah, the coven laid down the law, did they? Such rigid rules these modern vampires keep. I adjust my lesson plans. No paired work today, let's not torture the boy unnecessarily. Instead, I turn to England's bloody history. Henry VIII's court holds particular memories. The Tudor period marked a significant shift in English governance. I begin, chalk scratching across the board. I remember teaching Henry himself, though not in so formal a setting. Such an eager student of strategy, until the paranoia took hold. While many focus on Henry VIII's marriages, his true impact lay in the art of statecraft. My hand moves automatically, drawing dates I lived through. The elimination of political rivals required careful planning. Edward's jaw tightens. He can hear the deeper meaning in my thoughts, carefully crafted layers of truth and deception. You think you know something of control, boy? I helped orchestrate the fall of dynasties while maintaining perfect deniability. Isabella's heartbeat remains steady now, no longer the frightened flutter of prey. She doesn't look at Edward once during the entire lesson. Fascinating. Perhaps she has more steel in her spine than expected. Thomas Cromwell's greatest skill was patience. I continue, letting ancient memories color my words. He understood that timing was everything when dealing with powerful families. The lesson continues. I weave my way through court intrigues I witnessed firsthand, teaching surface history while feeding Edward carefully selected thoughts of long-dead kings and their secrets. Let him chew on that. Let him wonder how I know the exact shade of Thomas More's doublet as he approached the block. When the bell rings, Isabella packs her bag with deliberate movements. Edward remains motionless, caught between his instincts and his coven's restrictions. She leaves without a backward glance. Such delicious tension. You save her life, then treat her like a leper? Oh, Edward, you have so much to learn about the long game. I straighten my papers, already planning tomorrow's lesson. Perhaps the Borgias. Now there was a family who understood the art of keeping secrets. Watch and learn, young one. Some of us have been playing this game since before your precious Carlyle drew his first breath. The classroom empties, leaving me alone with the lingering echoes of another flawless performance. 1,000 years of practice makes even mediocrity an art form. I allow myself a small smile, remembering when teaching history meant wielding swords instead of syllabi. The Byzantine Empire unit was so much more hands-on back then. The cafeteria's symphony of heartbeats wraps around me like a familiar melody as I take my customary seat, maintaining the charade with tasteless coffee. Each pulse tells its own story: desire, jealousy, fear. The air is thick with teenage hormones and unspoken longings, a heady perfume that would intoxicate a lesser immortal. Mike Newton circles Isabella's table like a moth drawn to flame, his attraction broadcasting itself in waves of heightened blood pressure and nervous sweat. His attempts at courtship are almost painful to watch, each awkward lean forward, each too loud laugh screaming of human vulnerability. We were all such clumsy hunters once, weren't we? Before, time taught us subtlety. The sharp tang of Jessica Stanley's jealousy cuts through the air like vinegar. Her eyes dart between Mike and Isabella with laser focus, fingers methodically destroying her napkin, a modern maiden's version of pulling petals from flowers. When she catches my gaze, her expression transforms instantly, hope blooming across her features. Sweet child, your kind stopped being prey the moment we learned to hide among you. Angela Weber remains hunched over her textbook, pen scratching steadily against paper. The soft whisper of turning pages barely registers beneath the cafeteria's chaos, but it draws my attention like a heartbeat in the dark. At least one student taking tomorrow's tutor quiz seriously. If she only knew how many of those historical accounts I'd witnessed. The atmosphere shifts suddenly, like the air before a storm. Edward Cullen sits unnaturally still at his family's table, watching Mike's clumsy advances with barely contained fury. His control wavers like a candle in the wind. Does it burn, young one? The scent of her blood mixing with another's attention? His head snaps up at that thought, golden eyes locking with mine. For the first time, I let my careful mask slip just enough, just a fraction of an inch. Let him see what truly lurks behind these borrowed glasses and carefully rumpled tweeds. Centuries of power. Millennia of secrets. The weight of ages that makes his 100 years seem like a child's first steps. You're not the only monster stalking these fluorescent-lit halls, boy. His jaw tightens, frustration rolling off him in waves. I can taste his impotence, unable to prove what I am, unable to convince his family of the danger. A fledgling predator recognizing an apex one, but lacking the wisdom to stay silent. The tension between us crackles like lightning, invisible to human eyes, but no less deadly. I hold his gaze with the steady patience of mountains, letting ancient memories surface like bubbles in dark water. Blood and shadow. Thrones toppled. Empires fallen to dust while I watched and waited. Your gift only shows you what I choose, child. Remember that. He breaks first, turning away with barely contained rage. Amateur. The young always mistake power for permission. Isabella glances his way once, her expression carefully neutral, but her pulse betrays her, quickening just enough for immortal ears to catch. Mike continues his performance, blind to the currents of power flowing around him like dark water. That's great. Her voice lacks enthusiasm, flat as still water. You'll have fun with Jessica. Edward's tension spikes at her dismissive tone. His fingers leave hairline fractures in the cafeteria table, tiny imperfections that only our kind would notice. Control slipping again, young one? TSK. Well, Mike shifts his weight, uncertainty rolling off him in waves. I told her I'd think about it. You should tell her yes. No hesitation in Isabella's voice. Each word another unconscious twist of the knife in Edward's control. Did you already get asked? No. I'm not going to the dance at all. My attention sharpens at Mike's next words, his eyes darting between Edward and Tyler with all the subtlety of a hunting horn. Why not? I'm going to Seattle that Saturday. The pen stills in my hand, ancient instincts stirring at those innocent words. Seattle, where 3 covens claim hunting rights written in blood and shadow. Police dismiss the disappearances of humans as morning mist, using harried explanations and convenient statistics. Where even our kind step carefully, mindful of territories marked in power older than Edward's entire existence. Foolish child. You'd walk right into their web, blind and bleeding? Can't you go another weekend? Mike's disappointment carries an edge of genuine concern. Human instincts sensing danger they can't name. No. Isabella's tone cuts like a blade, brooking no argument. So you shouldn't make Jessica wait any longer. I glance at Edward, noting how his perfect stillness betrays more than movement ever could. His thoughts practically scream with poorly concealed worry. He knows what lurks in Seattle's shadows, in the spaces between streetlights where ancient things still hunt freely. Your singer, planning to wander straight into a nest of hunters far less civilized than your family. Isabella's legendary clumsiness has already become cafeteria folklore. A stumbling, bleeding human in Seattle's darker quarters, like dropping a wounded deer into a pit of starving wolves. At least wolves kill quickly. The bell rings, sending students flowing around me like water around stone. I watch Isabella gather her things, utterly unaware of how close she dances to the abyss. Her mortality hangs around her like perfume, sweet and fleeting. Time will tell, won't it, young Cullen? Whether you can protect her from Seattle's shadows and from yourself. 5th period advanced European history brings an unfamiliar tension. Emmett Cullen sprawls in his chair with calculated casualness, while Rosalie maintains her perfect posture 2 seats away. Their separation is deliberate, an attempt at appearing more human that only highlights their otherness. The rest of the class filters in around them. Jennifer Chin slides into her usual seat by the window, her heart racing slightly when I meet her eyes. So aware of danger, yet unable to name it. David Martinez drops his backpack with a thud, already half asleep from lunch. Sarah Williams and Marcus Brady whisper about weekend plans, their blood singing with youth and possibility. I begin the lesson on the French Revolution, chalk dust settling like snow in the afternoon light. Power, I say, writing the date 1789 on the board with deliberate human imprecision, is a delicate thing. My eyes meet Rosalie's briefly. The nobles thought their position was unassailable, that their birthright made them untouchable. Emmett's attention sharpens, though he maintains his facade of boredom. I can feel his gift humming beneath the surface, raw strength barely contained by decades of practice. So young, so sure of his power, just like those nobles. But what brought them down wasn't armies or assassins. I pause, letting the words hang in the air. It was exposure. The common people simply stopped believing in their right to rule. Sarah's hand shoots up. Wasn't it more about food shortages and taxes? Excellent point. I smile, noting how Rosalie's fingers tense almost imperceptibly. Physical hardships provided the spark. But the true revolution began when people stopped seeing nobles as superior beings. I moved between the desks, each step measured. The aristocrats' greatest weakness wasn't their decadence or their cruelty. Another glance at the Cullens. It was their certainty that they could never fall. Marcus stifles a yawn. Jennifer's pen scratches against paper, recording words she doesn't truly understand. But Emmett and Rosalie, they hear the real lesson beneath the history. They forgot. I continue, voice soft but carrying to every corner. That power depends on shadows, on mystery. Once people look too closely, I let ancient memories color my tone. Well, even the strongest walls crumble when enough eyes search for cracks. David's head jerks up as he fights sleep. Like with social media today, nothing stays secret anymore. Precisely. I smile. Those centuries of grief edge the expression. Exposure is the great equalizer. It has always been that way. My gaze sweeps the room, lingering a fraction longer on Rosalie's perfect features. The mighty fall not through force, but through revelation. Emmett shifts slightly, his casual sprawl now looking more like a predator's coiled tension. I can almost taste his unease as I continue the lesson, weaving modern parallels with ancient warnings. The nobles who survived weren't the strongest or the richest. Chalk scrapes against the blackboard. They were the ones who learned to blend in, to seem ordinary, unremarkable. Jennifer raises her hand, eyes bright with interest. Is that why some aristocrats pretended to be commoners? Yes. I nod, memories of my own adaptations flickering behind carefully human eyes. They learned that safety lies in appearing average, in being overlooked. Rosalie's perfect mask slips for just a moment, understanding dawning in her golden eyes. She's clever, this one. She sees the deeper game being played. But surely some nobles fought back. Marcus asks, finally engaged. They had all the weapons, the trained soldiers. Against an entire population? I shake my head, letting centuries of witnessed failures weight my words. In the end, numbers always prevail, with a tone reflecting the burning of castles and the proud immortals who once believed themselves invincible until the torches arrived. I declare, always. Sarah twirls her hair, oblivious to the currents of power flowing through the classroom. So, they should have just given people more rights from the beginning? Perhaps. I move back to the front, every gesture a lesson in careful mediocrity. But privilege blinds us to vulnerability, makes us forget we survive at the mercy of those around us. Emmett's jaw tightens. He feels the thread in my words, but can't challenge them without revealing too much. Learning wisdom at last. Young one? For Monday, I announce as the bell approaches. Read Chapter 7 on the Reign of Terror. Consider how quickly civilization's masks can fall when fear takes hold. The human students pack up, chattering about weekend plans. The lesson's subtle warnings still hang in the air as I gather my props. Papers to grade, coffee cup long gone cold. Let the Cullens chew on that history lesson. Time would tell if they were clever enough to heed its warnings. The parking lot gleams wet with endless forks rain. I adjust my bag with carefully measured movements, maintaining the facade of human awkwardness. A teacher's salary wouldn't afford anything flashy, so my car sits appropriately understated among the student vehicles. A modest Volvo that's just old enough to be unremarkable. Mr. Potter, Jessica Stanley's voice carries across the lot, sweet with artificial enthusiasm. Her heartbeat quickens as she approaches, perfume mixing with the scent of her blood. Some lessons humans never learn, like not chasing things that could destroy them. Miss Stanley. I keep my tone professionally distant while tracking Edward's and Bella's positions through other senses. They stand at opposite ends of the lot, locked in one of their charged staring contests. Adolescent love. So dramatic. Sovis. I was wondering if you could help me with the tutor essay? Jessica steps closer than strictly necessary, her pulse a staccato betrayal of her true intentions. I really want to understand more about and Bullen's perspective. If you only knew how much I could tell you about Deer and the Writing Center offers excellent peer tutoring. I busy myself with my keys, maintaining the precise distance that school policy requires. Miss Weber has a good grasp of the material. Disappointment clouds her features, quickly masked by the determined brightness. But you make it all sound so real. Like you were almost there. A younger immortal might have flinched at her unconscious accuracy. I merely smile, letting centuries of practice to keep the expression bland. History comes alive when we study it deeply. Enough. My eyes drift to where Edward stands statue still, watching Bella while pretending not to. Though sometimes the past is best left in books. Thunder rolls distant in the mountains. Jessica shifts closer, mistaking my momentary stillness for encouragement. I don't suppose you'd consider, Miss Stanley. I let just enough authority edge my tone, keeping it firmly professional. I believe Mr. Newton was looking for you earlier. Something about dance plans? The dismissal lands perfectly as she retreats with mumbled thanks, cheeks flushed with embarrassment. In another life, another century, I might have played with her affections more cruelly. But that kind of entertainment draws attention. Questions. The kind that end with torch-bearing mobs and hastily abandoned identities. Bella climbs into her ancient truck, the engines roar, drawing every vampire's attention. So fragile, so unaware of the predators watching her every move. Edward's tension radiates across the lot as she pulls away, Tyler's van sliding slightly on the wet pavement behind her. Such a shame if the entertainment ends here. I muse, watching Edward's internal struggle play across his features. All that delicious tension wasted on noble restraint. Then again, if he's determined to play the gentleman, well, there are other ways to approach a singer. Slower ways, subtler ways. I start my car, letting the engines purr mask my quiet laughter. Careful what you wish for, young Cullen. Some of us have centuries of practice at playing the trusted mentor. The rain falls harder as I pull away, leaving Edward frozen in place, still staring after Bella's truck. He may have eternity on his side, but I have something far more valuable, patience. And if he won't make this little drama interesting enough, well, every student needs an excellent history teacher, don't they? I sit in my modest home, grading papers with mechanical precision while my awareness stretches across forks like an invisible web. The Cullen residence comes into crystal clear focus. Their family. Meeting filtering through my consciousness as clearly as if I were sitting among them. We need to discuss Mr. Potter. Rosalie's voice carries urgency. Not this again. Edward cuts her off, his tone distant. Distracted. Probably tracking Isabella's heartbeat across town. Counting her breaths like prayer beads. For once in your existence, listen, Rosalie snaps. There's something wrong with him. The way he taught the French Revolution today. Through my awareness, I catalog each Cullen's position. Carlyle and Esme were on their pristine sofa, radiating parental concern. Alice perched unnaturally still, having trouble seeing my future. A little oracle? Jasper tense beside her. Warrior's instinct sensing something he can't quite name. He spoke about nobles falling because they became too visible, Rosalie continues. About how the most dangerous predators are the ones no one notices. You look right at us, Carlyle. A bitter laugh from Edward. Funny how now you're concerned. When I brought this up weeks ago, you said I was being paranoid, that I was inventing threats. I circle another spelling error in red ink, amused by their family drama. That was different, Rosalie bristles. You were barely making sense, rambling about his thoughts being too perfect. They are, Edward interrupts, but his tone lacks conviction. His mind is clearly elsewhere. But it doesn't matter anymore. Doesn't matter? Rosalie's voice rises sharply. He could expose us all. Then let him. Edward's dismissal is absolute. Through my awareness, I sense him moving toward the door. Nothing matters except you're human. Rosalie spits the words. You'd risk our entire family for her? Yes. No hesitation. No doubt. Just absolute certainty that makes me smile as I grade another paper. Immature love. So beautifully blind. Edward, Carlyle attempts to mediate. Perhaps we should discuss. There's nothing to discuss. Edward's tone brooks no argument. Rosalie can chase shadows all she wants. I have more important concerns, like watching a human girl sleep. Rosalie's words drip venom. That's healthy. At least I'm not living in denial about what I am. Edward's parting shot lands like a physical blow. Playing human in designer clothes, pretending we're anything but monsters. The door slams with enough force to rattle windows. Through my awareness, I track Edward's departure, racing through the forest, no doubt heading toward Isabella's house. Well, that was productive, Emmett mutters, trying to lighten the mood. He's got a point, though, Jasper whispers. The teacher seems overly controlled in their emotional responses. I can't see him clearly, Alice adds, frustration coloring her tone. It's like looking at a smeared photograph. He knows what we are, Rosalie insists. The way he talks like he knows too much. I set aside my grading, letting their voices wash over me. Such delicious irony. A coven of gifted immortals, all unsettled by the quiet history teacher grading papers across town. All except young Edward, too consumed by love's sweet poison to see the predator in their midst. Perhaps we should investigate further, Carlyle suggests. Discreetly. Search all you want, I think. Rising to make tea I'll never drink. Some secrets are older than your entire coven. He's probably watching us right now, Rosalie mutters. I smile into my teacup, listening as their meeting dissolves into familiar arguments about Edward's human obsession. The scent of adolescent apathy hit me before I set my books down, letting them strike the desk with precise force. Such delicate creatures, startling like deer at the slightest sound. Their collective intake of breath was a symphony of tiny gasps, each heart stuttering, then speeding up in a pattern as familiar to me as the endless rain against the windows. I swept my gaze across the classroom, allowing a carefully measured trace of irritation to color my features. Their faces turned toward me like flowers to the sun, desperate for entertainment, for guidance, for anything to break the monotony of their brief lives. How young they all are, these precious, fleeting beings with their precious, fleeting concerns. Today, I began manufacturing a slight catch in my throat, another carefully chosen performance of Humanity Dash. We're discussing Beowulf, its themes, its ideas of heroism, of sacrifice. The words tasted sharp on my tongue, carrying an edge I couldn't quite conceal. Control. Always control. I'm curious. Who can tell me why people consider Beowulf's last fight a noble act? Not just fearless, but driven by a sense of duty and justice. The silence that followed was rich with their discomfort. I could taste their anxiety on the air, hear the whisper of pages as fidgeting fingers traced nervous patterns on notebook margins. Each racing heartbeat counted out the seconds of their ignorance. Such easy prey, these children. And yet, Mike Newton's hand rose with all the stability of an autumn leaf in the wind. The poor boy's scent was thick with stress sweat and yesterday's body spray. Because he's like fighting a dragon? And he's brave? I fixed him with an unblinking stare, letting the weight of centuries press against my precisely controlled facade. Because he's fighting a dragon, like explaining chess to a gnat. The boy's cheeks flushed wonderfully, blood rushing just beneath that delicate skin. I forced my focus back to the discussion at hand. Jessica's attempt came next, her pulse fluttering like a trapped bird as she spoke. Is it like death? A laugh escaped me, dry as ancient parchment. Is it like death? Or is it death, Jessica? Oh, the irony of discussing death with such innocent creatures while a monster plays at being their teacher. The shift in the air caught my attention before I saw the movement. Bella's glance toward Edward, carrying a wealth of meaning in that tiny gesture. Their silent exchange sent a ripple of irritation through my deliberately maintained composure. Such presumption, such certainty in their immortal love story. The predator in me stirred, recognizing their vulnerability even as the teacher pressed on. In Beowulf's case, he isn't wholly fighting for glory or heroism. He knows the cost and pays it. I let my gaze drift across the room, noting each quickened breath, each subtle shift of posture. When my eyes found Bella's, I held them there, feeling Edward's tension spike deliciously in response. Her answer, when it came, carried a whisper of genuine understanding. Maybe because it's selfless? He knows he will not make it, but he's not afraid of that. And he does it anyway. A moment of genuine respect flickered through my ancient thoughts. Perhaps not all of them are absolutely hopeless. I acknowledged her answer with practiced restraint, watching as she shared her minor victory with Edward. Their exchange of smiles carried the sweet scent of childish love and absolute trust. How beautifully, shockingly naive, heroism is seldom easy or glorious. Keep that in mind, I added, letting a hint of darker knowledge color my tone. You'll need to know it for the test. They bent to their notes, a rustling chorus of movement accompanied by the steady drumbeat of rain. I flexed my fingers, feeling the day's tension coiled beneath my skin like a serpent. So many threats to manage, so many faces to maintain. And always the hunger watching from behind my eyes. Metamorphosis. The word struck the blackboard like a challenge, my chalk strokes precise and deliberate. Such a delicate word for such violent transformations. The rain's endless symphony provided a fitting backdrop, nature's own reminder of inevitability and change. I turned, brushing chalk dust from my fingers with practiced care, savoring the minute particles that danced in the air like memories of ancient ash. My gaze caught Edward's, and there, that delicious flash of wariness, that predator's recognition. You sense it, don't you, young one? The hunter beneath the chalk dust. Bella's heart quickened as she noticed our exchange. Her pulse a sweet, startled bird between two circling hawks. Metamorphosis, I repeated, letting the word carry centuries of weight. A revolution of the self. Like your precious human, Edward, hovering on the knife's edge of change. In ancient texts, it's the journey of a being forced to choose one thing or the other. One way to live, or the opposite. The aura of Bella's mortality hung in the air between us, as fragrant as spring roses waiting for winter's first frost. I drew in a slow breath, tasting their combined anxiety. Who here can name a time in literature or history when transformation, when crossing from one state to another, faced danger? I asked, drawing in a slow breath and tasting their combined anxiety. Or with consequences, like the price of immortality. You contemplate the steep descent into an endless night for her. The silence stretched, taut as a hunter's bowstring. Anyone. Bella's hand rose, hesitant as a fawn's first steps, but her eyes met mine with unexpected steel. In the Divine Comedy, she began, her voice growing stronger. Dante crosses into the Inferno. He leaves behind everything he knows. It's dangerous, and it changes him forever. Oh, the exquisite irony. Miss Swan, I allowed myself the ghost of a smile. Dante's crossing is one he can never come back from, but he goes because he's seeking something he believes in. My smile hardened as I turned, feeling Edward's tension spiked deliciously. What about a transformation that isn't chosen? A metamorphosis that's forced, with no way to turn back? Jessica's answer about werewolves barely registered, a child's understanding of monster tales. I fixed my gaze on Edward, watching him bristle like a wolf scenting rival territory. Why would that be tragic? Edward's expression darkened to thunderclouds, the perfect mirror to the storm outside. Bella reached for him, instinct driving prey to seek shelter. Such touching devotion, such beautiful ignorance of the precipice before her. Because, I continued, my voice a silk-wrapped blade, transformation without acceptance is agony. A creature torn between worlds, trying to be two things at once human, yet not human can never genuinely belong. Isn't that right, Edward? The classroom hummed with the rhythm of shallow breaths, but Edward and I engaged in a silent dialogue, a secret understanding that only we could decipher. Bella's fingers found his hand, anchoring him like a drowning sailor clutching a driftwood. as if she could save him from what he was. Tell me, Mr. Cullen, if something could change in us, and decisively, something beyond our control, do you believe we could still hold on to who we were before? Or do we lose something essential in the process? His response came tight as a drawn bow. I think it depends on what you're willing to lose. Very true. I smiled, turning to Bella, whose mortality sang to me like a siren's call. And if someone else would pay the price? The question hung between us like a suspended blade. But isn't there a choice? In the end, Bella's question carried the desperate hope of prey, convincing itself it could outrun the hunt. I held her gaze, letting centuries of truth weight my words. Sometimes, Miss Swan, we're left with only the delusion of choice. What matters is if the transformation, the metamorphosis, was worth it. The bell shattered our tableau like ice in spring. Edward rose with fluid grace, his hand claiming Bella's shoulder with possessive care. You can mark your territory as you please, little one. Some hunts are inevitable. Jessica's lingering glance carried a whiff of attraction mixed with instinctive fear. Prey recognizing the predator without knowing why. I remained still, letting the silence settle around me like an old friend. The ache within had transformed to something sharper, more demanding, a reminder of ancient choices, of power surrendered, of transformations that leave us forever caught between what we were and what we've become. We are all monsters in the end, Edward. The empty classroom wrapped around me like an old shroud, its silence a welcome respite from the constant cacophony of mortal life. I remained at my desk, still as carved marble, letting the quiet settle into my bones. The cafeteria, with its orchestral clash of heartbeats and hormone-laden air, held no appeal. After so many centuries, their vitality still overwhelms. Best to let the hunter rest. My thoughts spiraled through the dark corridors of memory, each one stained with the patina of ages past. How many lifetimes have I worn like ill-fitting clothes? Yet my cursed ability, ever alert, ever hungry, reached outward of their own accord. The whispered conversations from the halls filtered through like blood through gauze, each voice distinct as a fingerprint. Jessica's particular cadence cut through the others, sharp as new steel. Ah, the eternal song of prey discussing the predator. I don't get, honestly. Her words carried the bouquet of frustration, tinged with that delicious hint of fear she couldn't quite place. Metamorphosis? What do you think he was getting at? Such a simple creature, batting at mysteries like a kitten at shadows. Bella's response drifted in, her voice carrying that familiar distraction that always colored her words when Edward occupied her thoughts. I think he just meant like change, becoming someone else, maybe. Close, little dove, but still so far from understanding the true price of transformation. No, it was more than that. Jessica's whisper held an edge of awareness that made my lips curl. It was like he was talking about, I don't know, something big. You saw the way he looked at Edward, right? Your instincts serve you well, child, even if your mind refuses to understand them. Then Angela's voice, soft as moth wings, but weighted with unexpected wisdom. Maybe he meant that sometimes, people, they go through things that leave them different. And then they have to decide if they can still be who they were before. A pause, gentle as falling snow. It's hard to understand, I guess, unless you've been through something like that. Something stirred in my ancient chest. Not quite warmth, but perhaps a shadow of recognition. Such insight from one so young. Dangerous, that kind of perception. I released a breath I hadn't needed to hold, tasting the lingering chalk dust and rain-soaked air. Jessica's laugh shattered the moment, bright and dismissive as breaking glass. You're probably right, Angela. Maybe he's like hinting at his own midlife crisis or something. I mean, it looks like he's lived through a couple of those. If you only knew, dear one. The centuries I've witnessed would shatter your delicate mortal mind. Bella's distracted chuckle barely registered, her heartbeat already dancing to Edward's distant presence. Such devotion, such beautiful, tragic ignorance of the price ahead. Sometimes I think he's sad, don't you? Angela's observation struck like an arrow, excruciatingly precise. Jessica's hesitation was palpable, her pulse quickening somewhat. I guess so. It's like, he's here but not really. You know, a sigh tinged with unease. But hey, maybe he's just trying to keep us on our toes. Their voices faded like mist, but the echo of their words remained. Surprisingly, Angela's perception, he said, pulling it threads-eyed. Thought long buried beneath centuries of careful indifference. How dangerous, these children who see too much. Bella's last whisper floated back, a ghost of sound. But he's not like anyone I've ever met. No, child, I am not. The familiar ache twisted through me, sharp as the first haunt, empty as the years that followed. I closed my eyes against the truth of it all, against Angela's too keen observation, against the weight of endless years. But in the darkness behind my eyelids, their words continued to dance, delicate as prey at twilight, persistent as hunger itself. Their voices carried to me with crystal clarity, each word distinct as starlight. Jessica's pulse fluttered with excitement, her blood singing beneath paper-thin skin. The spice of her curiosity was sharp and sweet, youth's eternal perfume, as intoxicating as it was ephemeral. Why do you think he's sad? The question drifted through the air like wind-blown petals, carrying traces of her strawberry shampoo, the lingering coffee on her breath, the subtle chemistry of attraction she couldn't quite hide. How many centuries have I heard such questions? How many young hearts have fluttered with a similar fascination for things they should fear? I mean, do you think it's because of all that history he studies? The words tumbled from her like rain, quick and bright. Her heart skipped a delicate beat as she spoke of me, a prey animal's instinctive response masked by conscious denial. We are excellent predators, after all, even when we choose not to hunt. Angela's steady heartbeat provided a gentler counterpoint, her blood moving with the measured pace of deeper thoughts. Like he's watching us all from way up high, but he's not truly here. The truth in her words struck like sunlight through ancient glass. It's perhaps lonely being so different. Lonely. The word echoed through my marble stillness. As lonely as stars must be, watching the brief, bright lives below. My fingers traced patterns on the desk's surface, thoroughly maintaining human pressure when every cell in my body knew how easily I could reduce wood to splinters. Jessica's pulse quickened with dangerous interest. So, maybe he just needs a friend. You know, someone to make him feel less distant. The warm flush of her blood painted delicate patterns in the air, sweet enough to make venom pool beneath my tongue. I swallowed it back with practiced ease. You're going to get yourself in trouble thinking like that, Jess, Angela warned, her scent touched with protective concern. The subtle shift of fabric as she moved, the whisper of hair against the collar, the steady thrum of her cautious heart, all spoke of wisdom beyond her years. Some mortals sense the predator, even when they refuse to name it. Bella's silence carried its own weight, her heartbeat a familiar melody. When she eventually spoke, her words held that peculiar insight that made her both perfect prey and something more. I don't know, Jess. He feels like he's not waiting for anyone. Perceptive child, standing on the threshold of her own transformation. The irony tasted bitter as old copper on my tongue. She, of all people, should understand the price of stepping out of time's swift current into immortality's still waters. Their conversation drifted to lighter matters, dresses and weekends, perfume and promises. The symphony of their mortality played out in quickened pulses and rushing blood, in the thousand tiny sounds of life moving too fast toward its inevitable end. I remained motionless, a statue carved from centuries of watching, as their voices faded down the hallway like the last notes of a requiem. The silence that followed was absolute, the kind only immortals genuinely know. This is our curse and glory, to be the quiet eye in mortality's storm, forever watching the bright, brief dancers as they whirl past. My unnecessary breath carried the lingering traces of their presence. Jessica's hope, Angela's concern, Bella's understanding. Outside, rain painted silver trails down windows that had witnessed countless similar scenes. We are time's perfect observers, I mused, cursed to watch the same play performed by new actors, generation after generation, until even memory grows weary. The thoughts settled like dust in the empty room. Another layer added 2 centuries of similar moments. Their laughter echoed back once more, a ghost of sound that cut deeper than any blade. This is the true price of immortality. Not the hunger, not the solitude, but the weight of endless observation. To become the mirror in which mortality catches brief glimpses of itself, never knowing we envy its very briefness. I closed my eyes against memories that stretch back beyond their grandparents, each one perfect and poisonous as preserved flowers. We are the still point around which their brief lives turn, the dark matter that gives their bright moments meaning. And perhaps that is our gift and our curse, to be the ones who remember, the ones who witness, the ones who carry the weight of all these passing moments into eternity. Jessica's plans for Port Angeles rippled through my consciousness like stones dropped into deep waters. Each innocent word stirred ancient currents, touching memories of other cities. Other times when I'd sat upon darker thrones and woven webs that spanned continents. Dress shopping, for prom and all. Her pulse fluttered with simple excitement, unknowing that such mundane plans could draw the scrutiny of those who watched from shadows I'd once commanded. Bella's distracted agreement carried its own sweet irony. Cullen's pet human, their glittering weakness. Of course, they would catch the recognition of my former students. A coven so large, so permanent, playing at humanity with such deliberate care, they might as well be sending signals into the dark. I leaned against my desk, centuries of strategic awareness flowing through dead veins. Port Angeles, a perfect observation point, where ancient eyes might even now be watching. They still use the techniques I crafted, the careful placement of observers in unremarkable places. Some lessons endure beyond betrayal. A smile touched my lips, sharp as broken promises. They'd taken everything I'd built, everything I'd created, twisted each careful teaching into something harder, colder. Power corrupts even the immortal, perhaps especially the immortal. The thought carried the bitter taste of personal experience. Edward would follow the girls, of course. His love for Bella burned with such young intensity. But love makes us blind to wider dangers. My blindness cost me a kingdom. His might cost them all far more. The spring air carried whispers that my ancient senses couldn't ignore. Centuries may have passed, but I still feel the influence of others. They've noticed the Cullens. How could they not? Such a fascinating experiment in restraint. The weight of unspoken histories pressed down like burial stones. Their rigid laws, which I'd once written with such different intentions, now bound our kind in chains of fear and obligation. We create our own prisons, one careful decision at a time. I straightened, the decision crystallizing like venom in my veins. Let them watch if they were there. Let them see how their former king played at being human. Some wounds can wait centuries for revenge. The last bell shattered my reverie. I moved among the students like mist through trees, each step a careful balance of predatory grace and human pretense. How many centuries since I first perfected this masquerade, before teaching it to those who would turn the lesson from me? Jessica's laughter echoed through the halls, achingly reminiscent of ancient courts, of trust given and horrifically betrayed. We immortals play such elaborate games, each move echoing through centuries. The drive to Port Angeles stretched before me like a dark promise. I would watch, silent as starlight, while Edward played guardian to his fragile love. And perhaps, in the spaces between his vigilance and their ignorance, I might catch sight of other ancient eyes, eyes that once looked to me for guidance before they learned to look back with calculation. Let them come, I thought, sliding into my car with fluid grace. Let them send their watchers and their scouts like before. The engine purred to life, a modern sound that did nothing to drown out the whispers of centuries. After all, I created their methods of hunting, but not all of mine. The rain fell as I pulled away from the school, each drop carrying reflections of a world I'd helped create and then lost. Some games span centuries, some revenge is silent, and some teachers never forget betrayal by their best students. My web, precisely crafted, was a testament to my skill. Now it was nothing but tattered threads. Yet, as I imagined Jessica's fear, a cruel smile stretched across my face. I might have lost this web, but I still knew how to spin them, And this time, I know explicitly what manner of spiders to watch for. Chapter 5. The rain beats a rhythmic pattern on the asphalt, each drop carrying the scent of pine, exhaust, and people. With centuries of practice, parking under the cedar is second nature. The lot offers a good view of Port Angelis's main road without being too noticeable. Despite the years, we remain drawn to the margins. I enter the store with precise movements, each gesture calculated to appear unremarkable. A nod to the clerk, gentle, absent-minded, crafted to fade from memory the moment it's witnessed. My fingers brush items into the basket with deliberate tremors, a masterful display of human frailty that I've honed across ages. But beneath this facade, my senses stretch outward, catching the electric shift in the air as twilight approaches. The hunting hour. How will we monsters know it? Bella's scent, sharp and clear, suddenly pierced the air, like sunlight through stained glass. The basket handle creaks as I tighten my grip, finding the perfect balance of force. Its intensity remarkable. In the confined space of classroom walls, it was one thing. Here, unfettered, it blooms through the evening air with an almost violent beauty. I drift further into the store's recesses, maintaining my placid teacher's mien while positioning myself with tactical precision near the window. Across the street, they cluster in the dress shop. Jessica, Angela, and Bella, their youth and vitality, a stark counterpoint to the gathering dusk. Jessica twirls in something brief and modern, and Bella's laughter carries even through the glass. Such delicate things, these human moments. We spend eternities trying to recapture their simplicity. The darkness gathers at the town's edges like pooling ink, and with it comes that familiar electric anticipation. This is when we emerge the true predators, the ones who paint ourselves in civility but know better. My senses sharpen further, cataloging each shadow's shift, each subtle change in the air's pressure. I can feel them out there, Edward playing his own game of watch and wait. But others too, perhaps. The night holds so many teeth. I allow myself to become still, my breathing slowing to match the hushed rhythm of the evening. Bella's scent moves through the town like a siren's song, drawing attention she cannot comprehend. I keep myself removed from its pull, though part of me admires its power. Like blood in the water, little one, and there are so many sharks. Moving to the next aisle, I maintain my position relative to both exits while appearing to study labels with scholarly absorption. Edward isn't the only one who's made a habit of tracking her movements. His presence is there, a whisper of tension in the growing dark. Amateur, you broadcast your concern like a lighthouse. But it's the other possibilities that interest me more, the Volturi's agents, perhaps, or nomads drawn by such potent bait. They would wait for true darkness, patient as only the immortal can be. I select my last purchase with methodical care, though my thoughts race ahead through possibilities and contingencies. Through the rain-streaked glass, Bella remains illuminated against the encroaching night, drawing every predator's eye. A smile ghosts across my lips, there and gone in an instant. Tonight, young Cullen, we'll see how well you guard your sheep. There are older wolves in these woods than you. I move through the lit shop, each step measured and controlled, while a question burns through my maintained composure. Why in the hell am I here? The darker part of me, the ancient thing that has survived empires and epics, mocks this facade I've constructed. How far we've fallen, from king to kindergarten teacher. I've witnessed civilizations crumble, walked through plague-riddled streets where death itself seemed tangible in the air. In the darker decades, I stalked through Scotland Yard shadows, lending my peculiar talents to desperate men who knew better than to question why I could track killers with such terrifying precision. I lived by purpose, carved my existence into the bones of history with bloodied hands and unflinching resolve. And yet, in this rain-soaked corner of nowhere, I find myself shadowing children as they perform their mundane rituals, akin to a twisted guardian angel. Have we become so desperate for meaning that we'd play protector to sheep? But even as the thought forms, I know it's a lie. It's her Bella whose presence pulls at something buried, so deep I'd forgotten it existed. Her scent alone awakens instincts I thought I'd entombed centuries ago, stirring protective urges that feel almost human. It is not the depth of our fall that frightens us, but the possibility of remembering a time when we cared. The night descends like a funeral shroud, darkness seeping through Port Angeles with a familiar invitation. Shop lights pierce the mist like dying stars, illuminating Jessica and Angela as they link arms, laughing their way toward the parking lot. My fingers are still on the shelf I'm pretending to browse. 2 girls. Not 3. Bella is gone. I abandon my props, the basket, the pretense, the careful human choreography in one fluid motion. The predator emerges with practiced ease, my senses expanding outward like a spider's web, catching every vibration in the air. Her scent lingers, a haunting melody trapped in the rain, scattered but unmistakable. How many centuries since we've tracked anything but prey? Despite my precise control, my thoughts are unsettling. This isn't about maintaining my cover or playing the role of benevolent teacher. This reminds me of who I was before I became a monster, before I embraced the darkness, the bloodshed, and the eternal night. Her trail leads to a bookstore, hovers there with scholarly intent, then wavers back into the street. But now there are other notes in the air, 3 distinct signatures heavy with cheap liquor and cheaper intentions. My hands clench, ancient rage rising like a tide. We've seen this story before, haven't we? Played this role in Victorian alleys, in medieval streets, in places where justice was just another word for vengeance. The memories surge, unbidden crime scenes from centuries past, the bodies I tracked through London's fog, Paris's catacombs, Rome's ancient streets. Different eras, same story. But Bella, she reminds us of someone, doesn't she? Someone from before. Someone we failed. I lose control as I follow her erratic path, the 3 predators' smells swirling behind like vultures circling their prey. Centuries of perfect restraint, seemingly unbreakable, were unexpectedly undone by one girl's faltering steps into the shadows, leaving me utterly captivated. The logical side of me is intrigued as I see my constructed walls break down, giving room for a more primal and ancient force to come forward. 3 figures loomed ahead, their laughter tinged with anticipation as they staggered towards me. And there, just beyond their reach, walks Isabella, alone in a darkness she doesn't understand. The monster in me uncoils with terrible purpose. But for the first time in centuries, it serves something beyond mere hunger or survival. Perhaps our presence here is not to sustain a false front or play the part of humanity, but to recall the essence of safeguarding rather than exploiting. The night embraces me like an old friend as I move forward, silent as a shadow, letting the predator emerge for a greater purpose than mere survival. After all these centuries, little one, you've made us remember what it was to be the knight instead of the dragon. The silver Volvo's approach registers first as a vibration through the air, the engines snarl, carrying notes of contained violence. I retreat further into shadow, every sense heightened as I catalog the scene with predatory precision. Young Edward, right on cue. Let's see how well you manage this dance between savior and monster. The car screams around the corner, tires fighting physics with supernatural control. Headlights bisect the darkness, creating a tactical tableau. Bella, heart rate elevated to 126 beats per minute. 3 males, blood alcohol levels high enough to dull their survival instincts. And Edward, radiating the focused rage that makes younglings unpredictable. Such a fascinating experiment in restraint. I parse Edward's movements with ancient expertise. His exit from the vehicle achieves an admirable balance between human limitation and vampiric speed. 0.4 seconds slower than natural impulse would allow, but fast enough to disconcert his prey. Decent control for one so young, though his eyes betray him. Those eyes hold the darkness that makes even drunk men remember their ancestral fears of things that hunt in shadows. Get in the car. His command carries subsonic frequencies of predatory authority, a rookie mistake. I catch the microscopic flinch of the nearest human's autonomic nervous system responding to the threat it can't recognize. Bella's reaction is more intriguing. Her fear chemicals shift, redistributing toward the anticipation. She's learning to associate his darkness with safety. How terribly ironic. The bravest or most foolish of the men attempts dominance after posturing. I measure his odds of survival with clinical detachment. Heartbeat irregular, adrenaline spiking, prey response engaged despite his conscious denial. Edward's return stare is pure predator, unclouded by his usual pretense of humanity. There it is, the monster beneath the marble. Show them what lurks behind that schoolboy facade. I suggest. Edward's voice carries midnight frost, that you leave. Now! The threat displays textbook vampire intimidation, the stillness, the tonal manipulation, the subtle leaning into their primal fear responses. I track his physical control through micro-expressions. Jaw tension showing venom production. Fingers flexing against the urge to strike, shoulders held 2.3 degrees too rigid for human replication. Maintaining the masquerade by millimeters, aren't we? The men's retreat follows predictable prey patterns, backward stepping, maintained eye contact, elevated cortisol levels painting the air with the sharp tang of terror. Their alcohol-dulled minds process enough danger signals to override their baser impulses. Like watching gazelles, notice the lion's shadow. Edward's transition back to Bella is telling. His predatory focus snaps like a rubber band, replaced by something almost human. The car speeds up away with unnecessary theatricality, leaving behind a complex chemical signature of fear, relief, and lingering testosterone. Youth, always so dramatic. I remain motionless in my vantage point, analyzing the aftermath with centuries of experience. Edward's performance was adequate. Effective intimidation, reasonable control, though his emotional investment creates exploitable vulnerabilities. The real fascination lies in Bella's responses. Her fear patterns are developing, adapting to a supernatural presence with remarkable plasticity. She's becoming accustomed to monsters. One wonders if she'll recognize the more dangerous ones when she meets them. A smile ghosts across my features, there and gone like mercury. Tonight's little drama has been illuminating. Edward's protective instincts run deeper than mere fascination, and his control, while admirable, has definite breaking points. So many fascinating pressure points to explore. The game grows more intricate with each passing night, and I've always appreciated a worthy opponent. The Volvo's departure leaves a vacuum in the rain-soaked night, and something ancient stirs within me, a creature that has outlived empires and feasted on armies. I track the three men stumbling, retreat through the darkness, my senses cataloging their vital signs with practiced precision. Elevated heart rates, alcohol-clouded blood, the sharp tang of fading adrenaline. They laugh, these fragile things, unaware of how close they've come to discovering what true predators look like. Such delicate prey, believing themselves hunters. The rage rises with terrible precision, a cold, familiar thing that tastes of centuries and blood-soaked battlefields. It coils through my frame with devastating clarity, demanding satisfaction, not the quick death of mere feeding, but something far more refined. The artistic terror that only the ancient can craft, the kind that reshapes souls and haunts generations. We could teach them such exquisite lessons in fear. My fingers flex, muscle memory from millennia of violence rising unbidden. Bella's image cuts through the bloodlust with surprising force, her eyes wide with that peculiar brand of mortal courage, that magnificent defiance of her own fragility. The vulnerability she wears strikes a chord in me I thought had long since rotted away, excavating memories of what it meant to be more than just death's shadow. Why are we here? The question emerges from the darker corners of my mind, where the monster keeps company with ancient regrets. I parse it with clinical detachment, examining each facet like a jeweler studying a blood diamond. Why indeed do I lurk in this rain-drenched corner of nowhere, playing guardian to a mortal whose heartbeat is as fleeting as morning mist? Maybe the reason we're drawn to her might be that she reminds us of what we once were, before time and power stripped us bare, leaving only the predator. The truth settles like frost. This transcends mere duty or program protection protocols. I recognize in Bella something I lost centuries ago, the capacity to face the darkness without becoming it. Her particular brand of courage, quiet, yet adamantine in its core mirrors a long-buried version of myself. The thought of that light being extinguished awakens something far more dangerous than mere bloodlust. How fascinating that after all these years, we can still feel something beyond hunger. Rain traces patterns on my skin, each drop carrying microscopic fragments of the night's events. Bella's lingering fear scent, Edward's venom rage, the men's stale terror. I catalog these chemical signatures while something deeper shifts beneath my maintained facade. The predator in me recognizes a new hunt, one not meant to end in death but in preservation. The game changes. No longer am I observing, maintaining my cover in this small-town masquerade. The monster that has slumbered through decades of careful restraint now awakes to a higher purpose. I will stalk these streets with renewed focus, not as death's harbinger, but as its deterrent. Let other predators beware. There are older, darker things in these woods than they can imagine. The rain cleanses the street of tonight's drama, but I can still taste her presence in the air, that curious blend of fragility and steel that makes her fascinating. The why of it all remains elusive, a puzzle to occupy my endless nights. But for now, I accept this strange new role, an ancient darkness turned guardian, a monster repurposed for protection rather than predation. How deliciously ironic, after centuries of perfecting death, we find purpose in preserving life. A smile curves across my lips, sharp and private in the darkness. Something fundamental has shifted tonight, like tectonic plates grinding beneath the surface of my constructed world. The predator remains, but now it hunts with a purpose beyond mere survival. Let them come, the mundane threats, the supernatural hunters, even the Volturi themselves. They'll find that some monsters guard their treasures with a ferocity that makes mere death seem gentle. After all, I've had centuries to perfect the art of violence. Now, at last, I have reason to employ it with precision. The rain paints the night in layers of scent and sound, each droplet carrying fragments of fear and desperation. Their trail spreads before me like a luminous path, cheap bourbon, stale sweat, the acrid tang of growing terror. They've separated these foolish creatures, their alcohol-addled minds falling back on primitive survival instincts. How charming! They think they're prey animals when truly they're barely practice. The first one's heartbeat drums an erratic rhythm through the darkness, a beacon of vulnerability. He's found refuge behind a dumpster, marking his territory like the animal he is. I pause in the shadows, cataloging his vital signs with clinical precision. Elevated pulse, shallow breathing, blood alcohol content high enough to dull what little survival instinct he possesses. Such fragile things. These predators who've never met worthy monsters. I move with deliberate grace, each step a calculated display of power. The ground barely registers my presence. Centuries of hunting have perfected this dance. My hand finds his throat with surgical accuracy, fingers settling into position with the careful deliberation of a musician placing fingers on strings. The sudden spike in his heart rate from 82 to 156 beats per minute sends a fresh wave of fear, scent cascading through the air. His attempted scream dies beneath my grip, reduced to a whisper of displaced air. The larynx is such a delicate instrument. His desperate clawing against my arm provides an interesting study of human strength limitations. Maximum grip force relatively 40 kilograms per square centimeter, barely enough to mark paper, let alone vampire flesh. I observe his futile struggles with the detached interest of a scientist, noting how panic affects his motor coordination, how desperately the human body fights against its own extinction. I modulate my grip with precise control, maintaining precisely 14.7 newtons of pressure, enough to restrict airflow while preserving consciousness. His carotid pulse drums against my thumb, a metronome counting down his remaining moments. Such complex machinery, the human throat, so many delicate pieces waiting to be adjusted. The first fracture occurs at specifically the right moment, a hairline crack in the hyoid bone that resonates through the quiet alley like fine crystal breaking. I feel it beneath my fingers, the microscopic spiderweb of damage spreading with mathematical precision. The sound mingles with the rain in perfect acoustical harmony. There's poetry in destruction, when perfectly orchestrated. A second crack follows, this one involving the lateral process of the fourth cervical vertebra. His vocalization, a wet, guttural sound, speaks to significant tracheal compression. The fear in his eyes reaches a sublime peak as animal instinct recognizes an apex predator. How lovely when prey achieves perfect clarity at the end. I maintain steady pressure, cataloging each minute splintering of bone and cartilage with a connoisseur's appreciation. C3 through C7 vertebrae yield in sequence, a cascading symphony of destruction. His struggles fade with precise predictability, first the voluntary muscles, then involuntary, his consciousness guttering like a candle in the wind. 147 seconds from first touch to final breath. We're getting more efficient. The body drops with a percussive finality, the impact lost beneath nature's applause of falling rain. I observe the crumpled form, appreciation mingling with aesthetic satisfaction. The rain begins its work of cleansing, each drop carrying away microscopic evidence of this impromptu performance. Nature, ever the dutiful stagehand. I taste the air one last time, sampling the complex mixture of death, fear, and satisfied justice. The monster in me purrs with contentment, even as the civilized facade prepares to reassert itself. But not yet. There's still one more movement in tonight's symphony of retribution. I fade back into shadow, my senses already reaching out to locate the last player in our drama. The night is still young, and I've always believed in completing what one starts. The disposal of refuse requires its own particular artistry. I lift the cooling body with mechanical precision, noting how rapidly the cellular degradation has begun, body temperature already dropping at 1.5 degrees per hour. The dumpster accepts its new occupant with a dull percussion, metal reverberating at literally the frequency that human ears dismiss. Even death should maintain certain standards of discretion. I parse the air carefully, separating molecule from molecule until I isolate his companion's distinctive chemical signature. Fierce sweat, ethanol metabolites, and the sharp undercurrent of adrenaline create an olfactory breadcrumb trail leading to, how charmingly predictable his home. A smile curves my lips, precise as a scalpel. They always hide in their homes, as if walls could protect them from danger. I move through his domicile like a thought, each step calculated between the architectural weak points of aged floorboards. The house's respiration settling wood, humming electricity, the steady drip of leaking pipes masks any whisper of my presence. He sprawls across his bed, marinating in a complex bouquet of terror and intoxicants, his consciousness already retreating into the false safety of impending sleep. My hand finds his shoulder with surgical accuracy, identifying the exact point where trapezius meets deltoid. The velocity calculation is precise sufficient force to penetrate the wall sheetrock while maintaining survivable impact parameters. Physics makes such lovely poetry when accurately applied. His body creates a perfect ballistic arc through the drywall, the crystalline structure of gypsum fracturing in mathematically predictable patterns. The impact against kitchen tile produces precisely the sound I expected, the dull thud of relatively 82 kilograms of mass meeting ceramic at 8.2 meters per second. His autonomous nervous system attempts to start recovery protocols, but the disorientation from both impact and blood alcohol content renders them completely ineffective. I stabilize him with one hand, positioning him with the careful consideration of an anatomist. Millennia of experience to guide my choice of the strike point, literally 4.2 centimeters below the right costal margin, angled upward at 42 degrees. My fist delivers relatively 3,200 newtons of force, dispersed across an area of 6.5 square centimeters. The human body is such an elegant machine when being regularly disassembled. The damage cascade begins rapidly. Hepatic tissue ruptures at specifically calculated points, the right kidney compressed beyond functional parameters. Blood pressure drops unexpectedly as his system attempts to compensate for massive internal hemorrhage. His autonomic responses paint a fascinating portrait, pupils dilating to 7 millimeters, heart rate spiking to 184 beats per minute before beginning its inevitable decline. I observe his systematic shutdown with clinical appreciation, The sequence of organ failure follows textbook progression. Consciousness fades first, then voluntary muscle control, eventually autonomic functions. His last breath escapes at precisely 2.3 minutes post-impact, marginally faster than average, likely because of his compromised physical state. One must appreciate the elegance of biological systems, even in their cessation. I leave the tableau as I found it, minus one functioning human component. The wall's destruction provides an aesthetically appropriate framework for the scene. Violence should have its proper stage setting. The house's ambient sounds resume their normal patterns, already beginning to incorporate the new silence at their center. A final analysis of the scene confirms optimal evidence distribution. Nothing here will lead to uncomfortable questions, just another tragedy born of human violence, unremarkable in its brutality. The art lies in making the extraordinary appear mundane. I step back into the night's embrace, my senses already cataloging the environmental changes that signal approaching dawn. The monster in me settles, satisfied with the precision of tonight's work. After all, true perfection lies not in the violence itself, but in the immaculate calculation of its execution. Some lessons require a refined educational approach. The night air carries complex narratives in molecular form: fear, pheromones, stale tobacco, and beneath it all, the distinctive chemical signature of practiced cruelty. I parse these scents with millennia of experience, identifying markers I've encountered in countless dark corners of history. The same hormonal patterns I detected in Roman torture chambers, in Spanish Inquisition dungeons, in Nazi laboratories. Some predators leave identical signatures across centuries. This third one's biochemistry tells a story I've read before: elevated testosterone levels, dopamine spikes associated with inflicting pain, cortisol patterns showing habitual violence. His neural architecture mirrors those I've studied in the darkest chapters of human history. Like examining a modern iteration of ancient monsters, I observe his slouched posture against the wall, calculating pressure points and nerve clusters with the precision of an anatomist who's had centuries to perfect his craft. The cigarette ember burns at 834 degrees Celsius, creating interesting thermal patterns against his skin that will soon understand what true agony means. Temperature differentials always made for fascinating pain experiments. I calculate my approach to microsecond precision. Initial contact, right hand to trachea, applying strictly 42.3 newtons of pressure, enough to restrict blood flow to the carotid artery while maintaining consciousness. The same grip I used on Ottoman executioners, on SS officers, on all those who thought cruelty made them powerful. His physiological response provides fascinating data. Heart rate spikes to 172 beats per minute, pupils dilate to 8.2 millimeters. Epinephrine floods his system in quantities commonly associated with extreme terror. With practiced ease, I manipulate his body, utilizing my anatomical knowledge learned during the Dark Ages, recognizing pressure points mapped during the Renaissance. The impact against the wall creates a precise percussion of pain, fractional tissue damage, microscopically cracked ribs, neural pathways lighting up like Renaissance fireworks. My fingers find the solar plexus with surgical accuracy, applying progressive pressure in measured increments, like conducting a symphony of agony with nerve endings as instruments. You've hurt people, I observe, my voice modulated to frequencies that trigger primitive fear responses. But you've never known pain, have you? Not like this. I whispered, the same words I've used for centuries against tyrants and torturers. I start a calculated cascade of trauma: intercostal nerve compression, vagus nerve manipulation, precise pressure on the celiac plexus. Centuries of understanding human pain thresholds guide each of my touches. His body provides excellent data points: muscle spasms at accurately predicted intervals, nervous system responses following patterns I've observed since medieval times. Throughout centuries of application, ancient Chinese torture chambers perfected the paralysis technique I use. The pressure point beneath his pelvis responds completely as expected: temporary neuromuscular disruption, causing cascading systemic failure. Some lessons require a refined educational approach. His consciousness fragments in mathematically predictable stages. First the higher functions, then motor control, ultimately leaving only the primitive brain stem to process pure, unfiltered agony. I maintain him in this state for literally 187 seconds, long enough for permanent psychological impact without risking systemic shock. When I release him, his collapse follows perfect biomechanical principles. His body crumples along predictable stress lines, an autonomic nervous system utterly overwhelmed. Final readings: heart rate 142 BPM, respiratory rate 28 per minute, skin conductance showing maximum stress response. An entirely comprehensive lesson in consequence. I survey the scene with millennia of experience in evidence manipulation. The broken form before me provides an opportunity for something more instructive than mere disposal. Sometimes the message lies not in what we hide, but in what we purposely leave to be found. His vital signs present fascinating data points. Heartbeat irregular at 48 BPM, respiratory rate 12 per minute, skin temperature dropping at 0.3 degrees Celsius per hour. Ideal conditions for what I have in mind. I analyzed the alley's topology with practice precision. Ambient temperature was 12.4 degrees, humidity 87%, minimal foot traffic patterns. Perfect stage setting for our little cautionary tale. I lift him with calculated force, his mass providing roughly 82.3 kilograms of dead weight. The placement must be precise, visible enough to be found, obscure enough to create uncertainty. Like arranging evidence in medieval courts, the presentation matters as much as the content. You'll serve a greater purpose now, I murmur, positioning him with the same care I once used arranging bodies in Renaissance Italy to send messages to the Medici. The angle of his limbs, the display of his injuries, each detail crafted to tell a specific story. Art requires attention to detail, even in its darkest forms. I arrange him beneath the sodium vapor lamp where its 589.3 nanometer wavelength will cast precise shadows across his features. The blood patterns on his clothing create a chiaroscuro effect that would have impressed Caravaggio, each stain deliberately positioned to suggest violence, without revealing its true supernatural source. Some warnings require a refined aesthetic. I thoroughly curate the evidence I leave. Precise bruising patterns suggest human strength, microscopic fiber transfers that will lead nowhere, blood spatter consistent with mundane assault. Yet subtle details, the precise angle of broken bones, the systematic nature of the trauma will speak to more discerning observers. Let them see explicitly what we want them to see. I adjust his position one last time, ensuring maximum visibility from the street while maintaining the tableau's dramatic effect. The scene will read like a textbook case of criminal violence to human authorities, but to supernatural eyes. Oh, they'll understand the true signature beneath the surface. The temperature gradient ensures optimal decomposition rate. Cellular breakdown will begin within hours, masking the more exotic aspects of his injuries. I've calculated the discovery timeline to within 2.3 hours, accounting for local patrol patterns and ambient foot traffic probability. A message written in such precise suffering resonates through certain circles, like ripples in a dark pond. The echoes will reach precisely the right observers. The Volturi's agents will recognize the craftsmanship, if not the artist. The Cullens will sense the deliberate nature of the display. Local predators will read the warning in every strictly broken bone. I step back to assess the final composition. The rain begins right on schedule, each drop carrying a precise 5.2 pH level, perfect for degrading trace evidence while preserving the essential elements of our tableau. Nature provides such excellent theatrical effects when perfectly used. One last analytical sweep confirms optimal evidence distribution. Nothing here will draw unwanted attention, yet everything speaks volumes to those who know how to read such signs. I handpick the chemical signatures I leave behind, markers that human forensics will find meaningless, but that will be unmistakable to vampire senses. Consider this a peer-reviewed publication in the Journal of Consequence. I fade into the shadows, already calculating the ripple effects this display will generate through supernatural circles. Amateur, sloppy, unforgivable. The thought burns through my mind with caustic precision as I register their heartbeats. 120 and 124 BPM, subsequently mere meters away. Angela and Jessica's presence triggers an immediate tactical assessment. Two witnesses, optimal. Visual acuity in current lighting conditions. Cognitive functions heightened by residual shopping-induced dopamine. Like a master assassin leaving bloody footprints. Centuries of experience. And yet here we stand. The predator in me, still humming with post-hunt satisfaction, slips a microsecond loss of control that might as well be an eternity. Their pupils dilate. Jessica's parasympathetic nervous system responding with classic fear attraction markers. Angela's cortisol levels spiking with instinctive recognition of the apex predator presence. We've seen this response before in ancient courts when the mask slipped. They always have devastating consequences. I catalog their physiological reactions with cold precision. Elevated heart rates, increased respiratory frequency, skin conductance, suggesting acute stress response. But it's their cognitive processing that concerns me. Most young minds are adept at pattern recognition, at cataloging inconsistencies, like Renaissance courtiers noting the immortal among them. These modern observers will remember. Angela, Jessica. I modulate my voice to strictly 48 decibels, pitching it to trigger calm response patterns, but I'm severely aware of the damage already done. Their neural pathways are encoding this moment with enhanced clarity due to stress. They will remember, discuss, and analyze my presence in Port Angeles. A single moment of carelessness creates ripples across centuries. We learned this lesson in Venice, in London, in countless cities where careful facades crumbled. The social exchange proceeds with mechanical precision, each word precisely measured, but the underlying calculations are grim. Jessica's elevated oxytocin levels and Angela's micro-expressions show deep imprinting of the encounter. They've seen too much, not enough to break the masquerade, but sufficient to create dangerous correlations. Like watching dominoes align before the inevitable fall. I track their retreat with predatory focus, analyzing voice patterns and gait changes that suggest a profound impact. Their whispered conversation carries to my enhanced hearing. Phrases like perfect and something different about him float back, each word a damning sign of my failure to maintain proper camouflage. Settling into my vehicle, I calculate damage control scenarios. This error compounds the risk matrix exponentially. My presence in Port Angeles, now documented by reliable witnesses, temporal proximity to 3 unrelated assaults, potential correlation with Edward's appearance. The Cullens will surely factor this into their ongoing investigation. Centuries of careful maneuvering, compromised by a moment's inattention. I start the engine, its vibrations providing useful cover for my tension-induced microtremors. The hunt satisfaction has curdled into something bitter professional disappointment at such an elementary mistake. In a past century, such witnesses would have been managed, but that option died in the old ways, leaving me to deal with this tactical error through more subtle means. Perhaps we've grown too comfortable in this masquerade, too confident in our ability to walk among them unnoticed. The road ahead offers time to strategize, to calculate contingencies and prepare counternarratives. However, the truth remains securely in my mind. Tonight's actions have left an indelible mark. Small towns have long memories, and teenage girls have even longer ones. A predator's first rule: never leave witnesses. Tonight we broke our own cardinal law. The night wraps around the car like a shroud, but offers no comfort. There will be consequences to manage, ripples to smooth, stories to redirect. Amateur mistakes demand professional solutions. The highway unfolds before me, each white line marking another tick in a precise calculation of risk versus restraint. The monster stirs with an elegant solution. 2 quick stops, 4.7 minutes of work, 0 witnesses. Clinical. Efficient. Like Prague in 1647, when loose ends required tightening. Their scents still linger in my memory: Angela's lavender soap, Jessica's chemical perfume, young hearts so easy to still. I parse the tactical matrix with cold precision. Jessica Stanley, extremely social connectivity, extensive verbal patterns prone to emotional interpretation. Her disappearance would trigger immediate investigation, create specifically the attention we're avoiding. Angela Weber, quiet observer, dangerous pattern recognition capabilities, respected family connections. Their absence would draw the Cullen scrutiny like moths to flame. The old ways whisper such simple solutions. But we're no longer in medieval Florence, where witnesses commonly vanished. My fingers flex on the steering wheel, applying precisely 47.2 newtons of pressure, barely avoiding structural damage to the leather. The predator in me calculates kill scenarios with mathematical beauty. Angela first, quick cervical fracture at C3, C4, minimal sound. Jessica second, carotid compression for 42 seconds, staged as random violence. Bodies discovered independently to suggest unconnected events. Stop. We've grown beyond such primitive solutions. I force my thoughts into more sophisticated channels, analyzing the exposure vectors. They observed relatively 2.3 seconds of true predator presence. Their young minds will rationalize, reshape the memory into something digestible. Humans excel at denial, a trait I've exploited since the Spanish Inquisition. Yet their whispered words replay with perfect clarity. Did you see his face? Like something from a dream or a nightmare, dear children. The monster presents another scenario. A tragic car accident on this rain-slicked road. Simple mechanical failure. 2 young lives cut disturbingly short. I've arranged such accidents since creating the automobile. Modern forensics would find nothing suspicious. I learned evidence manipulation when the science was being written. The elegance of the solution burns like aged whiskey, tempting and dangerous. But deeper calculations prevail. Their disappearance now, coupled with 3 assault victims in Port Angeles, creates an unacceptable pattern. The Cullens are already wary, and Carlyle's centuries of experience would allow him to recognize the signs of a planned elimination. Edward's gift makes him dangerous in this equation. He'll have access to their last thoughts, see me through their eyes. Like playing chess with an opponent who can read our previous moves. A more refined strategy crystallizes. Let them talk. Their gossip becomes camouflage. Teenage imagination disguising truth in plain sight. Monitor their conversations, track the ripple effect through social circles, maintain the meticulously crafted persona of Mr. Potter with microscopic precision. We've hidden among nobility and priests. Unquestionably, we can manage schoolgirls. The monster retreats, unsatisfied but controlled. This isn't Constantinople or colonial Boston. Modern hunting requires modern methods. The witnesses will live, their memories becoming part of my constructed narrative. After all, the best place to hide is often in plain sight, letting human nature do the concealment for us. Though the predator notes, with clinical detachment, that both girls live alone in second-floor bedrooms, windows facing east. I adjust my speed, accurately 2.3 kilometers under the limit, a model of careful driving. The night wraps around the car like a confession, carrying the weight of paths not taken. Sometimes the most sophisticated predation requires allowing prey to walk free, their oblivious chatter serving as perfect cover for the monster in their midst. Yet, I mentally commit to observing their sleep patterns and daily routines, just in case the situation requires change. Edward. Isabella's heartbeat fades gently as I pull away from her house, each beat growing fainter until it merges with the symphony of the night. Her scent lingers in the car, freesia and lavender wrapped in something uniquely her, a presence I can't escape even if I wanted to. Which I don't. God help me, I don't. The city lights blur past at specifically 63 miles per hour, though my hands itch to push faster, to match my external velocity to the racing of my thoughts. She knows. She knows. And yet she looked at me with those deep brown eyes full of fascination rather than fear. The relief is staggering, intoxicating, and terrifying in its intensity. But beneath that joy, a darker current pulls at me. Her voice replays in perfect vampire recall. They kept getting closer. The memory of her fear pulled immediately from her mind in fragmented images. Looming shapes, cruel laughter, predatory intent ignites something ancient and violent in my chest. My fingers indent the steering wheel before I catch myself, faithfully moderating pressure to avoid structural damage. Focus. Control. Remember who you're trying to be. I take corner after corner, the Volvo responding to my touch with mechanical precision. But I can't outrun the images playing in my head, not her memories now, but my own imaginings. 3 bodies broken beyond recognition. The satisfying crack of bones under supernatural strength. The terror in their eyes as they face a true predator. No, stop. This isn't who we are anymore. But isn't inaction its own kind of crime? I parse the ethics with desperate speed. Angela, Jessica, that friendly waitress with her bright surface thoughts. How many more victims will suffer before we stop these men? There's someone's Bella, every one of them. The thought crystallizes with terrible clarity, and abruptly I know what I have to do. I turn the car north, tires calculating perfect friction coefficients as I speed up towards home. Alice's familiar mental signature reaches me before I see her bright, worried, but tinged with understanding. She's perched on the porch, her thoughts a mixture of relief and exasperation. Carlisle's in his study. And you should have answered your phone, you dramatic fool. I manage a weak smile, ruffling her hair as I pass. Her mind floods with affectionate annoyance. Thank you, Alice. Just go. The sooner you get this done, the sooner you can go back to mooning over Bella. Her mental voice carries equal parts teasing and concern. Carlisle's mind welcomes me before I reach his study calm, already analyzing my tension and causes. His book lies forgotten in his lap, his thoughts focused on me as I enter. I don't deserve this unconditional support, this endless patience, but I need it fiercely tonight. I need help. The words taste like surrender, like weakness. Anything. Whatever troubles you, son, we'll face it together. His mental voice is as steady as his spoken one. Tell me what happened. The story spills out in a rush of words and suppressed snarls. Someone harassed Bella tonight. They followed her, cornered her in the dark. 3 of them. Their vile thoughts flash through my mind again, images I wish I could burn away. They wanted to hurt her. Carlisle. His mind shifts to immediate concern. Is she safe now? She's home. Safe. The word catches in my throat. What I need to make sure they never hurt her or anyone again. I want to tear them apart, make them suffer, show them what actual monsters look like. I can't just let them walk away. Carlisle's thoughts flow with perfect clarity, understanding, compassion, and gentle warning. Edward, I understand what you're feeling. But vengeance, even when it feels justified, takes a toll. It changes us. You've worked too hard, come too far, to let darkness claim you now. The truth of his words wars with the monster inside me, the creature that wants nothing more than justified violence. But Bella deserves better than a murderer. She deserves the Edward who can resist his darker nature. Carlisle waits, his mind a steady anchor until I can meet his eyes again. Let me help you carry this burden, son. I understand. I'll take care of it. Bella's safety and the safety of others isn't something we'll ignore. Relief floods through me, cold and cleansing. Therefore, I need him, this unwavering moral compass when my own threatens to spin out of control. I'll show you where to find them. My voice is steadier now, the monster contained, but not forgotten. We slip into the night together, my steps lighter with shared purpose. Perhaps this is what it absolutely means to be Cullen, not the denial of darkness, but the choice to channel it through wisdom rather than vengeance. For you, Bella, always for you. The night unfolds in perfect clarity as we run, my family's thoughts creating a tactical web around me. Emmett's mind pulses with barely contained aggression. Finally, some action, while Jasper's consciousness flows in military patterns, analyzing vectors and approaches. Carlisle's thoughts remain steady, a moral anchor threading through our darker intentions. I parse the city's mental landscape with practiced precision. Human minds flicker past like candles, the night clerk at the gas and go calculating his register balance. A woman in apartment 3B obsessing over tomorrow's presentation. A teenager sneaking in past curfew. But the minds I seek, those vile cesspools of predatory intent, remain frustratingly absent. They were here, their thoughts burned into my memory. Grab her, make her scream, show her what real men. I clamp down on the surge of rage, feeling Jasper's gift brush against my consciousness, offering calm I don't want. Edward, your anger's bleeding over. Focus. Jasper's mental voice cuts through my fury with military precision. His memories of tracking deserters through Confederate territories surface temporarily useful tactical patterns. Emmett's thoughts crash through my concentration. Come on, little brother. Let me at them. Been too long since I got to play enforcer. His mental imagery is colorful, if anatomically improbable. I can't hear them. The admission tastes bitter. Their consciousness isn't anywhere within range. My gift stretches out, scanning through layers of human thought patterns. Need milk. That bitch Sarah better not get the promotion. Wonder if she'll call. Jasper shifts stance, his mind clicking into tracking mode. Confederate cavalry training overlays with decades of vampire hunting experience. Then let's track them the other way. Humans leave trails like wounded prey. Scent, disrupted air patterns, micro traces we can follow. We move deeper into Port Angeles' shadows. 3 predators in perfect synchronization. Jasper's nose twitches, male, roughly 175 pounds. Blood alcohol levels still elevated. Cheap tobacco, poor hygiene, catching a trail. His mind naturally catalogs wind direction, atmospheric conditions, decay rates of organic compounds. The alley unfolds before us like a crime scene waiting to be discovered. Each step brings sharper clarity to the trail-stale cigarettes, sour sweat, the lingering signature of human fear. Bella's terrified face burns in my memory, fueling the precisely contained rage I've carried since she told me about these men. Emmett's thoughts pulse beside me with predatory anticipation, finally getting to teach some lessons. Been too long since we played enforcer. Jasper maintains his soldier's composure, but his mind calculates angles of attack, escape routes, methods of disposal. Carlyle's mental presence remains our moral anchor, though even his thoughts carry an edge of steel when considering what these men intended for Bella. The scent changes suddenly copper and decay dancing on dead air. My step falters, every vampire instinct screaming a warning. This is wrong. This is professional. Blood pattern suggests methodical application of force. Fascinating technique. Jasper's military mind analyzes systematically. His centuries of combat experience recognize artistry in violence. Emmett's mental voice carries uncharacteristic sobriety. Damn. Someone's been busy, and they weren't playing around. The dumpster looms before us, its metal sides holding secrets my gift can't penetrate. Carlyle steps forward, 7 centuries of medical knowledge engaging as he analyzes the scene. The positioning suggests an intimate knowledge of human anatomy. This wasn't random violence. The lid yields under careful pressure, revealing a masterwork of calculated retribution. The body lies twisted in positions that speak of precise application of force, each injury placed with surgical accuracy. Even Emmett's usual bravado dims at the sight. Look at the cervical trauma. Carlyle's thoughts race with clinical assessment. Perfect understanding of pain thresholds. Whoever did this has extensive medical knowledge, perhaps rival my own. His mental tone carries both professional appreciation and careful warning. Jasper leans forward, his gift sampling the lingering emotional residue. Terminal fear response. They kept him conscious through most of it. Wanted him to understand specifically why this was happening. His tactical mind overlays the scene of combat analysis, a single assailant. Extensive experience, likely older than any of us. This wasn't aimless, Carlyle murmurs, his thoughts lingering beyond his words. This level of precision, I've only seen its equal in the oldest of our kind. The ones who've had millennia to perfect their craft. I can't help but notice the irony of the situation. I arrived here intending to pursue justice for Bella, only to discover that someone else had already delivered it, and with considerably more skill than I had expected. Something ancient and merciless has marked our territory, turning anatomy into art, punishment into poetry. Emmett's mind flickers with grudging respect. Whoever did this makes us look like amateurs. Remind me to stay on their good side. Edward, Jasper's mental warning cuts sharp. This is professional work. Old world technique. Someone sending a message and they have the power to enforce it. We withdraw into the night, but Carlyle's final thoughts follow us like a shadow. In 7 centuries, I've seldom seen such perfect fusion of medical knowledge and calculated retribution. Be very careful, son. We're not the only ones watching over forks anymore. The predator in me recognizes the signature of something far more dangerous than our careful family dynamic. Whatever walks among us has turned protection into an art form and written their warning in thoroughly arranged pain. Message received. The residential trail carries a more intimate signature domestic sense layering over death's herald. Emmett's thoughts pulse with predatory focus. Cozy little murder scene waiting for us. Jasper's military mind already maps entry points, escape routes, tactical advantages of the cul-de-sac setting. Precise positioning, Carlyle's thoughts analyze. Almost theatrical in its presentation. This isn't a coincidence. His centuries of medical experience note the deliberate nature of our guided discovery. The door yields without resistance, another calculated detail. Emmett's mental voice carries uncharacteristic tension. They're practically inviting us in. Like some twisted vampire dinner party. The interior reveals a curated tableau of violence. Jasper's gift samples emotional residue, his thoughts sharp with tactical assessment. Fear lingered for relatively 42 minutes. Perpetrator maintained perfect control throughout. This wasn't rage, this was performance. Look at the blood spatter patterns Carlyle's medical expertise engages. Arterial spray suggests absolutely calculated force. They understood completely how to maximize both damage and terror. His mental tone carries professional fascination tinged with growing concern. Emmett tracks the crimson trail, his usual bravado subdued. Someone's got style, I'll give them that. Makes our usual scare tactics look like amateur hour. The victim provides the finale masterwork of anatomical knowledge turned lethal. Carlyle's analysis flows rapid fire. Systematic organ failure induced through targeted trauma. Perfect understanding of pain thresholds. This level of expertise, staged for maximum impact, Jasper's thoughts cut through with military precision. Every detail placed purposely. Someone's crafting a narrative. Carlyle's mental warning hits me with crystal clarity. Edward, this is more than retribution. The positioning, the accessibility, the theatrical elements, this is a message meant precisely for us. His centuries of experience recognize the hallmarks of sophisticated, immortal politics. You don't think someone's trying to set you up, do you? Jasper voices, the concern already threading through our collective thoughts. Emmett's mind races with unusual focus. Who even knows about us? About Bella? His tactical assessment sharpens with protective instinct. The precision suggests extensive surveillance. Carlyle's thoughts continue. They know our patterns, our connections. Someone deliberately constructed this display to evoke particular reactions. The implications spiral through our shared consciousness. Someone ancient walks among us, turning murder into art, justice into theater. Each death thoroughly choreographed to send a very specific message. Edward, Jasper's tactical mind whirs. Whoever did this understands vampire politics at a level beyond our experience. They're playing a game we barely recognize. We need to find them before they get any closer to her. My words carry the weight of growing realization. We're dealing with something far more sophisticated than mere violence. Carlyle's final assessment chills us all. In 7 centuries, I've infrequently encountered this level of calculated demonstration. Someone wants us to know they're watching, and they have the power to act with impunity. Dawn bleeds across Port Angeles as we track the final scent. The trail feels deliberate now, less a hunt and a more guided tour through discreetly arranged horrors. Emmett's thoughts pulse with growing unease, like following breadcrumbs left by something that wants to eat us. The square opens before us, streetlights casting theatrical illumination on our destination. The third victim lies center stage, positioned with archaeological precision. Perfect sight lines from all major approaches. Maximum visibility for early morning discovery. Jasper's military mind calculates the choreography of this display. Carlyle moves forward while we establish a perimeter, his centuries of medical knowledge engaging with cold precision. Fascinating technique, each injury calibrated for optimum blood loss without immediate death. The positioning suggests intimate familiarity with human vascular systems. Deliberate exhibition, Carlyle mutters, his thoughts racing ahead of his words. Bruising patterns show systematic application of force. Precise understanding of pain thresholds. This rivals techniques I witnessed in the ancient courts. No vampire gets this sloppy unless they want attention. Emmett's mental voice carries growing suspicion. Tactical assessment has replaced his usual bravado. Carlyle's examination continues. Lacerations placed with surgical accuracy. Perfect understanding of blood flow rates and coagulation timing. This required centuries of anatomical study. Jasper's military mind overlays the scene with strategic significance. Public display. Maximum psychological impact. Someone orchestrating a very specific reaction. Edward Carlyle's thoughts cut through with sharp clarity. This level of expertise, only seen it equal in the oldest of our kind. The ones who turned medicine into an art of punishment. The implication settles like ice. Someone ancient walks among us, using Port Angeles as their canvas, turning death into exhibition. The killer positioned each body for maximum impact, meticulously crafting every detail to send a very specific message. They're imposing our territory. Jasper's tactical assessment flows, examining constraints, testing defenses. Classic infiltration strategy. Carlyle rises, his thoughts heavy with centuries of experience. This precision, this control. Whoever did this has walked through the darkest chapters of vampire history and learned every lesson they had to teach. Most unusual, Carlyle murmurs, his hands hovering over the corpse with clinical precision. No bite marks, no feeding. In all my centuries, I've seldom seen our kind kill without satisfying the thirst. They left the blood to pool on purpose. Jasper's military assessment sharpens. Even in the Southern Wars, only the oldest showed such restraint. To ignore fresh blood, the self-control required dash. Extraordinary, Carlyle continues, his thoughts racing through centuries of medical knowledge. Perfect vascular trauma, yet not a single drop consumed. Like a sommelier preparing wine they never intend to taste. They manipulated the blood flow patterns for visual effect, but never once succumbed to feeding instinct. Emmett's mental voice carries uncharacteristic solemnity. What kind of vampire doesn't drink? That's like cooking a feast just to watch it rot. The bruising patterns, the precise organ damage, all calculated to create maximum blood loss without triggering our hunting response. Carlyle's analysis grows troubled. 7 centuries of practicing medicine, and I've never seen such a perfect fusion of anatomical knowledge and supernatural restraint. Ancient, Jasper's thoughts conclude. Only the ancient developed this level of control. To resist fresh blood while inflicting such precise trauma, they wanted us to notice the technical expertise. Carlyle's voice drops lower. The lack of feeding isn't an oversight, it's a signature. State of absolute control. The implications settle like frost. Someone walks among us with power beyond our understanding, someone who views blood not as sustenance, but as a medium for their art. What manner of creature proves their superiority by refusing their very nature? The evidence disposal proceeds with practiced efficiency. Carlyle orchestrates a scene suggesting random violence, while Jasper ensures the blood patterns tell the story human authorities will expect. Like painting over a masterpiece with crude brushstrokes, Carlyle's thoughts whisper as he works, but necessary. The run home carries a weight beyond physical exertion. Even Emmett's commonly boisterous mind remains focused, parsing through what we've witnessed. Jasper's military consciousness catalogs patterns, while Carlyle's thoughts race through centuries of medical knowledge, comparing techniques. His study welcomes us with familiar comfort leather-bound books, aged wood, the accumulated wisdom of 7 centuries. We arrange ourselves with unconscious precision. Carlyle behind his desk, the rest of us positioned for tactical discussion. The technical proficiency troubles me most, Carlyle begins, his thoughts racing ahead of his words. The arrangement of injuries mirrors execution techniques I witnessed in Volterra, but the method is older. No vampire I've encountered in 7 centuries has showed such perfect fusion of medical knowledge and supernatural control. The lack of feeding, Jasper interjects, his tactical mind dissecting details. Even Maria, at her most controlled, succumbed to bloodthirst during torture. That level of restraint suggests age beyond our experience. Emmett shifts, his thoughts uncharacteristically analytical. 3 kills, 3 different methods, not a single drop consumed. like they're showing off their menu without taking a bite. The precision of the organ damage. Carlyle continues, pulling medical texts from his shelves. Look here dash documentation of ancient torture techniques, entirely replicated in a modern context. These patterns suggest intimate familiarity with both human anatomy and pain thresholds. The perpetrator understands completely how to maximize suffering while maintaining consciousness. Jasper's military mind overlays strategic significance, systematic demonstration of capabilities. Like a general showing his full arsenal before battle. They're establishing dominance, demonstrating precisely what they're capable of. But why? Emmett voices our collective question. Why go through all this trouble just to prove they can kill better than us? Carlyle's thoughts darken with centuries of political insight. This isn't about killing, it's about control. They're showing mastery not just over human life, but over vampire nature itself. The ability to inflict precise death while resisting bloodthirst. It's a display of perfect control, which means we're dealing with something far older than we originally assumed, Jasper concludes. Tactical implications. Unknown adversary with superior experience and capabilities. The theatrical nature of the displays concerns me. Carlyle continues, his mind racing through historical parallels. Similar to demonstrations I witnessed during vampire wars, but more refined. They wanted these bodies found, wanted us to appreciate the technical expertise involved. My thoughts turned to Bella, vulnerable and unaware. Could this have something to do with Bella? To my protection of her? Carlyle's response carries careful measure. The timing suggests correlation, but the method shows broader purpose. I believe your involvement with Bella may have provided an opportunity, but these displays speak to something more established. Someone who's walked among humans for millennia, perfecting their craft. There's something unsettling about the morality here. Carlyle begins, his medical mind parsing ethics with centuries of perspective. Carlyle points out, these men were unquestionably predators, but the response was more like a calculated spectacle than simple justice. Like watching an ancient god pass judgment, his thoughts continue. The perpetrator positioned themselves as judge, jury, and executioner, but with theatrical flair. Why make it so instructional? Jasper's tactical mind engages. The message seems twofold. To the human population, predators will face consequences. To us, someone has the power to dispense justice in our territory without consulting us. The precision of their deaths. I continue, recalling the brutal tableaus. It wasn't just killing, it was punishment. Each man suffered according to their intended crimes. A compelling ethical framework, Carlyle analyzes. They showed perfect control while delivering maximum suffering. A peculiar moral balance protecting the innocent through calculated cruelty to the guilty. Could argue they did us a favor, Emmett points out. Those men would have hurt others. Maybe killed someone ultimately. Like taking out rabid animals. That's what troubles me, Carlyle responds. The absolute certainty of their judgment. No trial, no chance for redemption, just execution as art form. Jasper's thoughts sharpen. The message extends beyond mere protection. This is about dominance, showing they can operate with impunity, enforce their own moral code without oversight. In their choice of targets, I muse. Men who threaten Bella, it's personal, yet presented as public service. Like watching someone play both guardian angel and avenging demon, Carlyle's thoughts whisper. They've appointed themselves protector while demonstrating lethal capability. The question becomes, protection against what price? The implications settle heavily. Someone walks among us with ancient power and a rigid moral code, dealing death with artistic precision while positioning themselves as necessary evil. But who appointed them executioner? And what happens when their judgment turns toward us? As my family discusses theories, my mind catalogs every interaction with Potter, searching for meaning in the minutiae. Small moments that seemed insignificant now take on darker significance. The way he moves through crowded hallways, never touched, never jostled. Humans unwittingly part around him like water around a stone. Their minds register his presence with a primal wariness they don't explicitly understand. His classroom control is absolute, not through force or fear, but through something more subtle. The student's thoughts when he teaches. So interesting, can't look away, feels like he was there, The way history flows from him, like personal memory rather than learned knowledge. Then there's his mind, the perfect, polished surface of his thoughts. Too organized, too precise. Like watching someone perform a memorized dance. Yet sometimes, in unguarded moments, I catch fragments of something else. Calculations. Assessment. Ancient languages I don't recognize. What about Mr. Potter? The words slip out before I can stop them, my voice tight with the weight of suspicion I've carried these past months. The others turn to me, their thoughts a mixture of skepticism and concern. Emmett actually laughs, though it holds no humor. The history teacher? Come on, Edward. Just because you can't read his mind dash. It's more than that. I press, running a hand through my hair in frustration. The evidence seems so clear to me, yet feels fragile when spoken aloud. Think about it. His control is perfect. Too perfect. Edward. Carlyle's voice carries gentle doubt. Many humans have disciplined minds, but do they have disciplined blood responses? I challenge the memories crystallizing as I speak. The day Anegla cut herself in class paper slice. Fresh blood. Every human in the room reacted. Shifted away. Looked uncomfortable. Thought about the sight or smell. Potter just continued teaching. No physical response. No mental change. Nothing. Jasper's attention sharpened somewhat. This, at least, he understands the constant battle with blood scent. In his movements, I continue, the words rushing out now. Watch him in the hallways. Students intuitively move out of his way. They don't even realize they're doing it, but their bodies know. Something in them recognizes a predator. That's rarely evidence of murder, Emmett points out, his thoughts dismissive, though his eyes show a flicker of consideration. But the timing fits. I urge pacing now. These men died with surgical precision. Potter teaches anatomy with unusual expertise. The way he describes historical medical procedures in class, it's like he was there, watching them happen. Many teachers are passionate about their subjects. Carlyle advises me tenderly. Passion doesn't explain his interest in Bella. The words come out sharper than I intend. He watches her. Watches us. The day with Tyler's van, he saw everything. But his thoughts, they showed no shock. They were analytical, like he was taking notes. And he lied to Bella for me. A heavy silence falls. My family's thoughts swirl with doubt, concern, not about Potter, but about my growing paranoia. Only Jasper's military mind considers tactical possibilities, though even he remains skeptical. I know how it sounds, I admit privately. But these deaths, they're too controlled, too precise. Like someone with centuries of anatomical knowledge delivered a message. In Potter, he calculates everything absolutely. His thoughts, his movements, his perfect human charade. Edward. Carlyle's voice remains gentle but firm. We can't accuse someone of murder purely because they're too perfect at their job. But I can see it so distinctly, the careful way Potter positions himself in rooms, always with clear sight lines to exit. The way his eyes track movement like a predator assessing threats. The perfect, too perfect thoughts that feel more like a performance than a human mind. Yet I understand their doubt. Without proof, Potter remains nothing more than a skeptically perfect teacher. And perhaps that's precisely what he wants. But if I'm right, if not Potter, then who? Emmett voices the question. What kind of vampire pulls off something this precise? Let's analyze possibilities. Jasper begins, military assessment engaging. First scenario, nomad with advanced capabilities. Combat patterns suggest extensive experience, but nomads generally lack this level of refinement. Most nomads we've encountered feed during kills. This one didn't touch the blood. Carlyle's thoughts flow with centuries of political experience. The Volturi remain a possibility. This level of precision, the theatrical nature of the displays, reminiscent of Arrow's more dramatic demonstrations of power. But why send just one operative? I respond. The Volturi prefer overwhelming force. Jane, Alec, the guard moving as a unit. Good tactical point, Jasper's mind acknowledges. Plus, Volturi involvement normally carries their signature. They want targets to know specifically who's delivering judgment. Could be someone older, Emmett suggests. One of those ancients who keeps to themselves, like the Romanians or Egyptians. Carlyle's thoughts sharpen with concern. The technical precision suggests significant age. The level of control required, the medical knowledge displayed. This points to someone who's had centuries, millennia to perfect their technique. A creator looking for Edward? Emmett proposes. Someone who caught wind of his relationship with Bella? Jasper shakes his head, tactical assessment flowing. Too indirect. If they wanted to make a presentation about Bella, why target these specific men? Why such elaborate staging? The method suggests someone comfortable with human interaction. Carlyle analyzes. Someone who understands modern society well enough to navigate it undetected, yet possesses ancient knowledge. Could be studying us, Jasper adds. Evaluating our protections, assessing our reactions. Whatever their purpose, I conclude firmly, they're sophisticated enough to operate in our territory without detection. That alone makes them especially dangerous. What's the ultimate play here? Jasper leans forward, military mind mapping possibilities. These deaths weren't random, they're building towards something. 3 distinct demonstrations of power, I analyze, each more public than the last. They're escalating consciously. Carlyle's thoughts race through centuries of immortal politics. If we approach this as a strategic message, the pattern suggests something larger unfolding. They've shown perfect control over bloodthirst, intimate knowledge of human anatomy, ability to operate in our territory, undetected willingness to dispense their own justice. Like watching someone lay out their credentials in blood, Jasper's tactical mind whirs. This feels like an opening gambit. They're showcasing their capabilities while demonstrating their existence. But to what end? Emmett presses. Why go through all this elaborate staging just to prove they're badder than us? Perhaps it's not about being badder, Carlyle muses. The sophisticated nature of these kills, the careful positioning, they're establishing themselves as a power we need to acknowledge. Exploring limits, Jasper analyzes, examining how we respond to their arrival, whether we challenge their authority or accept their intervention. The public nature of the final kill troubles me most. I add, they're no longer hiding their work. They want humans to find these bodies, want the fear spreading. Carlyle's expression grows grave. Someone this sophisticated doesn't act without purpose. Every death, every detail serves their larger plan. The question is, are they positioning themselves as ally or adversary? Or both? Jasper concludes. Someone who can protect or destroy with equal precision. They're showing us specifically what they bring to the table now. We wait to see what price they'll demand for their services. The dawn light creeps through windows as implications settle. Someone ancient has chosen our territory for their performance, but we're still struggling to understand whether we're audience or actors in their greater design. And somehow, I suspect we'll know their true purpose soon enough.